These days, I'm the strongest and most popular guy in school, with all the girls vying for my attention. But it wasn't always like this. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I used to be the weak one, overlooked and treated like the trash of the classroom. They labeled me a gamer nerd, yet they constantly pressured me to play on their phones to help level up their characters. The girl I had always admired sat right next to me, but I never found the courage to approach her until one fateful day when she came over to talk to me on her own. My heart nearly stopped, but all she wanted was a gaming tip. As she walked away, she paused and called my name. That was all it took. I stood there, frozen, feeling like a complete fool. At that very moment, my character met its demise on the screen, and I lost the class bully's sword. Chul Woo Min, white hair, a face that screamed trouble. He slammed my head against the desk, giving me just a week to acquire an even rarer sword. If I failed, he promised to humiliate me in front of everyone, especially her. I dove into the game, playing relentlessly. No sleep, no food, just a steady stream of energy drinks. 40 hours, 100 hours, a grueling 144 hours in the same chair. Finally, on the last day, I secured the sword. I stood up to take a break, but my body betrayed me, collapsing onto the bedroom floor. In that moment, I felt like the most pathetic loser in history, dying as a gaming slave, crushed by a bully, and leaving nothing behind. But then, I opened my eyes and found myself back in the classroom. It was the same day, with the same phones resting on the desks. Suddenly, a system window appeared before me, revealing that my entire gaming history was transforming into real power. Just then, Chul Woo reappeared. He seized my tie and began to pummel me as usual. This time, however, he wouldn't stop until his frustration was fully vented. This time, the girl I liked returned to check on me, only to find me taking a beating. Without hesitation, she stepped in and held Chul Woo Min back, determined to put a stop to his assault. But then, the bastard crossed a line. He grabbed her by the hair and sneered, showing no regard for her being a girl. In that moment, something inside me shattered. Dawan refused to be the same man who stood by and did nothing. That coward was gone. But when the completely unhinged Chul Woo Min raised his hand to strike Aaron and ordered her to be quiet, something inside Dawan snapped. Clenching his fist, he prepared to retaliate, fully aware that he would face the consequences later. Fueled by rage at the injustice unfolding before him, he launched a punch straight into Min's face. The bully swiftly seizes Dawn's hand, his face twisted in fury as he readies himself to strike. Dawn braces for the inevitable, resigning himself to the thought that his efforts were in vain, and another beating is imminent. But just as the blow is about to land, something unusual occurs. A strange calculation begins, tallying his experiences as if he were a character in a video game. In a flash, Dawan reaches the pinnacle of experience, ascending through a remarkable series of classes. He evolves from the rare, promising gamer servant to the heroic, honored gamer servant, and ultimately, he attains the prestigious legendary class. With this transformation, he gains a powerful new ability from his legendary class, Superior Gamer Servant. The ability known as Crushing Blow enables him to unleash a relentless flurry of punches upon Chul Woo Min. The bully is left utterly defeated, his face swollen and bruised as he spits out what resembles tomato sauce. Nearby, Arenwil watches in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth, completely stunned by Dawan's sudden display of power. Our protagonist quickly recognizes that the ability before him mirrors one used by a character he once played in a virtual game. Suddenly, a message from an administrator pops up, revealing that this is a reward for a favor Dawan had done in the past. As the pieces fall into place, he realizes the message is from Chun, the patient, and the favor in question was when Dawan had given away a god-tier item in the game. With this revelation, another notification pops up, announcing his victory over the monster Chul Woo. He earns 200 experience points, elevating his total to an unfathomable figure. Having already reached the maximum experience level, our gamer servant hero is promoted to the final class, Secret Gamer Servant. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Dawn Hai is left in awe of his own extraordinary and terrifying strength. He had always dreamed of living life like a game, and now that wish had unexpectedly become a reality. As his stats began to soar, he could only wonder what was happening to him. Since returning from death, he had discovered he could wield abilities just like those in the virtual games he once played. RNU remains in shock from the unexpected attack that incapacitated Chul Woo Min. She turns to Dawan, her voice filled with curiosity, asking where he learned such impressive techniques. Noticing the injuries and bruises on his head, she grows concerned. As she searches for the school nurse, Dawan can't help but wonder if he truly did hit his head. Memories of his death and his return to the past flood his mind as game system windows materialize before his eyes. Amidst it all, the realization that his new skill mirrors one from a game feels oddly surreal. He recalls his lifelong obsession with gaming, and an instinctive thought strikes him. This entire scenario resembles a book he cherished in his childhood. This setup is familiar in fantasy tales, yet it feels far more nuanced. In typical stories, protagonists effortlessly vanquish every monster they face, gaining buffs without fail. However, Dowan Ha is taken aback by his own flawless, maxed-out attributes. Just then, another window pops up, revealing that there are still additional bonuses to be earned for being a gamer servant. To his dismay, he discovers that all his attributes and stats have been sealed and reset to 0. He can hardly believe it after finally reaching the pinnacle of his class. He's been reduced to a mere weakling once more. It feels utterly unjust. But then a glimmer of hope flickers in his mind. He recalls completing an event mission after unleashing his fury and defeating the monster. That means a reward is on the way. He suddenly realizes that this was the same mission he accepted the moment he died that day. In an instant, the golden key listed as the reward in the mission window materializes before him. Once he completes the mission, the system officially notifies him that he has received the golden key. Meanwhile, in the classroom, other students are whispering about Dowan Ha's injured appearance, their curiosity piqued by his condition. Whispers circulate that Cho Woo-nen was behind it all, with some claiming they saw him looking particularly upset as he headed home the day before. They speculate that he couldn't release his anger during the fight and even lashed out at the nurse. Yet, the identity of the person who hurt Cho Woo-nen remains a mystery, as everyone was on their lunch break at the time. With no one having witnessed the fight firsthand, rumors abound, and many wish someone had captured it on film to share online. Dowan Ha glances at the golden key repeatedly, yet it appears to be nothing more than an ordinary object. Despite its description as a legendary item capable of unlocking a specific place, he can't shake the feeling that it functions just like any regular key. With a sigh of disbelief, he slips the key into his pocket, deciding to set it aside for the moment. His curiosity is shifted to something far more pressing. Dowan is determined to uncover the identity of the administrator. The way the administrator spoke instantly reminded him of the enigmatic player from the game. When the administrator referred to himself as the one who brings the end and addressed Dowan as Your Highness, it sparked a nagging suspicion in his mind. Could this be the same person? Eager to find out, Dowan can't wait to return home and reach out to the mysterious player to discover the truth. Suddenly, a new mission materializes before him, accompanied by a panel announcing that he will receive an invitation he must accept. Dowan is left bewildered, unsure of what kind of invitation awaits him that night, or how he is meant to arrive. Just then, someone rushes past him, colliding with him and sending him sprawling to the ground. As the initial shock of the impact fades, he winces in pain, grappling with the confusion of what just transpired. The boy who knocked him down quickly apologizes, explaining that he wasn't paying attention to where he was going. Dowan reassures him that he's fine and asks if the other boy is okay. Just as the boy's nose begins to bleed profusely, Dowan offers to fetch a tissue to help clean him up, but the boy declines. He insists again, but Dowan remains persistent, determined to get him a cloth. Finally relenting, the boy accepts the offer, and Dowan gently advises him to be more careful when navigating the hallway. He still can't believe this guy got a nosebleed from just a simple bump. It's clear that the kid is somehow even weaker than he is now. As our protagonist steps into the bathroom, a classmate catches his attention. It's Shin Jamin, casually holding a vape. "Hey, I need to talk to you, Don," he says. Dowan greets him back and asks, "Have you started playing the game yet?" Shin shakes his head. "Nah, I don't play." Shin Jamin reveals that he witnessed the entire fight with Chol Woo-man, which is why he's inquiring about it. Suddenly, Dowan recalls a moment from his past life. Shaman had been standing at the door when he was being threatened. This memory raises doubts in Dowan's mind. Why is Jamin speaking to him now? Is this some form of revenge? With a mocking tone, Jamin teases him, calling him a servant with hidden powers, questioning whether it's all just a clever disguise. Haunted by memories of past beatings, Doan is resolute in his determination to never be a victim again. Just then, Shamin seizes his tie, a smirk playing on his lips as he calls Doan funny. With a surprising twist, Jamin invites him out for drinks with some girls from a nearby school that evening, leaving Doan utterly stunned by the unexpected proposition. He quickly recognizes that this aligns with the mission he received, but the catch is that accepting means spending time with Chol Woo-min as well. Playing coy, Doan asks Jamin if he's serious, to which Jamin bluntly confirms the invitation. Confused by the sudden invite, Doan suspects there's an ulterior motive at play, yet he understands that completing missions in a game typically leads to rewards. Recognizing that rewards can enhance a character's strength, he initially views the offer as a golden opportunity to gain experience. However, a moment of clarity strikes him, and he realizes that willingly stepping into the bully's territory is a grave mistake. Crafting an excuse about attending a memorial for his late grandfather, he ultimately chooses to forego the chance to break free from his loser label. It feels easier to sidestep that life than to confront the challenges head-on. He notices a warning, indicating that the mission will be perilous, intensifying his unease and solidifying his decision. Jamin accepts the excuse, assuring Doan that he'll save him a seat at the bar next time. Doan feigns enthusiasm, and their conversation comes to a close. As Jamin steps out of the bathroom, Doan leans heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. He realizes that nothing good can ever come from associating with bullies like them. Suddenly, a system window materializes before him, delivering the unsettling news that he will face punishment for refusing the mission. A warning echoes in his mind, signaling that the pain is about to begin, and a wave of fear washes over him. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation courses through his body. In a vivid vision, he sees massive, fierce bulls charging through a lush green valley, their snorts reverberating with raw power. As they stampede toward him, he braces himself for the inevitable impact in a very sensitive area. In the school bathroom, a group of students enters and gasps at the sight of Doan sprawled on the floor, overwhelmed by pain and unable to control himself. Their immediate conclusion, Chul-woo must have been the one to do this to him. Meanwhile, lying on the cold tiles, Doan endures the most excruciating pain he has ever felt, a notification chillingly reminding him that this torment will persist for another 59 minutes. Overwhelmed by excruciating agony, he can't help but cry. Suddenly, another notification appears, asking if he is sure he wants to refuse. Doan lets out a scream that echoes through the bathroom, the intense pain relentless. Later that night, Shin Ja-min strolls through the city streets and spots Doan at their meeting spot. Jamin's face lights up with excitement as he remarks, "Looks like Doan arrived early." In the end, it was evident that Doan had accepted the mission, unable to withstand an entire hour of torment. When questioned about the memorial, he fabricates a story claiming his grandfather was busy. Overwhelmed with nerves, he feels as if he's losing his grip on reality after coming this far. Meanwhile, Shin Jamin announces that he and Doan are going to have a great time tonight, but he can't shake the feeling that something is off. Doan's expression suggests he's hiding something. Just as Jamin suspected, Doan feels a strong urge to flee while he still can. In a moment of desperation, he grabs his phone and pretends to receive a call from his grandfather, hoping to make a quick escape. However, his plan quickly unravels when the girls Jamin mentioned arrive, engrossed in their own conversation. While most of them chatter about other guys, one stunning girl stands out, instantly capturing Dawn's attention. Captivated by her beauty, he ultimately decides to remain at the bar. He tries to convince himself that his decision is solely due to her invitation, not her stunning appearance. As he observes his classmates indulging in their drinks, Dawn can't help but wonder how they manage to consume so much alcohol. Jamin chimes in, revealing that a friend of theirs works at the bar, which means they enjoy free drinks whenever he brings his group along. Seizing the moment, Jamin asks Doan how much alcohol he can handle. Doan confidently replies that he never gets drunk, prompting Jamin to jokingly conclude that he must be an alcoholic, despite the fact that Doan has never had a drink in his life. With a grin, Jamin assures him not to worry about the cost, as he'll be covering the entire bill. Surprised by this unexpected generosity, our protagonist begins to reconsider his impression of Shin Jamin, wondering if he might not be so bad after all. As they wait for Jamin's payment to be sorted out, one of the girls suddenly bursts into song, her voice ringing through the bar in a lively karaoke performance. Doan is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, but Jamin merely beams with delight. Just then, a boy named Yoo Ji-han walks in. It quickly becomes clear that Ji-han is Jamin's wealthy servant, who has come to the bar solely to settle the bill. He casually mentions that he had already paid another tab just 2 hours ago. In that instant, Dawn recalls their earlier encounter and realizes that Ji-han is indeed the so-called rich servant he had bumped into. Shin Jamin scoffs, incredulous that Jihan believes they'll only be staying for another 2 hours. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of madness as he begins to yell, startling and threatening Yu Jihan. Our hero is taken aback by this sudden change in Jamin's demeanor. Jamin then inquires whether Don and Jihan know each other, given that they attend the same school, but Don quickly replies that they do not. Seeing his servant frozen in place, Jamin suggests he take a drink to loosen up. But as he pours, disaster strikes. Alcohol splashes all over Jihan's pants. With a feigned look of concern, Jamin quickly apologizes, adding with a smirk, "You really should have worn darker pants." As the clear target of bullying, Jihan can only acknowledge that he should have worn a mask. Reflecting on the earlier incident, our protagonist recalls noticing ketchup smeared on Jihan's nose. He also remembers that the bathroom Jihan emerged from was the same one Shin Jamin had just exited. A wave of horror washes over Don as he realizes that Jamin must have beaten Jihan up. Regret settles in his chest as he grapples with the consequences of getting involved with such a delinquent. The beautiful girl who had captured Don's attention now gazes at him, puzzled by his troubled expression. Meanwhile, the other girls encourage Jamin to sing, but he declines, insisting he'd prefer to get drunk instead. With a playful grin, he jokes about serenading them, only to be met with laughter as they tell him it would ruin the mood. Undeterred, Jamin then suggests it would be hilarious to see Jihan dance while singing. Don's irritation mounts as he witnesses the humiliation being inflicted upon Jihan. One of the girls attempts to intervene, urging Jamin to stop, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. With a menacing tone, Shin Jamin presses Jihan, demanding to know if it's true that he loves to dance. Jihan struggles to respond, his gaze filled with sorrow as he looks up at Shin. With a hand resting on Jihan's shoulder, Shin scolds him, claiming that he's embarrassing him in front of the girls. Without hesitation, Jihan stands up and declares that he will dance, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Observing this, Don feels a pang of sympathy for him and questions whether the servant has any pride left. Yet, he quickly acknowledges that he might act similarly if the situation called for it. Unable to bear the sight of such humiliation, and excuses himself, claiming he needs to go to the bathroom. He understands that the only reason Shin leaves him alone is that he's perceived as a servant with a hidden power. In truth, however, Don is currently powerless due to his sealed status. He's acutely aware that it's only a matter of time before his secret is discovered, and when that happens, he knows he'll be in serious trouble. He can't help but think that if it weren't for the penalty he received, he would have already abandoned this mission. As he reflects on the situation, he realizes that simply coming to the bar has fulfilled the mission's requirements. Determined to avoid any further complications, he decides to leave, a pang of regret for the other servant tugging at his conscience. Don understands that he must escape. He lacks the strength to save anyone, not even himself. In that moment, it dawns on him that he and Jihan are trapped in the same predicament. After Don takes longer than expected to return, Shin Jamin begins to wonder about his absence. When Don finally reappears, he confronts Shin, demanding to know where Yu Jihan's pants are. Shin replies casually that he felt guilty for spilling on them, so he sent them for a wash. Despite a wave of apprehension at Shin's expression, Dan steels himself and chooses to confront him. Embodying the role of a true servant with hidden powers, he commands Shin to hand over the pants, believing that his authoritative tone will leave Shin with no choice but to comply. Just then, a tattooed and muscular man strides into the bar, announcing that it took him a while to wrap up some business. He clutches a bottle of tomato sauce and inquires about the new kid. Shin nudges Don to greet the man, casually mentioning that he's his friend's older brother. Down is taken aback by the imposing figure of the high schooler before him, who exudes a gang-like aura. The red marks on the boy's face send a chill down Don's spine. Shin Jamin then inquires what our protagonist wishes to say. Overwhelmed and feeling cornered, Don's anxiety mounts. In a desperate attempt to diffuse the tension, he asks the bully for the microphone. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he realizes he no longer needs to hide his power. Just then, a notification chimes in, announcing the completion of the perilous invitation mission and the start of a new chain mission. A virtual window materializes, detailing his next objective. He must strike Shin with the microphone within the next 30 minutes. If he succeeds within the time limit, a copper key awaits him as a reward. Our protagonist, however, is paralyzed by fear and resolutely refuses to comply. Just then, a new message flashes before him, warning that failure to complete the mission will result in a penalty. The moment he reads the word penalty, memories of the bull torture flood his mind, and dread washes over him. Meanwhile, Shin observes that his friend Man Shun now resembles a killer, prompting nearby girls to whisper about his menacing expression. Man Chun casually asserts that the blood must have splattered on him while he was busy beating people up. Meanwhile, 18-year-old Man Chun Yuk sits atop Dawn, grumbling about his trembling. He threatens Dawn not to let him fall, creating a humiliating scene that sends Shin Jamin into fits of laughter. For Dawn, this predicament feels even more degrading than the mission to smash a bottle over Shin's head. The muscular man leans in, his voice dripping with menace as he demands to know what's so funny, reminding everyone of Dawn's brutal defeat of Chow Min. Shin concedes that Dawn possesses strength, but Man Chun scoffs, insisting he sees neither potential nor power in him. Caught in the tension, Dawn finds himself at a crossroads, uncertain of his path forward. He fears that if he completes the mission, they will eliminate him. Yet the thought of refusing and facing the consequences terrifies him just as much. If only he could wield his skills like he did that fateful day, he would have the courage to take a stand. As he gazes at his skill tree, he notices that his crushing blow ability is sealed and inactive, leaving him feeling powerless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, our protagonist feels a wave of despair wash over him, and panic begins to set in. As his anxiety escalates, the mission notification window flashes ominously, revealing that only 15 minutes remain. In that tense moment, Shin Jamin can't help but ask Dawn Ha a question that has been nagging at him. Why do you let those bullies treat you so poorly when you clearly have the strength to stand up to them? Caught off guard and unsure how to articulate his thoughts, Dawn Ha simply replies, I gained my strength from a game. Shin assures him that he doesn't need to answer, assuming he has his reasons. Then, with a serious tone, he reveals that he called Dawn there for a specific purpose. Dawn braces himself, expecting a significant threat, perhaps a warning to stay away from Shin's friends. Instead, Shin surprises him with an enthusiastic invitation to join his group, suggesting they should stick together. Our protagonist, however, completely misinterprets the gesture and wonders if Shin might be interested in boys. Shin swiftly makes it clear that he needs Dawn's strength to help him seize control of the Gwanak district. Dawn, puzzled, struggles to comprehend why a bully like Shin would seek his assistance in dominating an entire area. To persuade him, Shin outlines the enticing benefits, free drinks and cigarettes. He further entices Dawn with promises of money, property, and even the allure of attention from women. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Jamin assures Dawn Ha that he can have anything he desires if he agrees to help. However, Dawn has no intention of accepting such a shallow offer. He replies that he doesn't want anything in particular, he simply refuses to team up with a group of delinquents. In response, Shin Jamin challenges him, asking if he truly wants to remain a mere gamer vassal for the rest of his life. Shin presses on, asking Dawn if he craves revenge against the bullies who have tormented him for so long. He emphasizes that Dawn now possesses the power to turn the tables, as Dan contemplates the idea of overpowering his tormentors and completely swapping places with them. A realization dawns on him. If he teams up with Jamin, he will never have to endure such humiliation again. As Shin makes his way to the bathroom, he urges Dawn Ha to consider the offer in his absence. Alone with his thoughts, Dawn begins to entertain the notion that it was divine intervention that bestowed this power upon him, presenting a chance to transform his life. He envisions a second life among the popular crowd, finally breaking free from the role of a gamer's servant. Lost in his daydreams, Dawn is jolted back to reality when Yu Ji-han calls out to him. Ji-han inquired if the golden key on the floor was his, and Dawn felt a sudden jolt of realization he had dropped the mission reward without even noticing. After expressing his gratitude, Dawn listened as Ji-han offered some peculiar advice, cautioning him to steer clear of Shin Jamin. Yet, Dawn was resolute. He refused to let this opportunity slip away and was determined to break free from his stagnant life. Yu Ji-han offered an apology, explaining that he had only issued the warning because he believed Duan was fundamentally a good person. Just then, a notification window flashed before them, indicating that only 3 minutes remained to attack Shin. Panic surged through Dawn as he grasped how quickly time had slipped away, and dread settled in at the thought of the severe punishment awaiting him for failure. Rising to his feet, he resolved that if he could just endure this 1 hour, it would become the defining moment of his life. Not wanting to feel embarrassed in front of the girls, he chose to leave the room. An image of a green hill, filled with a herd of elephants, splashed through his mind. According to a tale, when elephants sense their impending death, they separate from the herd to face their fate alone. In that moment, Dawn felt just like one of those elephants. Isolating himself in a distant room, He covered his mouth with a cloth, steeling himself against the fear and anguish that loomed over him like a dark cloud. The notification window flickered, announcing that only 30 seconds remained. Dayan made a fateful decision. He would rather fail the mission than remain near Shin Jamin. With just 20 seconds left, he resolved that this was his best chance to break free from the shackles of his life as a gamer servant. Realizing he had no other choice, he braced himself for the overwhelming pain that was about to hit him. Meanwhile, in the karaoke room, the drunken bully Yu confronted Dawn, demanding he stay away from Shin Jamin. As Dawn hesitated, the girls teased him about his song choices, calling them outdated and overly dramatic. Their laughter abruptly halted when they noticed the microphone had vanished from the table. Just then, Shinmei emerged from the bathroom, clutching his stomach and grumbling about a bad school snack. Distracted by the pain, he didn't notice Dawan silently approaching from behind, a bottle in hand. In one swift motion, Dawan brought the bottle crashing down on the bully's head. The unexpected blow sent Shinmei reeling, and he collapsed unconscious before he could even process what had happened. With that, the mission of delivering justice came to a close. Dawan reached a resolute conclusion. He would rather embrace the label of a loser than sink to the level of a bully like them. Elated that he had knocked Shinmei out with a single blow, he resolved to dispose of the body in a secluded area. However, before he could leave, a nagging worry crept in. He couldn't shake the thought of Jihan being left alone in the same room as the tattooed man. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced down and was taken aback to find Shin Jimin's phone lying on the ground. He picked it up, a sly thought crossing his mind. This could be the perfect bonus move while Shin remained unconscious. Meanwhile, the tattooed guy was in the bathroom, belting out a karaoke tune with all the passion of a drunken rock star. In the midst of his heartfelt performance, a notification chimed, pulling his attention away from the spotlight. A message popped up on Jimin's phone calling him a pig and criticizing his singing. As he read the text, the tattooed man's anger flared. Dawan had challenged him to stay and prepare for a fight. Just as he was plotting his escape, a looming presence materialized behind him. When Dawan turned to look, he found the tattooed gangster Yuk glaring down at him with a fierce expression. Dawan was in shock, bewildered by how the brute had tracked him down. Just then, a new mission window popped up, alerting him that Yuk was furious over the provocation and ready to engage in a fight. Before he could process the notification, the brute delivered a powerful kick to Dawan's back, sending him hurtling across the floor. The impact left him sprawled out, his head striking the ground with a jarring thud. Yuk crouched in front of Dawan, disbelief etched on his face as he insisted that the messages couldn't possibly be real. Jimin never texts me when he's drunk, he explained, frustration boiling over. In a sudden burst of rage, the massive figure seized Dawan by the collar and delivered a brutal punch to his face. As he continued the assault, the gangster spat. Jimin actually liked you. He seized Dawan by the head and delivered a vicious slap, condemning him for repaying kindness with such disgrace. Before Dawan could even utter a word, the gangster struck him again, branding him a loser and questioning what Jimin ever saw in him to include him in their group. The brute then turned his attention to the unconscious Shin Jamin sprawled on the floor, demanding to know what had happened. As he examined the scene, Yuk noticed something unusual and realized he had already suspected what had transpired. Reaching into Dawan's pocket, he pulled out a crumpled microphone and called him a coward. Dawan shot back, asserting that the true cowards were those like Yuk, who preyed on the weak through intimidation and theft. However, before he could finish his speech, the giant hurled him across the room. Dawan crashed violently into a wall stacked with bags of flour. Yuk smugly declared that it wasn't his fault Jihan was weak, and that Dawan would soon become their next servant. Lying motionless atop the pile of flour sacks, our hero was engulfed in pain. Just then, he caught sight of a golden key glimmering beside him. Without picking it up, he pondered where he was meant to use it. Just then, a tip from the administrator appeared, explaining that the key should be inserted into a lock. Dawan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He hadn't seen any locks in the vicinity. Suddenly, his skill window opened, unveiling a new hidden technique. He then noticed the outline of a keyhole materialize within the window and swiftly inserted the golden key. As he turned it to unlock the skill, a brilliant light burst forth before his eyes. Meanwhile, the brute leaned over to check on Shin Jamin, inquiring if he was alive and well. Shin, wincing in pain, admitted he was hurt, prompting Yuk to mock him for being bested by a mere weakling. At that moment, Dawan rose to his feet, declaring that if he didn't confront Yuk now, he could never call himself an honorable man. Yuk Man-chan found it intriguing that Dawan possessed such pride. Unbeknownst to Yuk, however, Dawan was concealing the truth. The system had commanded him to face Yuk or face dire consequences. Thrilled by his opponent's apparent bravery, Man-chan charged forward, eager for the clash. As Yuk charged toward him, Dowan was enveloped by a strange and potent aura. Confusion washed over him as he pondered why the game system had granted him these powers and thrust him into perilous battles. Then, it struck him. They wanted to see a spectacle. With this newfound clarity, he launched a punch at Yuk, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him. "You're doomed!" Dowan shouted, his voice echoing with confidence. In that moment, memories of his childhood flooded back, bringing to mind a nerdy kid who had become a legend at the local arcade. Known as Master Zobarano, this boy possessed a unique and captivating playstyle that mesmerized everyone who watched. Whenever Master Zobarano claimed victory, the crowd would erupt in cheers, their excitement palpable. His remarkable skill stemmed from an unwavering dedication to the world of virtual games. 10-year-old Dowan watched in awe as the master demonstrated his skills. The boy was captivated, especially by his own newfound ability, the crushing Hawk technique, which made him virtually unbeatable. Known as Hawk's Descent, this powerful kick could knock out any opponent, but it came at a steep cost of 120 mana points. Now that he had unlocked this devastating move, Dowan couldn't help but think it would prove invaluable in the battles to come. Despite the significant weight difference and the sheer power behind Yuk's punch, Dowan believes he can triumph with just this one ability against his colossal, pig-like adversary. Suddenly, a notification window pops up, startling him with the news that he is out of mana. Shocked, and with no time to react, he braces himself as Yuk's punch hurtles toward him, taking the full force of the blow squarely on his chin. He hurtles through the air, crashing hard onto the ground behind his enemy, Yuk Man Chun. Confused, Yuk wonders what's wrong with the nerd who had been shouting as if he had a secret weapon. Meanwhile, Dowan lies on the floor, wounded and groaning in pain, his frustration boiling over at the game's absurd system. With only 100 mana at his disposal, he realizes with dismay that Hawk's Descent costs a staggering 120 points. He struggles to grasp the logic behind it all. Was the golden key some sort of reward for enduring a beating from Cho Min? As he contemplates its significance, a realization dawns on him. He recalls that the reward for the mission where he struck Shin Jamin with the microphone was a bronze key. Scanning the room, he wonders where that key could be, as it seems to have vanished without a trace. Dowan remembers that the key from the Jamin mission fell right beneath the window. Since he completed that mission in the bathroom, he suspects the key might still be there. With no other options, he decides to take the risk and search for it. However, just as he reaches for the door, Yuk seizes him. The brute delivers a powerful punch to Dowan's ribs and growls, "Where do you think you're going?" As Yuk glances at Dowan once more, he begins to suspect that perhaps Dowan isn't as weak as he initially thought. Just then, Dowan collapses to the floor, and Yuk taunts him, calling him a rat. Exhausted and battered, Dowan struggles to rise after being knocked down yet again. Realizing he can't fight any longer, he knows he must retreat and find a way to escape in search of the key. Still uncertain of his next move, Dowan finds himself confronted as the enemy raises a hand, blocking his path. Just as he attempts to flee, the giant swiftly places a hand on his face, halting him in his tracks. Yuk Man Chun knocks Dowan down once more, taunting him to stop getting back up. Instead of surrendering, Dowan burst into laughter, prompting the giant to place a foot on his head and question his sanity. Undeterred, Dowan challenged Yuk, asking if he truly believed he had caused all this chaos on his own and without a plan. The brute dismissed him, claiming Dowan was merely bluffing to survive. But Dowan remained resolute, insisting he was simply buying time as an elevator door slid open behind Yuk. Dowan shouted for anyone inside the elevator to unleash their fury on the bully. Startled and momentarily paralyzed by fear, Yuk turned to look, only to find the elevator completely empty. Disbelief washed over him, quickly morphing into a seething rage directed at Dowan Ha. He spun back around, ready to confront the boy, only to discover that Dowan had vanished. Meanwhile, Dowan sprinted through the hallways, pushing himself to the limit. He couldn't believe his simple elevator strategy had actually worked on someone as clueless as Yuk. Now that he had escaped, panic set in as he frantically searched for the bronze key. But just as he was gaining momentum, exhaustion caught up with him, and he collapsed to the ground, breathless. With immense effort, he pushed himself up, battling the weakness in his legs to keep moving. At the end of the hallway, the imposing figure of Yuk loomed, cracking his knuckles menacingly. The tattooed gangster ordered Dowan to stay still, and in that moment, despair washed over him. He felt certain this was the end, as he no longer had the strength to run or escape. Just when he thought all hope was lost, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, the bronze key. The moment he grasped the item, a description materialized, revealing that it unlocked sealed attributes. Frustrated that the game hadn't introduced this feature from the start, he opened his character info and spotted a key symbol prominently displayed in the center of the status window. Just then, the hulking figure charged at him, fury radiating from every step. Just before Yuke could catch him, Dowan swiftly inserted the key into the lock, adrenaline surging through him. In that moment, a choice materialized, promising a permanent boost to one of his stats. Realizing he needed more mana to unleash his abilities, he made his decision and shouted for the system to increase his mana points. As the gangster closed in, poised to deliver a devastating punch, Dowan felt a surge of energy as his mana points unlocked, increasing by 100. Just before Yukman Chun's fist could connect, Dowan deftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Seizing the moment, he planted his foot on Yuk's thigh, ready to unleash the Falcon Drop. He leaped over the man, soaring high as lightning crackled around his leg, activating his secret class skill. With a powerful aerial kick charged with electricity, he struck the enemy squarely on the head. The electrified blow connected with devastating force, sending the brute staggering back, blood gushing from his nose as his eyes rolled back in agony. In that instant, a message flashed before Dowan, confirming his victory over the monster Yukman Chun. His enemy fell to his knees before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Feeling triumphant, our hero landed gracefully on his feet. His reward for winning the battle was the elusive silver key. Though completely exhausted, Dowan Ha grasped the key he had earned. As the reality of his victory sank in, the gamer's servant could hardly believe he had actually won the fight. Just as Shinja-man thought he could finally return home, he woke up to find himself in the hallway. Furious with Dowan Ha, the delinquent demanded to know what had transpired. Our hero was taken aback, stammering in disbelief at the sight of Shin, fully recovered from the knockout. Suddenly, another figure emerged, a towering man from the karaoke bar, stepping forward with a fierce expression. "What happened to my brother Yuki?" he demanded, his voice booming through the corridor. Yuke Manuk, a 19-year-old bartender and older brother to Yuke, was seething with anger at Dowan. In that moment, Dowan recalled Shin mentioning that Yukman Chun had an older brother. Standing face to face with the towering, muscular figure, Dowan felt a chill run down his spine. This could very well be his last stand. As tension hung in the air, other delinquents began to gather, drawn by the loud crash that had just echoed through the bar. The tattooed boys quickly spotted the brute, Man Chun, lying unconscious on the floor. Our protagonist recalled Shin mentioning that he used to drink at this bar with his friends. With only 80 mana points and 12 health remaining, Dowan realized he lacked the strength to run, let alone the mana to activate any special abilities. Exhausted and injured, he muttered to himself that he was completely screwed, cornered by Dowan and dozens of Shinjamin's delinquent friends. Meanwhile, Yuji-han wandered the empty streets that night, questioning whether it was truly safe for him to be out alone. He was well aware that the message Shinjamin had sent to UK Manchun was nothing but a fabrication. The bullies had brushed off Yuji-han, claiming they had other matters to attend to. Yet, he understood that the only one foolish enough to dig his own grave in a den of gangsters was Dao Wen. It was his first time in such a place, and he was completely unaware of the unspoken rules that governed it. The final message urging everyone to go home felt like a desperate attempt to protect Jihan. With a knot of worry in his stomach, he hoped Du Wen would manage to navigate the perilous situation safely. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Shin Yamin confronted Dao Wen, questioning his motives and insisting he never intended to become an enemy. Yet, in Jihan's mind, the walls were closing in. The gangsters loomed menacingly, taunting him with the certainty that escape was impossible. He braced himself, convinced that today would be his last. Just then, a karaoke staff member burst in, breathless with urgency. "The police are here! Everything's gone wrong!" he shouted. A man quickly added that someone had called the police from the first floor, urging everyone to escape using the stairs. The gang delinquents exchanged disappointed glances. They had been itching for a chance to take down the nerd. Meanwhile, Yuke Man, hoisting his brother over his shoulder, couldn't help but smirk. "Da Wen Ha is one lucky guy," he remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Before departing, Shin Jamin issued a chilling warning to Dao Wen, reminding him that they would not forget the events that had unfolded. Grateful to be alive, Dao Wen resolved to escape via the stairs. However, just as he made his move, an unexpected jolt surged through his body. Just one day after facing death, he had already endured beatings from both Zhou Wu Min and Yukman Chun. On top of everything, he was grappling with the side effects of wielding two abilities that his body could barely endure. The moment the accumulated stress finally lifted, Duan-ha collapsed into unconsciousness. When he slowly regained consciousness, he found a woman standing before him, and confusion washed over him as he wondered what had transpired. "Where am I?" he asked, and she responded with a hint of relief. "So, you're finally awake." Dao Wen instantly recognized her as one of the three toughest girls in school. With a smirk, she remarked that he should have woken up sooner. When he attempted to ask why she was there, she swiftly covered his mouth, urging him to be quiet. Glancing around, she realized they were in a bathroom and quickly whispered, "Keep your voice down. We're in the women's restroom, so you need to speak softly." In a hushed tone, Dao Wen questioned why they were hiding there. She explained that the police were still at the bar and likely wouldn't venture into the women's bathroom. When Dao Wen pressed her about who had made the report, she reluctantly confessed that it was her who had reported the underage drinking. Dao Wen's confusion deepened as he pointed out that she had been drinking too. "Did you do it to save me?" he asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The girl revealed that she had witnessed him during his battle with Yuk Man. Initially, she had dismissed him as just a loser, but now it seemed he was unfazed by the chaos around him. Feeling a spark of admiration, Dao Wen inquired how he could repay her for her support. Though she initially declined, his persistence led her to propose a wish in return. As Dao Wen leaned in to speak, a rush of embarrassment flushed his cheeks, leaving him momentarily speechless. The following day dawned, and Dao Wen awoke to the sound of his mother's voice on the phone. The moment he answered, she launched into a tirade, scolding him with a volume that could wake the dead. Confused, he asked why she was so upset, trying to explain that he hadn't spoken to her in just one day because he was simply exhausted. However, his mother quickly corrected him, revealing that it had actually been 3 days since they last spoke. Now that she knew he was safe, she said she needed to get back to work, leaving Dao Wen stunned by the realization that he had slept for 3 whole days. After their karaoke night, Duan had indeed gone straight home to sleep. It was understandable, given that it was the first fight he had ever experienced in his life. Another source of his exhaustion stemmed from having confronted 3 delinquent bullies in a single day, even if Shin hadn't engaged him directly. With some time behind him, Duan now reflected on the encounter, feeling as though the victory had come easily and was hardly a challenge. He felt a surge of strength coursing through him, but it was quickly overshadowed by an intense hunger. Was his body and mind finally restored? The first thing Dao Wen wanted to do was log into the game and reach out to the administrator. However, when he searched for the enigmatic player known as the Harbinger of Doom, he found no results. Dao Wen hadn't anticipated an easy journey, but he was still taken aback to discover that the administrator's account had been deleted. Dao Wen sensed that the mysterious man had no intention of engaging with him directly, as he had never received a straightforward response. The admin communicated solely through the system, leaving Dao Wen with no choice but to navigate this world on his own. He had already grasped 3 crucial aspects of how everything operated. First, the system resembled an RPG, complete with levels, stats, and classes, which meant he was essentially playing the role of a game character. Secondly, the system regarded delinquents as monsters, rewarding him for defeating them. It felt reminiscent of hunting monsters in a game where victory yielded valuable items. The third and final point was that using keys enhanced his strength, prompting him to search for the item he possessed. When he picked up the silver key, its description revealed that it unlocked a passive ability. He discovered that the 3 types of keys each unlocked different abilities, and once an ability was unlocked, it could never be sealed again. Take the Crushing Strike ability, for instance. It had been sealed after his initial use because it was tied to a class effect. However, he later unlocked it permanently with a specific key. He was aware of the penalty system, but his true dilemma lay elsewhere. The real issue was that he had become the target of Shin Jae-min's gang of delinquents. With the situation escalating, he resolved to meditate deeply on this problem throughout the rest of spring break. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. Just as he was about to grab his food, a new system notification flashed on his screen. It announced that a girl wanted to go out with him and urged him to accept and satisfy her request. The nerdy, introverted gamer was taken aback, assuming it was just his takeout delivery. Hesitantly, he opened the door, only to be greeted by the very woman he had met earlier, standing right before him. Dao Wen asked why she was there, and she reminded him of his promise to grant her wish. With a determined look, the woman removed her coat, preparing to explain her request. She then instructed Dao Wen to take something off as well. This left our hero in shock, especially considering the mission title, Become a Man. As he stood there, questioning whether this was truly what he thought it was, she urged him to hurry. The girl insisted again that he strip down, leaving the embarrassed nerd flustered after all. He had never experienced anything like this before. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of him, asking if he would accept or decline. Completely taken aback, he turned to the tough girl and asked her to repeat herself. She did, her expression unwavering. He couldn't fathom how people could dive into things so suddenly, without even a word of warning. As he began to remove his clothes, Dawan felt a rush of excitement. His first time had finally come. But then, the girl quickly asked if he had any other clothes in the room, leaving him confused. Embarrassment washed over him as he realized she wasn't interested in anything intimate. She simply wanted him to turn off the heater. When Dawan inquired why she didn't just turn it off herself and how she had found his place, she simply replied that she hadn't. She explained that she had discovered his address while dragging him across the ground 3 days earlier, having spotted it on the apartment card in his phone case. Then, with a teasing glint in her eye, she asked if his nerdy clothes were the only ones he owned. Dawan sheepishly admitted that his mother had picked them out for him. Dawan couldn't shake the feeling that the day for something intimate had finally arrived. However, when she announced they needed to go shopping, the mission titles shifted, and he quickly grasped the reality of the situation. Despite this, he felt a thrill at the thought of shopping with a girl for the very first time. Later, inside a bustling clothing store, Dawan found himself utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom why anyone would choose to wear such outlandish outfits or sport fake tattoos. The girl beside him explained that he couldn't afford to appear weak, especially since they would be spending the day together and heading somewhere afterward. Though he felt uneasy about this fashion choice, her insistence made it clear that this was her preference, and he reluctantly complied. As he stood in the changing room trying on another outfit, she browsed through the racks for more options. When Dawan finally emerged, he looked strikingly different, clad in black pants, a sleek black jacket, and stylish black boots. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. It was the first time he had ever dressed in such a cool, fashionable manner. In his excitement, Dawan momentarily lost sight of the mission until he noticed the objective had updated, take her out to eat. The system made everything feel like a game, and for a moment, he began to believe that asking a girl out wasn't so daunting after all. With newfound confidence, he casually mentioned his hunger and invited her to grab a bite. To his delight, she agreed. Yet at that moment, a wave of frustration washed over him, and he couldn't help but feel like punching himself for his earlier hesitation. They had been sitting in silence for 30 minutes, and he couldn't help but wonder if she disliked the food. As he pondered this, it struck him that he didn't even know her name. Gathering his courage, he asked, "Cyan," she replied. But with that, the conversation fell silent once more. He suddenly found himself missing his mother. Things had always felt simpler when she was around. Cyan then asked if he was curious about her. Admitting his ignorance, Dawan wondered what he should even ask first. She simply replied that he would learn more about her in due time. After all, she explained, they would be spending more time together. Standing up from the table, she urged him to hurry, reminding him that they still had things to do. Just then, the mission updated again. To prove himself as a man, he needed to take the girl to the movies. Dawan was filled with joy as he embraced the thrill of new experiences. He invited her for a coffee, and in a moment of spontaneity, he serenaded Cyan with a song. As he sang, he found himself questioning the true purpose of his mission. Until now, he had believed the system merely tasked him with battling bullies for rewards. With the sixth step of the mission unfolding, he took the girl to an arcade where new adventures awaited. As he contemplated the situation, it dawned on him that this was essentially a date, and he was determined to impress her. Breathing heavily and sweating, he felt a flicker of hope that his charm might finally be making an impact. While Cyan was engrossed in examining some plush toys, a group of nerds approached, attempting to recruit Dawan for their club. Spotting the plushie machine, he seized the opportunity to slip away, telling Cyan he needed to use the bathroom before making his exit. 10 minutes later, the nerd returns, clutching a dozen fish plushies, eager to impress Cyan. He imagines how captivated she will be by his thoughtful gift. Just as he spots her approaching, a smile brightening his face, his joyful moment is shattered when a man suddenly appears and yanks him by the hair. The bully harshly demands to know who Dawan thinks he is, saying Cyan's name with such affection. He yanks Dawan's hair, causing him to cry out in pain. Confused, Dawan wonders who this guy is and how he knows Cyan, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he's encountered him before. In that moment, Cyan's voice cuts through the tension as he shouts at the man, calling him Sahong Kang and fiercely demanding that he release Dawan. Everything had been going smoothly until this moment, leaving Dawin anxiously awaiting the system's notification that he must confront this new bully. In a surprising twist, Cyan boldly declares that the shy nerd is her boyfriend. The revelation stuns both Dawan and Sahon, causing a deep blush to spread across Dawan's cheeks as he musters the courage to tell the bully to back off. With a reassuring smile, Cyan helps him to his feet, urging him to ignore Sahon as she guides him away. Before they leave, Dawan realizes he needs to retrieve the fish plushies he dropped. Meanwhile, Sahon remains behind, grappling with the shocking revelation that Dawan is actually Cyan's boyfriend. As the afternoon sun casts a warm glow over the city, Dawan can't shake off the words Cyan spoke back at the arcade. He wanders through the streets, completely absorbed in thought, replaying her calling him her boyfriend over and over in his mind. His day takes an unexpected turn when Cyan announces their arrival and urges him to follow her without hesitation. She reminds him of their promise to spend the entire day together. Just then, the system prompts him to enter the nearby building. Once inside, Cyan presses the elevator button for the 7th floor. A wave of certainty washes over Dawan. He can't shake the feeling that she's leading him to a more intimate setting. As they approach their destination, he nervously asks if they can slow down so he can gather his thoughts. Cyan, however, calmly assures him that all he needs to do is stay still. She'll take care of everything else. Anxiety grips Dawan as he worries this might jeopardize his mission. Desperately, he searches for a way to persuade her to reconsider. As they step onto the 7th floor, Dawan notices that all the doors are shut tight. Curiosity piqued, he asks why they've come here. But as they venture deeper down the hallway, a chilling realization dawns on him. He has stumbled into a gathering of bullies. Peering into one room, he sees a crowd gathered around a microphone in the center, and his confusion only deepens. A man resembling a judge strikes his gavel, calling for silence as he announces the commencement of the regular meeting of the Guanaku City Bullies. He then states that the first item on the agenda is the Karakwar incident, specifically how to handle Dawin Ha. The delinquents in the room exchange skeptical murmurs, doubting that someone who looks so ordinary could have possibly defeated 3 gangsters. Dawan stands frozen in disbelief, his heart racing as he overhears the men openly discussing his elimination. When a vote is called to determine who wants to take him down, every single person in the room raises their hand. The sheer unanimity leaves him utterly stunned. He never imagined they would all agree to target him. In that moment, it becomes painfully clear. Dayan Ha is now the official target of all 407 members of the Guanaku Bullies. As the mission concludes, a system message materializes proclaiming that some men thrive on the thrill of risking their lives. It elaborates that bullies refers to school-based groups engaged in criminal activities. These individuals are fiercely loyal to their instincts, revel in showing off, and embrace a carefree lifestyle. Their ability to live without concerns stems from one key factor: they always operate in groups. In the Guanaku district, various methods exist to control and lead these crews, but here they employ intense and mature tactics to manage their members. Dawan finds himself puzzled by the delinquents around him, who appear to be utterly devoid of thought. In disbelief, he reads the system message, grappling with the complexities of what it truly means to become a man. The message also contains a warning. For chain missions, the reward is only granted upon completing the final mission in the series. Observing Cyan's unusual behavior, Dayan questions whether she has set him up for an ambush. Just as she is about to respond, a man in a suit, wielding a hammer, steps in and declares the matter closed. As Dawan struggles to identify the mysterious man beside Cyan, she urges him to hold on, explaining that they need to proceed to the next item on the agenda. The other bullies hurl rude remarks at her, questioning who the stranger is standing at her side. With his back turned to the delinquents, Dawan is gripped by fear, anxious about the possibility of being eliminated on the spot. Meanwhile, Cyan and the leader step forward, declaring their intention to address a second topic: the vacant seat on the Council of Delinquents. When the man in the suit brings up a representative election, Dawan momentarily imagines they're discussing actual politicians. Just then, Cyan confidently declares she has found the perfect candidate for the role, despite the nerd beside her attempting to make a hasty escape. With the poise of a seasoned congresswoman, she boldly nominates Dawan as the representative of Boromai Dan. Without hesitation, Cyan calls out Dawan's name. Our hero is taken aback by her bold decision to thrust him into this perilous situation. The bullies exchange incredulous glances, bewildered by the audacity of nominating the very person they had just been plotting to eliminate. The group's judge raises a concern, questioning the wisdom of promoting someone who has already attacked their members. Yet Cyan counters confidently, asserting that if Dawan managed to defeat 3 of their own in a single day, he is more than qualified to join their ranks. One of the delinquent sneers at Unsung after she agrees that defeating members of their group counts as a qualification. Unsung Ha, the 18-year-old representative of Salim Dong, calmly affirms her agreement with Kyan. Meanwhile, Dawin, visibly shaken, insists that he has no intention of joining their gang of delinquents. Cyan urges him to reflect on the perilous nature of his situation as an 18-year-old boy. She reminds him that he just witnessed those criminals raise their hands to vote for his immediate elimination. She argues that if he joins the council, the other delinquents will be unable to punish him. Dawn expresses his gratitude for her concern, but Cyan quickly clarifies that her intentions are not for his sake. She explains that another jerk is vying for the position, and she would much prefer Dawn over him. Just then, the elevator doors slide open, revealing the same man who had attacked Dawn earlier during the meeting with Kyan. Dawn instantly recognizes him from the arcade. Kang Se-hoon steps forward, his voice sharp as he demands to know why Cyan hadn't informed him about the assembly. The Bormai-dong associate quickly realized that Cyan had likely fabricated the boyfriend story to evade Kang Se-hoon. Confronting her, he expressed that while he understood her opposition to his becoming a representative, her actions were far too extreme. In a sudden burst of aggression, he seized Dawn by the neck, choking him as he demanded to know their purpose for being there. Dawn gasped for air, feeling as if he were being crushed beneath an enormous weight. The judge intervened, declaring that this was a formal meeting, and announced Dawin as the new leader of Bormai-dong. Kang Se-hoon immediately protested, insisting that he was meant to be the area's representative. But Cyan quickly countered, his words sharp and defiant. Meanwhile, the other delinquents murmured amongst themselves, some dismissing Dawin as a weakling, while others couldn't help but eye Cyan with interest. With two candidates now nominated for the position, the judge recognized that the stakes had escalated. Kang Se-hoon finally released Dawin, declaring that they would have to resolve the matter. As the bullies began to rise from their seats, Dawin attempted to assert, "I don't even care about the position." Seizing the opportunity while his opponent's back was turned, Dawn unleashed his falcon drop ability, executing a powerful aerial kick. The other delinquents watched in awe, captivated by the display of his special skill. Yet, Kang Se-hoon, known as the Granite of Bormai, was no ordinary foe. With his remarkable endurance, he effortlessly blocked the attack, leaving Dawn momentarily stunned. Dawn stood in shock, questioning whether his attack had been too weak. To his surprise, Kang Se-hoon praised the special technique, admitting that it had caught him off guard. Yet, he found it peculiar, noting that even the formidable Yukman Chun had been knocked out by a single strike from that same move. In that moment, Dawn came to a harsh realization. With his insufficient mana, he could only unleash his abilities once, leaving him unable to secure victory without them. Just then, Kang Se-hoon seized him in a chokehold, lifting the terrified gamer completely off the ground. Dawn instinctively patted Se-hoon's arm, signaling for him to let go, but it was futile. Se-hoon sneered, declaring he would only release Dawn once he had knocked him unconscious. In that chilling moment, Dawn finally grasped why this bully felt so familiar. The man had transformed so drastically that he was nearly unrecognizable. Dawn's mind drifted back to a scorching summer 5 years prior. It was during that season that he had been choked in the very same way by a particularly hefty boy. At the time, they were both just 13, and that overweight bully was none other than Kang Se-hoon. Fainting games were all the rage back then, and Se-hoon had made it his mission to subject Dawn to them relentlessly. Se-hoon would choke Dawn even during meals, forcing him to finish every bite under duress. The torment didn't stop there. It followed them into the bathroom, where Se-hoon maintained his grip until Dawn had no choice but to comply. This relentless abuse caused Dawn to pass out multiple times, leaving him in a state of constant dread, fearing the moment he might black out again. Yet, more than the physical pain, he dreaded the unknown situation he would awaken to afterward. Thanks to Kang Se-hoon, Dawn had endured countless humiliations in front of his entire class, including the girls he admired. This past trauma had left him painfully anxious around women, transforming him into a shadow of his former self. Now, in the present, he collapses to the ground, on the brink of unconsciousness, wishing fervently that people like Kang would face the consequences of their actions. Dawn couldn't fathom how Kang Se-hoon had transformed losing weight, becoming handsome, and effortlessly charming girls. The more he pondered it, the angrier he grew, unable to accept the thought of losing to his former bully. In the background, the other delinquents jeered, calling him weak. As soon as Dawn regained his footing, the bullies taunted him, insisting he didn't stand a chance. As those words echoed in his mind, he couldn't help but question his chances of victory. The one skill that could have turned the tide was swiftly neutralized by Kang. Bound in Sehun's chokehold, Dawlin understood he had no choice but to tap out. When Kang proclaimed himself the representative of Borum Hwadong, a wave of despair washed over Dawlin, leaving him feeling utterly adrift. Just when it seemed he might give up, Dawlin suddenly stood tall again, facing his opponent with renewed determination. Kang Sehun cautioned him that if he pressed on, he would only suffer greater injuries. Undeterred, Dawlin shrugged off his jacket and boldly declared that he was ready to take down the gangster. As he tossed his jacket to the ground, unveiling his intentions, the atmosphere in the room shifted. All eyes were on him, disbelief etched on their faces as the skinny nerd launched a flurry of punches. Yet, despite his fervor, each blow was feeble, easily deflected by Kang Sehun, who blocked them effortlessly. Straining with every ounce of effort, Dawlin pushed himself to keep going, knowing he was close to making his plan a reality. His mind drifted back 7 hours to when he had been rummaging through his pants for a crucial item. It was a silver key, a heroic reward bestowed upon him after his victory over Ryukman Chun. He remembered that this key unlocked passive abilities, which he had activated earlier, and now it was time to put them to use. In that moment, the passive skills unique to his class activated. Among them was the critical hit skill boasting a mere 1% chance to bypass an opponent's defenses. This passive ability required no mana and could penetrate all barriers to deliver a devastating blow. Dawn understood the harsh reality of those odds. A 1% chance meant it was unlikely to occur. Statistically, only 1 in 100 strikes would land as a critical hit. Faced with his current predicament, he knew he had no choice but to make that one hit count. With no alternatives left, he committed to a relentless barrage of punches. As he pressed on, the delinquents erupted in laughter at his futile efforts, and even Xian Sunbei couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at the sight. Dawlin understood that if he kept throwing punches, one would eventually connect as a critical hit, and he was nearing that 100 mark. As he approached 80 punches, he noticed his opponent becoming distracted, wondering why his skill hadn't activated yet. Kang Sehun, finding Dawlin's relentless assault amusing, continued to block every single punch right up to the 99th. Finally, Dawlin unleashed his 100th punch, landing it squarely in the center of Kang's chest. A cold sweat broke out on Dawlin's brow as he realized it had no effect. Kang simply stared at him, bemused, and asked what he was even trying to accomplish. In that moment, Dawlin couldn't help but think of games and the unpredictable element known as the random number generator, which gives everyone a chance to succeed if only he could roll the right number now. The satisfaction of success is often elusive in real life. It's this very feeling that drives gamers to take on challenges every day, just like Daewon Ho, who at just 13 years old, spent his English class money on game upgrades. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as the random number generator failed him, leaving him without the coveted item he sought. Despite knowing that each failure could spell his end, the younger Daewon Ho chose to take the risk, believing that RNG offered an equal chance of despair. Fast forward to the present, and that very despair crashes down on him as his final punch connects with the bully's chest. Confusion washes over him. Why didn't it work? He was certain he had landed all 100 punches. In theory, one of his strikes should have landed as a critical hit, knocking his opponent out cold. But the plan backfired and he found himself caught. Kang Sehun seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly before preparing to slam him down. To win, you need a truly destructive blow, Kang declared, demonstrating his point with brutal precision. Daewon's head collided with a pile of bricks, the impact reverberating through the air and leaving him severely injured. Kang scoffs, confident that the punch combo was nothing but a bluff. He asserts that even with a solid strategy, it wouldn't have made a difference. After all, he had shed 130 kilos and sculpted every inch of his body, as he boasts that the nerd couldn't even lay a finger on him. Daewon, lying injured on the floor, musters the strength to speak. With a pained expression, he reveals that back in middle school, Kang Sehun was nothing more than a fat, arrogant bully. When Kang fails to recognize him, Daewon remarks that it's typical for bullies to forget their victims. He explains that while victims carry the scars of their pain for a lifetime, bullies simply erase those memories. Daewon's words cause Kang to pause, lost in thought for a moment. However, Daewon quickly regrets opening up so much. Frustrated, he asks what he's supposed to do now that Kang doesn't even remember him, and tells him to back off. In a moment of sheer desperation, Daewon unleashes a flurry of instinctive, erratic kicks, shouting for Kang to keep his distance. But Kang, unfazed by the plea, seizes his foot and hurls him across the room, sending him crashing into a chaotic heap of tables and chairs. As Daewon lies on the ground, struggling to regain his composure, Kang looks down at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you still the same person you were back then?" he taunts. He questions whether Daewon remembers every single toy he played with as a child, his voice tinged with genuine concern at seeing him in such a miserable state. Just then, a man in a suit steps forward, urging the nerd to surrender. This man, Han Un-sung, the representative of So-young-dong, declares the match a futile endeavor, asserting that one side has already lost the will to continue. Daewon is consumed by guilt for depending on a mere 1% chance of victory. Deep down, he believes he stands no chance against this formidable opponent. Yet, he knows that surrendering would only invite an attack from the other delinquents. Conflicted and desperate, he feels lost as Han Un-sung coldly declares that the fight is already over. But in a surge of defiance, Daewon slams his hand against the floor and shouts that the battle isn't finished yet. With great effort, he rises and declares that he hasn't given up yet. His opponent, clearly annoyed by his persistence, asks if he's not tired of being beaten. Se-hung can hardly believe that. Even with no chance of victory, Daewon still refuses to back down. Broken and desperate, our protagonist storms toward the exit, hoping to create a distraction long enough to slip away from Kang. Feeling utterly threatened by the bully, Daewon found himself daydreaming about escaping to a deserted island. Far from it all, he quickly concocted a flimsy excuse, fully aware that he needed to make a swift exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity and bolted across the room. In his rush, he accidentally dropped his jacket and tripped over it, losing his balance entirely. As he stumbled forward, nearly crashing into his enemy, he cursed himself for taking off his jacket in the first place. In a desperate attempt to steady himself, he instinctively used the palm of his hand, triggering a critical hit that sent the bully flying. With a mere tap, Kang Se-hong was sent crashing into the wall. He slumped to the floor, his head bowed, leaving a dent in the elevator door behind him. The other delinquents stood in shock, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Even Cyan Sunbae was left speechless after witnessing Daewon's powerful strike. The gangsters quickly scrambled to explain the situation, suggesting that Daewon had concentrated energy into his palm for that devastating blow. They referred to it as the Flame Dragon Emperor's Iron Palm, a technique capable of shattering bones and organs. In truth, the system merely alerted our hero that he had landed a critical hit. Daewon felt a surge of pride as he struck Kang Se-hoon in the chest, especially since he hadn't anticipated much from a passive ability. Just when he believed he had secured victory, Kang Se-hoon coughed and began to rise once more. Severely injured, Kang struggled to comprehend that Daewon had been concealing such immense strength while feigning weakness. Rising to his feet after enduring a devastating blow, fury surged within him as he vowed to eliminate Daewon. The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone watched as the nerdy boy trembled from head to toe in fear. Yet, in a surprising twist, Daewon offered a small, enigmatic smile that left the delinquents bewildered. Our protagonist believed that despair was an unfair burden. He understood that most gamers faced it, yet they never ceased their efforts. To him, it was far better to try everything and achieve nothing than to surrender without a fight. He recalled a fellow player who had triumphed by placing their faith in a random number generator. Witnessing another player's triumph ignited a spark in Daewon, fueling his own desire to succeed in the game. He remembered the countless attempts he made to acquire an elusive item with the money his literature tutor had given him. Despair can transform into hope, and that's why players worldwide place their trust in RNG. With renewed determination, Daewon readied himself to deliver a powerful punch to Kang Se-hong's face. He charged forward, shouting that he would strike his enemy right in the middle of his chest. Kang confidently declared he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, raising his arms to shield himself. But the bully failed to notice that the punch was shifting direction, now aimed straight for his face. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Deep beneath the waves, a species thrives at a maximum depth of 6 meters, weighing nearly 2,000 kilograms. Approximately 85% of its body is composed of muscle, making it the ocean's top predator, the feared and mighty great white shark. Meanwhile, two boys are seen playing in the water, blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking beyond the safety of the beach. The narration advises that if you ever find yourself face to face with a great white, aim for its nose, its most vulnerable spot, regardless of its formidable strength. The same principle holds true for humans. Even the most highly trained individuals often neglect to train their sense of smell, leaving it as a potential vulnerability. As a result, even a glancing blow to the nose can be devastating. Daewon's punch connects solidly with the center of Kang Sahon's face, and he instantly realizes it was a decisive strike. The force of the blow sends the bully stumbling back a few steps, reeling from the impact. Daewon comes to a crucial realization. He must take bolder risks and stop depending on his meager 1% critical chance. Blood streams from Kang Sahon's nose as he screams in agony, yet he remains unbroken. Fueled by fury, he vows to erase Daewon from existence, repeating the threat with increasing intensity. Suddenly, Daewon appears behind him, wrapping an arm around his neck and hurling a barrage of insults. Daewon shouts that Kang will be the one to be eliminated, then seizes his nose and begins to choke him. Our nerdy hero declares that he will only let go if Kang begs for his release, warning that otherwise he'll soon be unconscious. With all his strength and fury, he yanks upward on the bully's nose. The other criminals in the room watch in stunned silence, finally recognizing Daewon's unexpected strength. Taeyeon Sunbai watches in disbelief as the nerdy boy showcases an unexpected display of power. Daewon tightens his grip around the bully's throat, pushing him to the brink of tears until Kang finally begs for mercy. The moment Kang utters his surrender, Daewon releases the chokehold. The bully crumples to the floor, gasping for breath, utterly defeated as he struggles to regain his composure. Daewon, weary and injured, breathes a sigh of relief as he declares that he finally managed to win this time. But just behind him, an exposed electronic component teeters on the edge of a puddle. Before he can finish his triumphant statement, the wire makes contact with the water, unleashing a shower of sparks. In that split second, as he shouts his victory, a massive explosion erupts right behind him. The deafening blast and the sudden flash of flames jolt our protagonist into alertness. The other bullies, equally stunned by the unexpected explosion, scramble in a panic to reach the elevator, their hearts racing as they fear the fire will engulf them. Memories of the police raid at the karaoke bar flood their minds, and now they confront the very real threat of a raging inferno. Outside, everyone who had been in the room manages to escape the blaze. Daewon, who had feared he would perish in the flames, feels an overwhelming sense of relief at having made it out alive. But then, one of the gang members asks where Taeyeon Sunbai is. As they scan the area, it dawns on them that she is nowhere to be found. The other bullies begin to speculate anxiously. Could she still be trapped upstairs with Kang Sahon? Nearby, District Chief Han Yoon soon stands in silence, his gaze fixed on a fire hydrant at his feet. A wave of outrage washes over Daewon as he turns back toward the stairs, convinced that Taeyeon should have fled the moment she spotted the fire. Though he barely knows her, he feels compelled to rush up the stairs in search of her. As he ascends, he reflects on the day's events, realizing that even with just a name and fleeting moments shared, those memories have begun to matter more than he expected. He finally recalls her promise, the one where she asked him to stay by her side all day. As Daewon reaches the upper floor, he flings the door open and calls out for Taeyeon, declaring that he's come to save her. His heart races, but he quickly notices a man already battling the flames with an extinguisher. Relief washes over him as he realizes the fire is under control. Feeling a bit sheepish, Daewon is caught off guard when the man turns to him, curious about why he returned. Deeply embarrassed, Daewon stammers out an excuse, claiming he only returned to ask if he could go home. The man in the suit, however, informs him that the assembly has been postponed due to the fire. Then, with a surprising twist, he reveals that the new representative of Bormui is none other than Daewon Ha himself. Daewon can hardly process this news, convinced that being part of the Council of Bullies must be some kind of dream or illusion. Taeyeon explains that, despite the confusion, her actions were driven by a greater purpose. She points out that he successfully eliminated the other bullies. He can't help but agree, recognizing that if he hadn't stepped up as a representative, the council would have targeted him, and the situation could have escalated dramatically. As they arrive in front of Taeyeon's house, they exchange their farewells. Daewon looks at her earnestly and says, "Take care." He pulls out a plush fish she won at the arcade, explaining that it seemed like she wanted it. Confused, Taeyeon asks what it is, and Daewon replies that he saw her staring at the plush toys earlier. Recalling the moment, Taeyeon clarifies that she wasn't looking at the toys at all. In fact, she was fixated on a wanted criminal poster stuck on the window beside them. Daewon is taken aback by his blunder, yet Taeyeon still expresses her gratitude. Holding the plush fish and beaming, she thanks him for rushing back into the building to save her. Daewon's face turns a deep shade of red, and he stumbles over his words as he manages to wish her good night. A system message chimes in, declaring that he has become a man, but in his mind, he can only think that he's turned into a bully. As the mission finally comes to a close, suddenly, a notification appears, announcing that he has completed 8 consecutive missions and will earn points for his impressive streak. He reflects on the value of those encounters and wonders what kind of key he'll receive as a reward this time. However, when he finally sees the actual reward from the mission system, he is utterly taken aback, his reaction far from positive. The next morning, Don prepares to return to school after an extended absence. Determined to get a head start on an important in-game task, he arrives at school before anyone else. As he steps inside, he gathers several wires and screens to construct what he affectionately dubs his gamer slave station. Knowing he needs to set up his equipment in his new classroom, he begins searching for his designated spot. Upon entering the room, he is taken aback to find another student already asleep at a desk, surprised that someone else has managed to arrive even earlier than he did. Armed with the latest tech, he sets out to create the ultimate gaming setup in the entire school. As he lays out the components on his desk, a wave of anxiety washes over him. Had he been too loud and disturbed the sleeping student nearby? Stealing a glance at the ID card resting on the desk, he reads the name Han Yoon-sung. The name strikes a chord, stirring a memory from the previous day. He suddenly recalls Chaeyeon's warning that Han Yoon-sung is the representative of the Soyeongdong district. She had cautioned him that Han Yoon-sung was the most dangerous bully in all of Gwanak. Just then, Han Yoon-sung speaks up, assuring Dawn that he doesn't need to be afraid now that he's part of the Council of Bullies. But in a swift motion, the notorious bully knocks all of Daeon's tech components to the floor, scattering them like fallen leaves. Han threatens him, asserting that it would be simple to deal with him right then and there. Dawn quickly recalls Chao Yan's warning against confronting Han and can't shake the feeling of facing a boss so early in the game. In an effort to diffuse the tension, Daeon points out that as members of the Council of Bullies, they should be allies, not adversaries. Han Yoon-sung shoots back, questioning why Dawn believes they didn't dispose of him sooner. When Dawn speculates, it's because he became Borum's leader. Han sets him straight, revealing that one of the council's rules permits members to challenge one another. He emphasizes that establishing a hierarchy based on power is essential. With a determined glint in his eye, he pulls back his arm, declaring that this is revenge for Dawn's interference with Seo Leong. Bracing for impact, Daeon shuts his eyes and grits his teeth, but just as the punch is about to connect, Han unexpectedly halts, declaring that he's not actually interested in Seo Leong. Instead, he casually knocks Daeon to the ground, looks down at him, and proposes that they should team up now that they're on the same side. Han promises to alert the other members, reassuring Dawn that no one from Seo Leong will bother him again. As the regular school day begins and students settle into their seats, Dawn feels overwhelmed and stunned by the chaotic start to his first day. It's then that he realizes Han isn't even in his class, leaving him puzzled about why the bully chose to confront him there in the first place. As Daeon surveys his surroundings, a nagging feeling begins to surface. Throughout the breaks on the first day of his second year, an unsettling sense of unease gnaws at him. During the third period break, he watches his classmates engage in various activities, but for the first time, no one is pressuring him to join in their games. Oddly enough, the atmosphere in his class feels remarkably peaceful. The beginning of a new semester is often characterized by chaos and rampant bullying. The bullies congregate, searching for an easy target to torment throughout the year, using threats to assert their dominance. The school transforms into a lawless jungle, where only the strongest endure. Some students strive to climb to the top, while others focus solely on their own interests. Just as Dawn begins to savor this unexpected moment of peace, a window suddenly shatters and a student is hurled right through it. Frustrated by the bullies behaving like feral animals, Daeon makes his way to the bathroom to gather his thoughts. As he steps inside, he finds himself face to face with Jamin, and the two lock eyes in a tense silence. Dawn had completely forgotten they attended the same school and immediately assumed Jamin was still upset about the karaoke incident. Fearing an attack, he instinctively raised his hands in a defensive gesture. To his surprise, Jamin didn't strike. Instead, he offered his congratulations to Daeon for becoming the representative of Borum. The bully, Jamin, appears unusually excited, particularly about Daeon's friendship with Yoon-sun. Daeon quickly picks up on Jamin's strange behavior and confronts him. In response, Jamin stumbles through a flimsy excuse before hastily trying to make his escape. As he rushes off, he awkwardly asks Daeon to put in a good word for him with Yoon-sun. Back in the classroom, Dawn can't shake the feeling that something is off, especially since no one seems to be bothering him at all. He finally comes to the realization that Han Un-sung wasn't lying. He must have genuinely warned the other bullies. The distant dream of living a normal school life is finally within reach. Yet, instead of feeling overjoyed, an unsettling discomfort washes over him. He had initially believed the missions were meant to push him into confrontations with the bully bosses. However, his recent and unexpected induction into the bully council has left him questioning the true purpose of the system. Is he merely a pawn in some larger scheme? As Daeon wrestles with these thoughts, a girl approaches him and asks if he's gaming. Dawn initially believes that the gift is a gesture of pity for his previously miserable life. However, Orenju clarifies that it's a heartfelt thank you for his earlier kindness. Completely taken aback, Dawn accepts the gift, questioning whether he's dreaming. As he opens the box, confusion washes over him when he discovers a small octopus nestled inside. Aaron chimes in, explaining that octopus is known for its recovery and energy-boosting properties, and she recalled how badly he had been hurt that day. Dawn expresses his gratitude, joking that just the sight of the octopus makes his heart race, to which Aaron responds with enthusiasm. She then suggests that Daeon should eat it alive, claiming it's the best way to recover. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a peculiar red-haired boy who insists that Daeon play the game for him. Orenju turns to Daeon, asking if he knows the boy, but Daeon shakes his head, replying that he doesn't. In the dimly lit photography room of the school, a group of bullies huddles together, their voices low. One of them remarks that Han Nansung has never collaborated with anyone else like this before. Curiosity piqued, he turns to his friend, asking if he's intrigued by it. Kim Di-jin shrugs, replying confidently, "I'm sure Han has his reasons." Han Nansung reflects on his expectations of Dawn, anticipating he would be useful in a physical fight. However, instead of merely attacking or defending, Dawn took a different approach. Kim Di-jin speculates that Dawn might have acted that way to make Han go easy on him, or perhaps out of sheer fear. Yet, Han firmly disagrees, noting that Dawn was visibly trembling and appeared to be fixated on something specific. While Kim brushes it off as mere luck, Han insists he saw something special in him during the assembly. This prompts Kim Ji, an associate from Selam-dong, to ask if that's why Han is collaborating with him. Han quickly denies it, declaring that the questioning is over. He adds, with a hint of mischief, that it's far more enjoyable to get to know Daeon Hai in person. Back in the classroom, an irritated Dawn strides over to the peculiar boy, catching Orenju's attention with his unusual demeanor. He stands defiantly in front of the oddball and demands he get up for interrupting his time with her. Meanwhile, a burly, tattooed man muses about the unusual silence surrounding Class 3 of the second year. His colleague hands him a card, revealing that the tranquility is all due to one specific individual. The tattooed man chuckles at the thought of So Sungwoo being in the same class as Daeon. He nods in agreement with Han's assessment, intrigued by the potential for some thrilling drama, especially since So Sung has a reputation for being bloodthirsty. Just then, Daeon steps forward to introduce himself to the red-haired boy, inquiring if he has spoken to Han Yoon-sung. Mustering his courage, Daeon boldly challenges So Sung, suggesting that if he wants to survive, he should play the game on his own. Daeon is confident that no one from Selam-dong can harm him, but he quickly realizes that So hails from the Bongchan-dong district. Infuriated by the threat, So Sung rises to confront him, questioning Daeon's audacity. Maintaining his composure, Daeon calmly responds that if So has hands and eyes, he can certainly play the game on his own. So Sung, with a mocking tone, suggests he should discuss this with Yoon-sung, but Daeon's words falter as he catches a glimpse of the pure hatred burning in the boy's eyes. For a brief moment, Daeon was taken aback by So Sung's intense gaze. But before he could fully process it, the boy snatched Daeon's phone right out of his hand. Sung explained that he only wanted to borrow the phone because he had heard Daeon was an avid gamer, a claim Daeon quickly denied. As the tension faded, Daeon felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had even managed to impress Aaron, if only for a moment. However, Daeon's relief was fleeting as his bothersome friend abruptly kicked Aaron out of the classroom, leaving him utterly speechless. Moments later, an announcement crackled over the school intercom, signaling the start of lunch break for the second-year students. An idea sparked in Daeon's mind. If he hurried, he might just catch Aaron in time for lunch, since their classrooms were nearby. As he contemplated searching for the prettiest girl in school, a sudden grip on his arm pulled him from his thoughts. Turning around, he found the shy boy he had rescued at the karaoke bar, eager to catch his attention. Down felt a surge of admiration for the timid boy's courage. With a nod of understanding, they decided to head to the cafeteria together. As they walked, they spotted So Sung-woo confidently striding down the hallway, causing fellow students to part in fear. Just as the red-haired boy was about to join the lunch line, an unexpected obstacle appeared. A towering, muscular upperclassman jumped in front of him, blocking his path. The massive figure declared with authority that, as a third-year student, he had the right to eat before any second years. He positioned his large frame to block the path, confidently asserting that the second years wouldn't mind. With a wave, he summoned his classmates, telling them they could all skip the line since no teachers were around. Nearby, Daeon was taken aback to see Jihan and asked what he was doing there. Jihan explained that he was also in Class 3. Immediately, he warned Daeon that what he had just done was extremely risky and that he needed to exercise more caution. He explained that treating people that way was dangerous and asked if Daeon had any idea who he was dealing with. Daeon admitted that he had spent the entire past year just playing games, questioning what the big deal was with So Sung-woo. Jihan began to clarify that Sung was unlike the other delinquents. He didn't hurt people without reason, nor did he care about the school's hierarchy. Jihan noted that So generally possesses a calm demeanor and rarely gets angry over trivial matters. However, he quickly clarified that this doesn't mean So is entirely harmless. In fact, he can transform in an instant. This sudden shift is always triggered by one specific annoyance, someone cutting in front of him in line. A third-year bully mockingly questioned whether So was truly upset just because some seniors were eating ahead of him. He followed up with another insult, which only served to further irritate So Sung-woo with a dark glint in his eyes. So quietly challenged the massive third year, asking if he really thought he was faster. Infuriated by the disrespect, the bully boasted that his hand was quicker than So's eyes could track. But before he could even swing, Sung-woo delivered a powerful fist straight into the bully's stomach, landing a clean hit on the arrogant tyrant. This only fueled the upperclassman's rage, prompting him to throw a punch at Sung-woo's face. However, Sung-woo deftly dodged the attack. As he ducked under the blow, he harnessed his momentum to launch a counter punch. In fact, he effortlessly evaded every wild swing thrown by the senior. Confused and frustrated, the upperclassman couldn't fathom how Sung-woo managed to outmaneuver him so easily. His opponent deftly dodged every attack, leaving Sung-woo frustrated as he struggled to land a single hit. Suddenly, Sung-woo shouted, demanding an answer to his question, and then unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. The surrounding students watched in stunned silence as the third-year student crumpled to the ground. Sung coldly declared that the man was no match for his speed, his fury palpable at the audacity of someone slower daring to cut in line. Moments later, the defeated student collapsed, fainting from the encounter. From a distance, Dao Hae observed the scene with a mix of horror and disbelief, joined by Jihan, both breaking into a cold sweat as they witnessed the bully's ruthless brutality. As Dawn made his way home, he couldn't shake the thought of whether such a violent reaction was truly warranted over something as trivial as cutting in line. He didn't know much about So Sung-woo, aside from the whispers that he was part of the athletics club. Still, Dawan made a mental note to tread carefully. While So usually maintained his composure, he had a notorious temper when someone dared to cut in front of him. Feeling a surge of happiness with So nearby, Daeon thought his school year would be a breeze now that he knew how to steer clear of the red-haired guy's temper. However, his relief was fleeting. Suddenly, a notification from the system flashed before him. A new mission had just been assigned. He had to run and overtake So. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Dawn couldn't help but yell in frustration at the absurdity of the task. He couldn't shake the thought of what might unfold after the race, especially if it ended in a confrontation. Shoving that worry aside, he reminded himself that he had only 10 minutes to complete his mission, and failure was not an option. With a surge of determination, Dawan resolved to find So Sung-woo as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley, a nerdy boy with broken glasses lay on the ground, pleading for help. He apologized repeatedly, explaining that he had been running late for his tutoring class. As he lay on the pavement, begging for mercy, he insisted he never intended to bump into the person looming over him. Sung-woo stared down with a grim expression, his voice low and chilling as he asked a single haunting question. Was the boy faster than him? After a few tense seconds of silence, Sung-woo simply grabbed his backpack, turned, and walked away, leaving the boy unharmed. Tears of desperation streamed down the boy's face as blood dripped from his nose. Just then, Dawan appeared with a tissue, gently reminding the boy that it wasn't worth crying over. As the grateful boy accepted the tissue to clean himself up, Dawn posed a question. Do you want to get revenge on So Sung-woo? Without hesitation, the boy replied with a fervent yes, though he confessed he felt too weak to act on it. Glancing at the mission timer, which showed only 2 minutes remaining, Dawn nodded in understanding. He shared that he, too, had once been weak. As he comforted the boy, a newfound determination began to swell within Dawn. Don't be afraid anymore, he urged, promising that from this day forward, So Sung-woo would no longer be able to bully anyone again. Gripping the keychain tightly, he fought through a wave of nausea, steeling himself to confront So Sung-woo. But before he could take action, his mind raced back to 6 days earlier. He recalled bidding Song goodnight, his thoughts drifting to the mission that had set him on this journey. As a reward for completing 8 consecutive missions, a keychain had suddenly materialized before him, a secret prize for his dedication. He found the prize peculiar and couldn't help but wonder why he had received so many keys. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he had been awarded 4 bronze keys and 1 gold key for completing all those missions. Daewon considered using the gold key, but the system cautioned him that all keys had to be used at once, and once the first was activated, the others would vanish. Even if the system hadn't indicated it, he would have used them all at once regardless. Unlike the gold key that unlocked random skills, this item allowed him to select one attribute to permanently enhance based on the next boss he would confront. Though he was eager to use it, he made the strategic choice to save it for later. He intended to wait for the next mission to arrive, but the 2 minutes ticking away on the clock sent a jolt of anxiety through him. Daewon turned to the other boy, inquiring if he knew So's weakness, only to be met with a firm shake of the head. There was none. As he exited the alley, our protagonist sprinted to complete the mission, but he was forced to pause at a nearby corner, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Realizing time was slipping away, he chose to use the keys in a secluded spot. Starting with the gold key, he hoped for something valuable. To his delight, he unlocked a low mana cost skill that struck at the target's blind spot. Elated, he discovered he could use it multiple times, though his mana reserves were still limited. To address this issue, he turned to one of the bronze keys, unlocking a boost to his mana points. Now unlocked, he found himself uncertain about which key to use next. He contemplated which attribute to enhance. Knowing that So was a former track team member with a speed-based fighting style, he decided to invest the remaining keys in that same attribute. Just then, a bus raced by, and a girl sprinted after it, her determination evident in every stride. She accidentally bumped into someone and quickly apologized before resuming her chase after the vehicle. It turned out she had collided with So Sung-woo. Once she boarded the bus, she thought she was finally safe. But just as the doors were about to close, the bully appeared behind her, a sinister look etched on his face. Just as he was about to pull the girl off the bus, Daewon intervened, yanking him back. In that instant, the system chimed in, notifying him that his chase mission had been successfully completed. A wave of satisfaction washed over our protagonist. He had finally done it. But then he caught sight of So Sung-woo's twisted expression and hesitated, asking if he accepted his apology. Suddenly, a new chain mission notification flashed across the system. The first task was to defeat the bully monster, So, which sent a wave of worry through Daewon. Acknowledging that the confrontation was unavoidable, he swiftly activated one of his skills, blue lightning crackling around him. With determination, he charged forward, using his blind spot skill to deliver a powerful punch that landed squarely on So Sung-woo. Our protagonist believed that the best defense was a strong offense. After landing a solid blow, the red-haired bully groaned in pain, but in an instant, his expression shifted to one of fury, his eyes blazing with rage as he hurled curses at our hero. Feeling the weight of fear, our protagonist took off running as if his life depended on it. His plan, to escape and then strike again when So Sung-woo least expected it. In a matter of seconds, the bully closed the gap and reached for Dawn's backpack. With a swift tug, So Sung-woo yanked the strap, ripping it from Daewon's grasp and tossing it to the ground. Dawn, taken aback by So's surprising speed, despite taking a direct hit, began to suspect that the blind spot punch required less mana since it dealt less damage. Before Sung-woo can even ask if Daewon is faster, Daewon unleashes a flurry of surprise attacks, taunting the bully as he claims superiority in speed. As Sung-woo begins to cough from the relentless combo, Daewon briefly wonders if his opponent simply dislikes fighting. But with a determined glare, Sung-woo removes his backpack, revealing that Daewon has truly managed to get under his skin. Our hero notices that the backpack is so heavy it sinks into the ground upon landing, leading him to suspect it's filled with rocks. Stunned by its weight, Daewon watches as So charges toward him. He quickly readies another blind spot skill, but this time he's caught off guard by the bully's expertly timed dodge. So demands that Daewon repeat what he just said, punctuating his words with a flurry of punches to Daewon's face. The sudden assault leaves our protagonist reeling, blood trickling from his nose. He attempts to use his skill once more, but the man deftly dodges, revealing a speed that catches down off guard. In that moment, it dawns on him. The heavy backpack had been a burden, limiting his enemy's speed and agility. With a sinister glare, the bully challenges Daewon to repeat his taunt, taunting him to find the courage within. A moment later, Daewon takes a solid punch to the chest, sending him hurtling through the air. He struggles to land properly, tumbling across the ground. After enduring a brutal beating, our hero realizes just how much faster So Sang-woo has become. He contemplates how many times So has unleashed his skill and considers using the Falcon's drop. He knows dodging such a powerful technique won't be easy, but the fear of running out of mana looms over him. Daewon finds himself pondering how to confront someone so swift, especially without any fundamental fighting skills. Just then, the shadowy bully interrupts his thoughts, tauntingly asking if our nerdy hero would prefer to end up in a coma or paralyzed. Daewon clenches his teeth, understanding that his opponent is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Despite the uncertainty of his plan, he resolves to take a chance and boldly chooses neither option. Once again, our hero unleashes a series of 3 blind spot strikes, but So Sang-woo deftly dodges each one. As he moves, he taunts, declaring that those tricks and punches are no longer effective against him. However, before he can launch his own attack, Daewon cleverly tricks him, landing a surprise hit of backhanded punch that connects squarely with the red-haired bully's cheek. Seizing the moment, Daewon decides to humiliate him further, pointing out the irony of getting hit right after boasting that nothing would work. He notes that it wasn't even a swift move, yet he still managed to land it on So Sang-woo. In fighting games, there's a fundamental rule for survival. Land a slow strike amidst the fast ones, and deliver a big hit among a flurry of smaller attacks. Our protagonist refers to this tactic as a feint, and it worked flawlessly against his opponent. After all his knowledge of fighting comes from the world of games. He had to take that chance, and it seemed to have paid off. As soon as he unlocked his attributes, he realized he couldn't match So in pure speed. That's why he had poured all his points into attack instead, transforming his hands into heavy blunt weapons with an impressive attack power of 31. By viewing the fight like a game, Daewon felt that victory was finally within his reach. Despite his struggles in other areas of life, he had always excelled in games. Approaching this fight with that same mindset, he understood that the first step was to analyze his opponent's attack and movement patterns. Drawing from So Sang-woo's fighting style, Daewon attempted another strike aimed at a blind spot, but it missed. Yet, the attempt wasn't entirely in vain. He had already discerned that So Sang-woo tended to throw a quick punch right after dodging. His first priority was to defend himself and avoid a fist to the face. He intended to wait for an opening to counterattack, but So Sang-woo had other plans. With a swift kick, he caught Daewon completely off guard. The blow landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling backward. He hit the ground hard, sliding across the floor before finally managing to steady himself. Sang-woo declared with unwavering confidence that the Woon-ha would never defeat him. In that instant, Daewon recalled his days on the track team and the power behind his kicks. He realized that if Sang-woo's blow had struck his head instead of his forehead, he would have been knocked out cold. Determined to put an end to the fight swiftly, Daewon understood that prolonging it would only result in further injuries. He launched a swift and relentless assault, anticipating So's every dodge, until he finally feigned a strike and landed what should have been a solid, powerful blow to the stomach. But in a surprising twist, the bully caught his arm, halting the strike from connecting with its full force. With Daewon's hand trapped, So Sang-woo seized the moment and delivered a sudden upward kick to his chin. The kick landed with such force that blood erupted from Daewon's mouth, nearly causing him to faint from the impact. The bully, mocking Daewon's feeble attempts, followed up with a punch to the face. He capped off his brutal combo with another kick that sent Daewon flying, sneering that his tricks would never succeed. With a glare filled with pure hatred, So Sang-woo warned him that there was no turning back now. Daewon lay on the ground, coughing like a defeated warrior. The kick to his chin had been so powerful that he could barely move. Crawling, he realized he had to act quickly before his life slipped away. Desperately, he opened his skills window, searching for anything he could use against So Sang-woo. His health was nearly depleted, and he knew his attributes would only recover if he took a moment to rest. Time was not on his side. As he quickly considered how to best utilize his remaining points, Dawen realized he had only one blind strike left. Suddenly, something in the skill's description caught his eye, and he fell silent, absorbed in the details. When he looked up, he saw his opponent poised to deliver a kick that resembled a soccer move. Seizing the moment, Dawen activated his blind spot skill and swept So Song-woo's leg, catching him off guard. The attack struck So's heel, sending a jolt of intense pain coursing through him. As Dawen's strike landed, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He had successfully executed his plan. Unlike the hawk strike, which required a precise hit to the head, this blind spot attack proved effective anywhere on the body. According to the skill's description, Dawen had been attempting to target So Sang-woo using only his fingertips. He finally understood that the skill extended beyond just his hand. Realizing this was his only opportunity to wield the ability effectively, he recognized it as his best chance to win the fight. With determination, Dawen devised a specific strategy to put his plan into action. He lunged forward, yanking So Sang-woo's hood down over his face to block his vision. Seizing the moment, Dawen threw the first punch. However, So Sang-woo had anticipated the attack. He deftly sidestepped and pulled Dawen aside. With a swift spin, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Dawen crashing to the ground in a humiliating heap. Injured and vulnerable, Dawen watched helplessly as the bully hoisted a heavy object, dragging it across the ground before finally gripping it tightly. So Sang-woo, wielding the makeshift weapon, smirked and remarked that he should have used it sooner. As he prepared to strike, his thoughts wandered back to his days in school track competitions, where the pressure to be the fastest weighed heavily on him. For Sang-woo, the means to an end were irrelevant. All that mattered was finishing in first place. He could still feel the sting of disappointment from coming in second. Each time he fell short, he returned home to face his father's wrath, a narcissist who had never known defeat in his own school days. His father couldn't bear the thought of having a son he deemed a loser. After the accident, Sang-woo's father lost the use of his legs and became confined to a wheelchair. From that moment on, he urged Sang-woo to remember that he was responsible for completing the dreams his father could no longer pursue. Driven by a desperate desire to meet his father's expectations, Sang-woo pushed himself relentlessly every single day. He ran until he was on the verge of vomiting, his backpack always loaded with sand to make the challenge even tougher. Despite all his grueling efforts, nothing seemed to change. He consistently finished in second place, the glory of first place feeling tantalizingly out of reach. Whenever thoughts of giving up crept in, he recalled his father's harsh, disappointed words. In a moment of utter defeat, Sang-woo found a flicker of hope. In the dead of night, he reached out to the track team's top runner, asking for a conversation. As the unsuspecting boy approached, Sang-woo swung a tournament trophy with brutal force, striking him squarely in the face. In that moment, he resolved that anyone who dared to be better or faster than him would face destruction. Through sheer violence, he would claim his title as the fastest of them all. Now, in the present, Sang-woo gripped the heavy trophy tightly and ominously informed Dawen that he had already sent someone into a coma before. As a result of that incident, he was expelled from the track team and abandoned by his father, who blamed him for all the misfortunes in his life. He recounted how he had escaped punishment, thanks to the adolescent protection law. With a surge of anger, he lifted the brick, poised to strike Dawen. But just then, the unmistakable sound of a flask opening pierced the tension in the air. Dawen calmly declared that the key to winning a fight lies in the clever use of items. Just then, he hurled an octopus straight at Sang-woo's head. Sang-woo was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about the creature, which Dawen had cleverly stashed in his hood after grabbing it on the bus. He had assumed it had slipped away somewhere, but there it was, wriggling in Dawen's hands. Sang-woo, caught completely off guard by Dawen's reckless act, hurled the octopus away. But in that instant, the creature's black ink began to drip down the bully's head. Panic surged through Sang-woo as he dropped the brick, frantically attempting to wipe the ink from his face. Dawen chimed in, explaining that an octopus releases ink when it's squeezed, leaving Sang-woo's vision obscured at last. With just enough mana for one final blind strike, Dawen realized he needed to inflict more damage to secure his victory. Acting swiftly, he devised a plan and charged at the disoriented Sang-woo, who was frantically shouting about his blindness. Seizing the opportunity, Dawen unleashed a powerful downward punch, landing it squarely on Sang-woo's head. In his mind, he silently thanked Eren for the gift that had just saved his life. As he executed a powerful headbutt using a special skill, he dedicated his victory to Eren. The impact sent the red-haired bully soaring through the air. He crashed hard to the ground, his vision still obscured by the ink as blood trickled from his wounds. Bragging about his victory, Dawan declared that he was stronger than he appeared. Just then, a notification chimed in, confirming that the mission was complete and Sang-woo had been defeated. As a reward, our protagonist received another set of keys. He was taken aback to receive even more of them, feeling that this had been his toughest battle yet. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a strange sensation coursed through his body. His legs suddenly felt weak, and he realized he could no longer stand upright. It dawned on him that his low health was the culprit. Checking his status, he noticed his health points were steadily dwindling. The memory of collapsing in the karaoke bar due to his weakened health surged back, filling him with dread at the thought of passing out in front of Sang-woo, who could awaken at any moment. Desperate to escape this suffocating situation, he opened his game attribute screen. With a swift motion, he used a golden key to unlock additional health points, watching as his HP surged by 500. Feeling his health restore, he let out a relieved sigh and collapsed to the ground, finally safe. With newfound determination, Don decided to use all of the keys at once, including another golden key. As he activated the second golden key, the system chimed in with exciting news. A new class and skill had been unlocked. This powerful new skill, costing 200 mana points, promised to unleash a series of devastating attacks. He had finally regained the multi-punch skill he had lost earlier, but he noticed that the mana cost was a bit steep. Ultimately, he decided to use his other keys to boost his mana points. Once he had done that, he turned his attention to the octopus and expressed his gratitude. After all, if it weren't for that small creature, he would have been eliminated. Don resolved to care for the small sea creature, a precious gift from Iran, and named it Fufucho. Just then, a stray cat pounced, snatching the little octopus in its jaws. Dane's heart sank, shock washing over him as he sprang into action. With tears brimming in his eyes and fury igniting his spirit, he shouted desperately for Fufucho, his beloved new pet. Hours later, Don is battered and bruised from the relentless chase. Clutching a photo of the octopus, he silently apologizes to Iran for failing to save Fufucho in time. Just then, his mother calls, inquiring about his first day of school. When Don shares that he nearly died, she responds with a nonchalant tone, casually mentioning that she faces similar challenges all the time. He acknowledges her hectic schedule filled with business trips and inquires about her current location. His mother replies that she's living in the United Kingdom. When he expresses his confusion, she quickly clarifies, just the UK, and then asks if he's been eating well. Before they end the call, she gently reminds him not to forget his father's death anniversary. She explains that her schedule is too hectic for her to visit the grave, so she asks Don to go in her stead. His mother then mentions she has a lot on her plate and quickly says goodbye. After the call, Don gazes at an old family photo from his childhood, nostalgia washing over him. He gazes at the picture and the framed piece of paper for a moment, then decides to grab something to eat, his thoughts wandering to the tantalizing taste of fried octopus. Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, two figures engage in a serious conversation. One of them reports that Sang-woo has been defeated by the representative from Boromai-dong. The man gripping a tool seeks confirmation, and his subordinate quickly affirms the report's accuracy. He adds that Ji Baek-chang, the second-year representative of Bangshan-dong, had instructed them to maintain discretion. Nearby, Sang-woo is bound to a chair, helplessly listening as his superior warns that if the Bangshan representative discovers they've lost Boromai, his wrath will be unimaginable. Baek-chang kicks Sang-woo's chair, sending it skidding across the room. "I get furious when a weakling like you ruins everything," he shouts. He reminds Sang-woo that they had promised to look after him after his father's death, but instead, he has repaid their kindness by acting like a fool. Spotting an open backpack stuffed with sandbags, Baek-chang smirks and taunts Sang-woo, questioning whether he's still clinging to track or mourning his father's death. He expresses his disdain for this obsession. Turning to his subordinate Il-sok, Baek-chang asserts that he will take matters into his own hands and commands him to fetch Da Won-ha, the representative of Boromai-dong. The following morning at school, Dayun's friend Ji-han remarks that the red-haired bully is absent from class. Ji-han finds this unusual, as the bully rarely misses a day. This prompts Dawon to ponder whether the bully's absence is a result of their recent fight. As he reflects on the situation, Dawon can't help but think it might be for the best if the bully never returned to school at all. He starts to believe that after defeating Sung-woo, he might finally enjoy a peaceful school life. However, his thoughts are abruptly interrupted when a student bursts into the classroom frantically shouting Da-ha's name. The panicked student explains that some strange individuals have entered the school and are searching for him, demanding to know what he's done. Before Dawn can respond, another group appears at the doorway, declaring that they have found him. Several intimidating bullies strode into the room, demanding to know if this was Class 3 of the second tier. Before the student could respond, one of the thugs began slapping him across the face. Daewon, completely taken aback, felt a cold sweat of fear trickle down his back as a towering bald man stepped forward. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Daewon-ha. Sunbae," he said with a menacing grin. Hearing the man address him as Sunbae, Daewon quickly realized he must be part of the bully club. The bald man leaned in, his voice dripping with menace as he told Daewon that he needed to come to Banshin with them. Instinctively, Daewon recoiled, a chill running down his spine. He knew that accepting the offer would mean his end. The bully smirked, declaring they would take him by force if necessary. But first, he posed a question. Could Daewon handle the 10 bullies currently lurking in the classroom? Daewon realized that fighting 10 men alone was a futile endeavor, and he frantically searched for a way to escape. Just then, someone burst into the room, calling out to the thugs. It was Han Yoon-sung, who demanded to know what the Bongjin gang was doing in his territory and at his school. The bald man among the thugs looked taken aback by Han Yoon-sung's unexpected arrival. One of the student council members stormed over, a sneer on his face as he began to mock Han Woon-sung. But before he could even finish boasting about their plan to gang up on the nerd, Han swiftly kicked him square in the face. The boy crumpled to the ground, his legs broken, screaming in agony, while Do-won stood frozen in shock. Han then declared that they couldn't take on the nerd, and if they dared to try, they would first need to answer a question. He then asked if the 10 bullies believed they could take him on alone. Do-won-ha was taken aback, questioning whether it was even possible to inflict such damage with a single blow. Enraged, another council member lunged at the white-haired man, but before he could close the distance, Han swiftly landed a punch squarely on his face. The underling lay on the ground with a bruised face, while Han Woon-sung remained stoic and focused. Suddenly, a chubby man lunged from behind, raising a chair to strike Han by surprise. With a shout, he brought the chair crashing down, but Han swiftly dodged, positioning himself to deliver a precise strike to the man's neck. The instant Han's elbow struck, the chubby guy was sent hurtling across the classroom. He crashed into the wall with such force that it shattered upon impact. Witnessing this, another gang member's face drained of color as he pleaded with Unsung, begging him not to advance any further. Meanwhile, a ribald gangster warned Han to halt his advance if he wanted to leave in one piece. Just then, 2 underlings lunged at Unsung, shouting that they had him cornered. One of them, brimming with confidence, began to laugh, convinced of their impending victory. In a stunning display of agility, Han executed an incredible dodge, flipping upside down to balance on his hands atop a table as he readied a powerful kick. With a single, powerful kick, Han struck both enemies in the head, sending them crashing to the floor. He glanced at the 2 defeated thugs sprawled out before him and remarked, "Now, this is a problem." Meanwhile, the bald man watched in growing frustration as his subordinates fell one by one. Soon, the white-haired man commanded everyone to attack him simultaneously, and they complied without hesitation. With lightning-fast movements, Unsung effortlessly dispatched the entire group, sending his foes flying across the room and crashing into the classroom furniture. Dongha and Jihan were taken aback by Han Unsung's sheer power, finally grasping that he was the most formidable of the council's bullies. He had just taken down 9 opponents in one swift motion. With only 1 member remaining, Ji-baek, the last representative of the Soyeongdong Council, assumed a fighting stance. Unsung recognized him as the final challenger and charged forward, launching a punch aimed squarely at his chin. Just as the punch was about to land, Unsung halted his fist mid-air. He then commanded the Soyeongdong council members to tidy up the entire mess. Turning his back on his adversary, Unsung began to walk away, instructing Ji-baek to ensure the chaotic scene was cleaned up thoroughly. Furious, the bald man demanded to know if Unsung truly believed he could escape unscathed, warning that the Bongchin district would not let this go unanswered. As he turned to leave, Unsung brushed off the threat and called out to Dongha, inviting him to join him in the cafeteria during their break. As they strolled side by side, Dong-ha expressed his gratitude to Unsung for his assistance in the classroom, feeling a wave of happiness and relief to be allied with him. However, his sense of ease was abruptly shattered when Unsung leaned in, whispering in his ear. "What are your true intentions as a member of the Bully Council?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "And why did Do-won fight So Sung-woo from Bongshin?" Do-won paused, weighing his words carefully. He understood that if he provided a convincing reason, Han would likely drop the subject. So, he decided to adopt a persona he didn't truly have, claiming to be a bully hunter. Almost immediately, he regretted his choice, recalling that Unsung was also a bully. He hoped he hadn't inadvertently caused any offense. Noticing a peculiar reaction from the white-haired man, Do-won briefly contemplated kneeling. However, Unsung surprised him with an unexpected laugh, declaring that his comment was amusing. As the elite council member walked away, he casually wished Do-won good luck. From that day forward, the protagonist lived in fear that Bongshin Dong's goons would come after him. Fortunately, that fear never materialized. With no schoolwork to occupy his time, he found himself at an internet cafe, lost in the world of gaming. As he played, he overheard a group of gamers discussing their serious commitment to the craft, even investing money to enhance their skills. This struck a chord within him, reminding him of his own past dedication and the money he once spent to level up his game. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he watched the boys leave the cafe, a bittersweet ache settling in his chest. Suddenly, a stunning girl appeared, balancing a tray with the noodles he had ordered. To his surprise, the waitress was none other than Rin-ju. Do-won couldn't help but ask if she worked there, to which she replied that she occasionally helped her father out. The revelation that the girl he liked was the owner's daughter sent a rush of excitement through him. Noticing his reaction, Rin misinterpreted it, believing he was merely after free stuff. Meanwhile, a crowd began to gather around the computer of a particularly skilled gamer. The other enthusiasts were discussing how to punish a kid in-game, which struck Do-won as odd. Moments later, a few younger kids approached, asking to borrow someone else's avatars, only to be met with laughter from the older players. While working her shift at the cafe, Rin-ju thanks her customers and wishes them a pleasant day. As she approaches with a tray, she spots a boy with a forlorn expression. He explains that someone has stolen all of his character's items. Curious, Rin asks him what happened. The boy reveals that everything was taken while he and his friends were in the bathroom. Noticing a worry etched on the girl's face, our protagonist steps in, declaring that he saw the older kids commit the theft. Rin asks Do-won if he witnessed the entire event. He admits that he did, but at the time, he didn't grasp what was happening. Hearing this, the desperate young gamer turns to him, tears streaming down his face, and pleads for help. "Please, Do-won-ha, help me get my stolen items back." The moment he hears the boy's heartfelt plea, a system mission materializes for our hero, just as he had anticipated. The objective is clear: defeat the thieves who stole from the child, with the reward being a key. However, the protagonist is taken aback to discover that he must face not one but 4 thieves. Sweat beads on his forehead as shock washes over him. He knows he can't take on 4 opponents alone like Han could. Just as he contemplates refusing the challenge, the system chimes in, revealing that a secret mission comes with an enticing bonus. Outside the internet cafe, the 4 thieves hastily set up the child's belongings for sale. They chatter excitedly about heading out for drinks once they pocket some cash from their stolen goods. Suddenly, one of the thieves is caught off guard, struck in the head by a surprise attack from Do-won-ha, leaving him injured and sprawled on the ground. As the man crumples, our hero steps forward, his voice steady with anger. "As a fellow gamer, I couldn't just stand by and watch you do this." At that moment, the system unveils a secret reward, a date with Rin-ju. Thrilled by this revelation, Do-won rallies the other thieves for a showdown. A brief flashback reveals the gamer boy Rin alongside another child, pleading for help while Do-won remains fixated on the enticing reward displayed on his screen. Back in the present, he gently places a hand on the child's head, reassuring him to keep playing. With a heroic stance, our protagonist boldly declares that he will return from his mission before the child's food even has a chance to cool. Noticing that his surprise attack on the first thief was successful, he turns to the remaining criminals, challenging them to a fight. He threatens them, declaring that if they don't come at him, he'll take the initiative and hunt them down himself. Inwardly, Du Wanha is utterly bewildered about his next move, now that one of the thieves is down. His confusion deepens when he sees the delinquent he struck getting back up. The furious thief demands to know what just happened, leaving Do Wan to question whether his strike had any real effect at all. The other thieves, noticing he's just a student, exchange glances and remark that they've never encountered a kid daring enough to meddle in their affairs like this before. Realizing that his sneak attack and threats have failed, Du Wan bolts down the street, panic fueling his escape. The delinquents pursue him, taunting that he won't get away so easily. They watch with wicked glee as the high school student dashes into a dead-end alley, their laughter echoing in the air, convinced they have him cornered. As one of the criminals steps into the alley, he finds it empty. Our protagonist, Du Wan, is nowhere to be seen. The others soon arrive, sharing the same confusion. They all know this is a dead end, yet Du Wan has vanished without a trace. Then, their eyes land on a nearby trash can, and laughter erupts among them. They're convinced he must be hiding inside. They mock him, feigning ignorance about his whereabouts and claiming they can't see him anywhere. One of them threatens Dawan, declaring that dinner will be roast chicken and he's the main course. But Daylin isn't hiding in the trash can. Instead, he's perched on a ledge above them, poised to launch a surprise attack. As one of the delinquents glances up, Daylin descends with a powerful falcon kick, striking him squarely in the face. The thug crumples to the ground, his fall sending a trash can crashing beneath him. In that instant, a system notification chimes in, confirming that the first thief has been dealt with. A wave of relief washes over Daylin. He finally feels the thrill of having taken down one of the criminals. The other thugs stand frozen, a mix of shock and fear washing over them as they question whether he's truly just a student. They demand to know his identity, but Daylin merely strikes a confident pose, relishing their apprehension. With a smirk, he warns them that if they truly knew who he was, they would regret crossing him. Then, with a flourish, he reveals his trump card. He is the bully representative of Boromondong. However, his tactic falls flat. They refuse to believe that a bully council even exists. Just as one of the delinquents prepares to strike, Daylin seizes the moment, executing his blind spot strike and landing a precise blow to the guy's neck. The impact knocks the wind out of him, leaving him gasping and coughing uncontrollably. Daylin can't help but think that, compared to Sungwoo, this thug is as slow as a turtle. Seeing the fear in their eyes, he understands that a slow approach will keep them on edge. The remaining thugs attempt to bolster each other's confidence, insisting there's no reason to be afraid since the nerd stands alone. Meanwhile, two of them charge forward, aiming to flank and trap Daylin. With a scoff, he retorts that in games, numbers mean nothing, and he launches an attack on both of them simultaneously. Confident in his victory, our hero reflects on how effortlessly he dispatched both opponents. He quickly realizes that the four delinquents are woefully inept at fighting, making his task even simpler. However, despite his apparent success, Daylin is acutely aware of his own weaknesses without his skills. He remains cautious, knowing that he can't afford to let his guard down. To maintain the upper hand, he must continue to intimidate the delinquents just a little longer. One of the remaining thieves suddenly has a clever idea. They should all rush in together to surround their target. As they count down, Daylin interrupts, posing a question. Do you know the best way to deal with weak enemies? The criminals exchange confused glances, unsure of what he means. With a smirk, Daylin explains, it's simple. You gather them together and attack all at once. After luring his enemies into a tight circle, Daylin Haas unleashes his multi-strike destruction technique. One by one, he takes down each target with precision. As they collapse to the ground in unison, he stands tall, only slightly fatigued. The sensation coursing through his body mirrors the thrill he felt when he defeated Seo Sung-woo. With every foe he vanquishes, Daylin experiences the same exhilarating rush that comes from conquering a target in a game. A chilling sensation washes over him, igniting a fear that he might be losing his humanity. On the ground, one of the criminals injured and now toothless pleads with Daylin for mercy. He promises to return everything he stole and vows to change his ways. Yet, witnessing this desperate plea makes Daylin feel like the true villain. With a heavy heart, he responds, demanding that the thief return every single stolen item. Our protagonist resolves to hold on to his humanity, reminding himself that he is not a bully like the others. Retrieving his jacket, he declares that he can't let the last thief go, as his mission remains unfinished. With a newfound determination, Daylin charges forward, launching a flying kick to take down his final enemy and secure his reward. After delivering a powerful double-footed kick to the delinquent, a substance resembling ketchup spills from the thief's nose. As the last enemy crumples to the ground, the system alerts Dallin that all the thieves have been defeated. The mission to eliminate the 4 criminals is finally complete. When the black key reward materializes, our hero can't contain his excitement. However, his excitement only grows as he anticipates his secret reward, Renju. Later, the 4 thieves return to the internet cafe, kneeling before the kid they robbed, and vow that they will never steal again. The victim, showing compassion, forgives them, and the delinquents pledge to turn over a new leaf. Dallin, however, isn't so easily swayed. He warns them that if he ever catches them stealing again, he won't hesitate to crush them. They quickly nod in agreement, understanding the weight of his words. At that moment, a man named Ming Yu Chuang called out to one of the thieves, but received no response. Rin turned to Dallin, expressing her gratitude for his support in dealing with the thieves. He assured her that he would always be there to help. With a smile, she asked him to wait while she fetched more food for him, promising to be as quick as possible. This simple request sent a wave of excitement through our hero. Lost in thought about his moment with Rin, he recalls her playful remark about her tight clothes, stirring a rush of excitement within him. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a haunting memory. A little girl tumbles to the classroom floor, the target of 2 older girls' cruel taunts. They call her a loser, hurling blame her way. Just when it seems all hope is lost, another child steps forward, ready to defend her. It was Dallin Haas's first year of kindergarten, a day that would change everything for him. That was the day he met Renju, the girl who would become infamous in his young life. In a surprising twist, she was the first girl ever to punch Dallin in the stomach. As the leader of the kindergarten girls, she boldly approached him and asked if he wanted to be their next target. Terrified of the popular and intimidating girl, Dallin averted his gaze, hoping to escape her notice. After enduring a dark period of bullying, they were separated and sent to different schools. 3 years later, our hero never expected to see her again, but fate had other plans. One day, she kindly picked up something Dallin had dropped. The Rin he encountered in high school was a completely different person, and to his surprise, she didn't seem to remember him at all. She gently picked up his electronics and returned them to him. But just as before, he received a punch in the stomach from Renju, only this time, it came with a twist. This time, he was met with praise. In the present, Rin announced that she would return after changing out of her tight outfit. As she walked away, Dallin felt a surge of excitement about the secret reward awaiting him. He flung himself into a chair, eager to contemplate what he had earned. He gazed at the silver key in his hand, a sense of urgency driving him to use it before she returned. He hoped it wouldn't bestow upon him yet another weak, random skill like the last time. As he turned the key, a surge of energy coursed through him, unlocking the weapon master's skill of power that enhanced his proficiency with all weapons. But instead of excitement, a chill of fear gripped Dallin. The thought of wielding such power terrified him. He dreaded the possibility of accidentally harming someone in battle. However, upon examining the skill description more closely, he realized that he could only activate it if his enemy was already injured. Just as he was processing this information, Renju returned and inquired about his activities. His expression shifted instantly, captivated by her beauty and the elegant dress she wore. Dallin complimented her, noting how perfectly the outfit suited her, and a relieved Rin smiled, thanking him warmly. She then asked him what he wanted to eat, and he suggested a steakhouse. Rin chimed in, expressing her love for spicy rice cakes, to which Dallin eagerly agreed, admitting he enjoyed them as well. However, she clarified that she had something else in mind. He nodded along, thinking it might complement the spice nicely. To his surprise, he was served an unusual dish, noodles mixed with chocolate and mint. Dallin found himself puzzled about how to eat the dish, but Rin's sudden sad expression made him panic. "Do you not like my choice?" she asked, her eyes wide with concern. In a rush to reassure her, he pretended to savor each bite, stuffing his mouth and declaring he couldn't stop eating. Her face lit up at his words, and she eagerly asked if he truly enjoyed it. Dallin nodded enthusiastically, even though she could see he wasn't really chewing. Still, the joy of being on a date with Rin filled him with warmth. He suddenly remembered that this was only his second date ever, the first having been a forced affair due to a mission. This thought made him wonder if a date offered as a secret reward might have some hidden agenda. With a hint of suspicion, he asked Renju if she was planning to take him somewhere unusual. She simply smiled and replied that she wanted to take him somewhere special. Moments later, they found themselves at a new location, laughing and enjoying themselves, their joy echoing around them. Dalin Ha felt a rush of heat and nerves coursing through him as if he were on fire. They were engaged in a game of stacking wooden blocks. When it was Rin's turn, he remarked on her impressive skill, noting how the tower had already reached a staggering height. Rin smiled and confessed that she wasn't typically good at games, but she was exceptionally confident in her Jenga abilities, which was precisely why she wanted to play with him. In that moment, she accidentally toppled the entire tower. Observing the chaos, Dalin proposed they switch to another game. They decided on a lie detector challenge, where Dalin Ha asked Rin if she considered herself pretty. A hint of insecurity flickered across her face, but the machine buzzed, confirming she was telling the truth. Once the tension eased, she boldly reaffirmed her belief in her own beauty. With a swift motion, she placed her hand back on the toy, eager for the next round. Dalin seized the moment, determined not to let this chance slip away. It was time to ask the most crucial question of all. He asks her if she has a boyfriend. As he waits for her answer, Dalin's nerves begin to fray, tension coursing through him. His heart sinks when the beautiful girl replies that she does, in fact, have a boyfriend. Though he masks his disappointment with a smile, inside, our protagonist is crumbling, realizing it was a long shot to think someone as stunning as her could be single. Suddenly, she declares that the toy is broken, confessing she had been lying all along. Dalin Ha feels an immense wave of relief wash over him, and they both share a hearty laugh at the thought of the faulty machine. As they wipe away their mirth, they eagerly start discussing what game to play next, quickly settling on one. Meanwhile, the thieves continue their search for the pair, having caught wind of their recent sighting together. One of the delinquents begins to taunt Dalin Ha for being on a date with Rin Ju. Meanwhile, his friend, visibly trembling with rage, urges him to calm down as they continue their search. The injured thief seethes with anger, vowing to take revenge on the one who left him in this condition. In an awkward attempt to soothe him, his friend pats his head in a strange and irritating manner, only fueling his frustration further. Back at the arcade, Rinju and Dalin Ha are lost in the thrill of the moment, completely unaware of how much time has slipped away. Our hero feels a growing connection with Rin, his heart swelling with happiness as he watches their time together unfold so beautifully. Suddenly, she points to a claw machine, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Want to give it a try with me?" she asks. Nearby, a vendor enthusiastically calls out to passers-by, promoting a hammer and nail game where adorable teddy bears await as prizes. Rinju attempts to win the bear but falls short. Undeterred, Dalin steps up, despite the vendor's claim that he's weaker than her. With a confident grin, Dalin knows he has the secret to victory. All he needs to do is stretch his arm, align the hammer with the nail perfectly, and strike with precision. The gamer nerd is fueled by determination, envisioning the joy of winning the stuffed bear for Rin, believing it would make their day truly perfect. Just as he prepares to swing, Dalin Ha suddenly halts, his gaze fixed coldly on something before him. Rin, bewildered, stares at the screen, stunned by the message that has just appeared. The task is clear and chilling. He must strike Rin Ju on the head with the hammer as hard as he can, and he has only 5 minutes to do it. As the girl inquires about his distress, Dalin finds himself grappling with an unimaginable dilemma. His mission demands that he strike her with a mallet, and the reward? A dungeon map. After facing challenges that involve defeating bullies, he is utterly stunned that the system now expects him to harm Rin Ju. His body trembles as the weight of the mission sinks in failure means punishment. Yet, he can't bring himself to strike the girl with the mallet. Instead, he brings it down hard on the table, feigning failure in the game. He would rather endure the system's wrath than commit such a horrific act against her. As he sulked over his recent defeat, his gaze fell upon a booth behind him, promoting a royal castle-style game where players wield a toy mallet to win random prizes. Spotting the colorful toy hammer, an idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly led Rin over to the booth. The vendors, eager to draw a crowd, welcomed them with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Dalin stepped forward, ready to play. The vendors began explaining the rules, their voices filled with excitement. Whoever wins, rock, paper, scissors, gets to wield the hammer, while the other takes on the defensive role. In her haste to complete the mission, Rin notices Dalin's anxious demeanor. It dawns on her that the task is time-sensitive, with only 3 minutes remaining. With urgency in the air, they face off in a game of rock, paper, scissors. By a stroke of luck, Dalin emerges victorious. In a moment of triumph, he impulsively snatches the toy hammer, casting a silent apology toward Rin before swinging it in her direction. Dalin watches with eager anticipation, but Rin deftly protects herself by donning a pan as a makeshift helmet. They prepare for another round of rock, paper, scissors, and once again, Dalin emerges victorious. He swiftly swings the mallet at her, but she effortlessly blocks it with the pan, just as she did before. Now it's Rin's turn with the hammer, and she aims for Dallin, who manages to defend himself once again. This leaves Dallin puzzled, wondering how she seems to anticipate his every move. Meanwhile, Rin is exhilarated to have discovered yet another game where she shines, which only heightens Dallin's anxiety. Dallin's heart races as he notices the mission timer ticking down to less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Rin, brimming with excitement, eagerly prepares for another round. But before she can even complete her rock, paper, scissors throw, Dallin seizes the moment and swings the mallet, striking her lightly on the head. His impulsive move leaves the onlookers in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. Realizing the chaos he has caused, Dallin is convinced he has once again ruined everything. Just then, a system notification chimes in, declaring that the mission is complete. Almost immediately, another message follows, confirming his reward, and a bag materializes before him. Grateful yet bewildered, Dallin turns to the vendor and explains that the hammer has broken. The vendor simply shrugs and replies, "Just keep it." As night descends, the two friends stroll down the dimly lit street. Dallin, drenched in nervous sweat, is consumed by regret, wishing he had simply failed the mission and accepted the consequences. Finally, he turns to Rin and asks if she's angry with him. To his surprise, she bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Watching her laugh so heartily and without pause, Dallin starts to worry. Did he hit her too hard? Still chuckling, she reassures him that it didn't hurt, adding that she had never taken such a loud, powerful hit before. However, the lighthearted atmosphere shifts when Rin mentions that her dad is calling and she needs to head back to the internet cafe. As she bids farewell, she tells Dallin how much fun she had thanks to him, and he echoes her sentiment. Leaning in closer, Rin promises that they will play more games together next time. As she turns to leave, she casually mentions that she'll see him at school later. Unsure of how to respond, Dallin merely nods. But just as she walks away, a strange man approaches, inquiring about the game the two of them were playing. Startled, Dallin instinctively shoves the man aside. The stranger then raises his phone to his ear, informing someone on the other end that he has found the target. When the voice on the other end instructs him to hang up, Dallin senses the danger closing in. The man reveals that he's searching for Dallin Ha because he's taken down his younger friends. As the man declares his intent for revenge, Dallin braces himself, assuming a confrontation is inevitable. This troubles him deeply. He had recklessly used his skills against the delinquents earlier, leaving his gamer-slave class completely drained of energy points. Now, Dion feels a chilling certainty that if he engages in battle, he will surely lose. Yet, when the man locks eyes with him, he unexpectedly declares that he has lost the will for revenge. He begins to walk away, declaring he has more important matters to attend to, leaving Don feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he's about to exit, the man turns back and inquires if Aaron has gone to the internet cafe. When Dayon confirms this and asks why, the sinister delinquent smirks, revealing his intentions. He chillingly suggests that if Aaron is willing to play with someone like Dayon, then she must be open to playing with anyone. Before the jerk can utter another obscene word, Dayon seizes his shirt. Hatred burns in his eyes as he tightens his grip on the man's jacket. With fury simmering beneath the surface, Dayon threatens him, demanding he shut up and follow him. Sun Ming-yu taunts him, teasingly asking if he's scared. Just then, a new mission notification flashes, signaling that a fight is imminent. Moments later, irritated by the insults, Sun Ming-yu launches attack on Dayon Ha. Our protagonist struggles to land his first few strikes, and in a swift counter, the delinquent delivers a powerful punch right to his stomach. Standing over him, Sun Ming-yu sneers as he recounts the tale of how Dayon had once taken down 4 bullies. Humiliated, Dayon realizes that his critical strikes may not activate this time, but he sees no other option. With his mana points completely depleted, he must rely on sheer luck to land a critical hit. Fueled by determination, he vows to do whatever it takes to strike back and protect Aaron from Sun Ming-yu's taunts. The man continues to taunt him, echoing Dayon's own words about not allowing anyone to touch his girl. In that tense moment, Sun brandishes a pair of gleaming golden brass knuckles, declaring that he won't stand for such disrespect. Dawn, taken aback, wonders if this officially qualifies as a dangerous weapon. Just then, Ming-yu charges toward our hero, shouting that he's going to knock all the teeth out of his mouth. Before the criminal can close the distance, Dayon delivers a stunning blow right to his chin. Armed with his own weapon, Dawn unleashes a flurry of strikes, but Sun skillfully deflects each one. In a final surge of power, Dawn lands one last devastating hit that sends the man sprawling backward. Remarkably, Sun Ming-yu regains his balance and lands on his feet, ready for whatever comes next. Injured and bewildered, Sun glances around, questioning where Don even found a club. His eyes widen in shock as he spots a bag from the Royal Castle toy store lying on the ground. Just as Down urges him to continue the fight, the system chimes in, announcing that the Weapon Master skill has been successfully activated. The description reveals that this skill only triggers when facing an armed opponent. The protagonist stands confidently, gripping a toy hammer that radiates energy as he threatens Sun. The delinquent can hardly believe his eye. How could a mere toy deliver such astonishing power? Sun Ming-yu demands to know what kind of trick Down is pulling. In response, Daeon casually taps the hammer against his own head, a playful grin on his face. "It's just a plastic mallet," he says nonchalantly. Insulted and seething with rage at being deceived, Sun Ming-yu lunges at Daeon. But just as he prepares to strike, Don swings the plastic mallet once more. The blow lands squarely on Sun Ming-yu's hand, interrupting his punch with the brass knuckles. With a determined glint in his eye, Daeon readies another strike, taunting Sun Ming-yu to keep believing it was all just a trick. He activated his Weapon Master skill once more, but this time, his enemy deftly dodged the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Ming-yu lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Daeon's torso. With a smug grin, he taunted, "If I stay close, you won't be able to hit me." However, Daeon caught him off guard by striking him in the back with the handle of the toy hammer. The sudden blow made Sun Ming-yu release his grip, granting Down the opportunity he needed to retaliate. As soon as he was free, Daeon raised his arms triumphantly and declared that he was ready to punish Sun Ming-yu. Fuming over the despicable words the man had hurled at Aaron, Don swung his hammer in anger. But to his dismay, the plastic head flew off the handle with a pathetic thud. Was the weapon really that poorly made? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pondered if there might still be some way to make use of it. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a system message appeared. Damaged weapons do not trigger the skill effect. Dane was left in shock, realizing he had no chance of winning without a weapon. In a panic, he scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for anything he could use as a substitute, even something as mundane as a trash can. Seeing Don in distress, Sun Ming-yu charged in, delivering a powerful punch. His fist, reinforced with brass knuckles, connected with Don's face, sending a spray of ketchup flying through the air. With a smirk, he taunted Daeon, questioning whether he could do anything without his trusty mallet. As Daeon crumpled to the ground in agony, he couldn't help but ponder the sheer force behind that blow. The golden brass knuckles transformed the pain into something far more intense than a regular punch. After that first strike, Daeon was bombarded by a relentless barrage of hard hits. Following a powerful blow to Daeon's stomach, Sun Ming-yu had a wicked idea. He announced his plan to pummel Daeon until he was nearly out of the fight, then drag him off to Orenju. He concluded with a chilling promise to do unspeakable things to the girl right in front of Daeon. Sun Ming-yu smugly declared that he would avenge his pride while fulfilling his own twisted desires. Dan, unfazed, shot back with a sarcastic remark, asking if those villainous lines were lifted from a movie or a video game. He then questioned why Sun Ming-yu was so eager to embrace villainy and commit evil deeds. Sun Ming-yu merely scoffed, insisting the answer was simple. As he readied a downward punch, he declared that this way of life was far more exhilarating. But just as he was about to strike down, an unexpected force suddenly struck him. Confused, the delinquent struggled to comprehend what had just hit him and caused the pain. Sun Ming-yu's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the object in Daeon's hands, a belt. Daeon had activated his Weapon Master skill in an unexpected manner, wielding his own belt as a weapon. Infuriated by this unconventional choice, Sun readied another punch and charged at Daeon. In response, Daeon lashed out with the belt, striking Sun repeatedly with a series of sharp, stinging blows. As Daeon lashed out, he demanded to know what had possessed Sun Ming-yu to utter such terrible words. In response, the villain dropped his brass knuckles and seized Daeon's belt, effectively immobilizing his newfound weapon. Gripping the belt tightly, Sun declared, "A life without thrill is a waste." He insists that pretending otherwise is simply being fake and readies himself to throw a punch. In response, Daeon grits his teeth and swiftly wraps the belt around Sun's attacking arm, immobilizing it. With his opponent's arm restrained, Daeon uses his body weight to perform a judo technique, flipping Sun over his shoulder and slamming him hard onto the ground. As the thug crashes to the floor, he coughs up a mouthful of jelly and promptly loses consciousness. At that moment, the system alerts Daeon that his mission is complete. Mingyu has been defeated. Exhausted and nursing his injuries, our protagonist lets out a sigh of relief, grateful to have emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Erin's father expresses his regret for making her work instead of focusing on her studies, but she simply requests food in exchange. Her father asks what she would like to eat, and Erin cheerfully responds that she wants chicken with chocolate and mint. Down feels a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that nothing has happened to her and that she is safe with her dad. Later, as they arrive home, our protagonist feels a sense of relief and happiness at having made it back safely. Lying on the couch, nursing his injuries, he quietly admits to himself that he truly believed he might not make it through the day. As the memory of the thug's question lingers in his mind, he realizes he still has no answer. He can't help but wonder how his father, a man who had faced people like that throughout his life, would have responded. Shaking off the weight of the question for now, Daeon turns his attention to the reward from the unexpected mission. To his surprise, he discovers a set of 5 bronze keys waiting for him. After everything that just unfolded, he comes to a stark realization. He can never predict when another fight might erupt. Determined to prepare himself, he decides to focus on enhancing other attributes, especially since his attack stat had already seen a significant boost last time. He spends his bronze keys to elevate his agility and defense by 3 and 2 points, respectively. With his attributes now strengthened, he chooses to overlook the spirit stat, still uncertain of its purpose. Noticing the bag on the table, he decides to check the reward from the Hammer Game mission. Don is taken aback when he discovers that his reward is a dungeon map. Ignoring the system window, he wonders if this could be a map to an actual dungeon. He envisions dungeons like those in games, complete with massive gates that materialize out of nowhere. But when he peers into the bag to examine his reward, disbelief washes over him at what he finds inside. Down breaks out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. It's true, a dungeon map, yet all he sees is a real estate pamphlet. How could a map of the royal castle, which resembles an apartment complex, possibly be a dungeon? As he scans the pamphlet, he spots a construction date and realizes it must indicate the mission's deadline. This revelation leads our hero to wonder if the construction site is, in fact, the dungeon. Just then, a notification pops up, announcing that the mission will open in 5 days and is recommended for a group. He quickly realizes that he'll need a party of at least 2 to explore the site, much like in a game. The thought of facing a challenging and terrifying dungeon sends a shiver down his spine, prompting him to immediately decide against taking on the quest. At that very moment, the system alerts him that failure to complete the dungeon will result in punishment. Frustrated by the game-like system that demands so much yet offers little in return, Daeon Ha sighs in resignation. Determined to tackle the challenge, he quickly thinks of a friend to join him on this mission. However, his hopes are dashed when Unsung responds that he has other commitments. Unsung firmly declares that he won't be a pawn for Dan to manipulate at will, leaving Daeon feeling stuck. With a frustrated sigh, he contemplates who else he might recruit. Just then, his reclusive classmate Jihan approaches and asks what's troubling him. An idea sparks in Daeon's mind. Perhaps he could invite Jihan on the dungeon mission, but almost immediately he hesitates, recalling Jihan's past encounters with bullies and the inherent dangers of the quest. As Down contemplates who else to invite, Kyan suddenly appears, asking where he's headed. He's taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the stunning girl at school. When he inquires about her reason for coming, she playfully claims it's because she doesn't have his phone number. This piques his curiosity about her true intentions, but Kyan brushes it off, insisting it's nothing important. She explains that ever since he became a representative, she hasn't had the opportunity to introduce him to some important individuals. When Daeon inquires about who they are, Sion reveals that they are the influential men of Boromundin. He questions whether she truly needs to take him along, insisting that he doesn't contribute much as a representative anyway. His mind drifts to a ridiculous scenario where he plays the part of a domineering leader, barking orders at his subordinates to eat. To his dismay, they obey, devouring their food like ravenous beasts. The thought leaves Down feeling overwhelmed at the prospect of such a role. Just as he gets lost in this amusing daydream, they arrive at their destination. As Daeon steps inside, he's greeted by someone who calls him by his gang name, expressing it's an honor to meet him. A wave of smugness washes over him, though he's too shy to show it. He begins to ask if this is some sort of gang, but before he can request the man to address him as representative, instead, he's taken aback by a surprise. At a nearby table, 2 eccentric men await, and they too call him by his gang name, Kyung Min. His gaze shifts to Kang So-hoon, the man he had punched earlier, who appears just as shocked to see him. Dawn suddenly recalls that Kang So-hoon is a member of Boromondan, leaving him stunned by the unexpected encounter. Cyan quickly interjects, demanding to know what Kang's issue is. In response, Kang accuses Dawn of being a fraud. Dawn fires back, questioning So-hoon's pride for getting beaten so easily, which prompts Kang to retaliate with accusations of cheating. Striking a cocky pose, Dom threatens his opponent, asking if he wants another beating. Annoyed, Cyan interjects, telling both of them to cut it out. They're embarrassing themselves. With a fierce glare, she orders them to shut up and sit down. The eccentric man at the table chuckles, remarking that her intimidating demeanor was just as he had heard. The older man then expresses his eagerness to meet Dan Hyung Nim, thanking Cyan for finally bringing them together. When Daeon inquires about the arrival of the other members, the old man looks puzzled. He clarifies that the four of them seated at the table are all that Boromondan has at the moment. Dawn, taken aback, questions whether this is truly a meeting, as he expected a gathering filled with numerous members. The old man starts to recount an incident that occurred after the last Borom representative departed, but Kong appears eager to steer the conversation away from that topic. Cyan steps forward, making it clear that today is solely for introductions and that they should keep the conversation straightforward. She introduces the man as Shin Si-hee, a first-year student. Shin then interjects, revealing that Kang is Boroma's deputy, with a hint of frustration. He adds that he would be the leader if it weren't for Daeon, insisting that Daeon only needs to maintain his representative title for the time being. Cyan turns to Dawn, inquiring if he has stirred up any trouble. Confused, he asks for clarification. She points out his recent chats with Han Yoon-sung and his confrontations with the neighborhood bullies. According to her, his actions nearly led to much larger issues. As Daeon processes this, he realizes that despite everything he did, no serious consequences followed. It dawns on him that Cyan must have asked the question already knowing the answer. When she mentions the scars on his face, he swiftly attempts to shift the conversation. Observing this, Kang Se-hee notices Don's worried expression and the slight tremor in his hands. To ease the tension, Cyan interjects, reminding everyone that Barama is currently vulnerable and no one is inclined to attack them. Kang quickly objects to her request, insisting he is strong enough to handle it. Daeon stifles a laugh at Kang Se-hee's frustrated expression, which only fuels Kang's anger further when he notices. As their bickering escalates, Cyan, growing weary of the back and forth, chimes in to ask if he can order some shrimp. 4 days later, a discussion about money unfolds inside a different building. Two men engage in a conversation about how time and effort could have been better spent on their subordinates. An elderly man interjects, explaining that the construction of the building is delayed due to difficulties in hiring workers. He then turns to a gangster, a man clad in a green suit adorned with tattoos, warning him not to exploit the people involved in the project and to leave. The gangster smirks, retorting that his actions were all in the interest of his client's benefit. Recognizing the old man's wealth, he proposes that they demand a hefty allowance for their relentless work. The old man grumbles about the lack of respect from these brats, which only fuels the gangster's fury. He summons his underling, Il-sok, and instructs him to teach the old man a lesson until he coughs up the cash. Il-sok rolls up his sleeves, a smirk on his face, and nods, ready to carry out the order. A short while later, the underling is seen wiping his hand, oddly smeared with jelly. The gang leader chuckles, assured that the old man will pay, one way or another. He turns to his underling and asks if everyone is ready. Ilza confirms that they are all assembled on the first floor. With a smirk, the leader reveals his motive for targeting Boromidong. His men were previously defeated by Daewon. With a chilling, malevolent gaze, he announces that their attack will begin with the weakest member of Borama. The men he summoned quickly assemble, ready to march toward Boromidong. Meanwhile, two newcomers arrive at the construction site. One of them demands to know the location of the leader, issuing a thinly veiled threat should the other reconsider his decision to relinquish the role in exchange for assistance. The gangsters present exchange curious glances, pondering the identities of the newcomers and how they managed to discover this hidden location. Studying a dungeon map, Da-hun questions why they've ended up in Bong-shin-dong. Daewon, filled with determination, asserts that after their school was invaded, this time will be different. He emphasizes that they are now the ones launching an assault on the enemy's stronghold. Just then, a system announcement echoes through the air, declaring that they have officially entered the royal castle. The scene flashes back to the past, revealing Kang on the phone, questioning why Daewon accepted his assistance. During their conversation, Kang had pressed Daewon, asking if he was serious about the decision. Clearly agitated, he demanded the address, declaring he would head there right away. Now, back in the present, Kang insists that Daewon should relinquish the leader position to him. After Daewon tells him to shut up and help, Se-hun warns him not to get in his way. Out of nowhere, a rival gang member swings a baseball bat at Kang from behind, but as the wooden weapon strikes his back, it shatters into splinters. Kang scoffs, glancing back at the delinquent. "Did you really think that would hurt me?" With lightning speed, he seizes the enemy by the neck, tightening his grip as he begins to choke him. Lifting the man effortlessly into the air, Kang taunts him, asking if he truly believes he can defeat Boromai's grenade with such a feeble attack. Just then, another underling from Bongjin charges towards Se-hun, demanding he release his friend. But before the man can reach him, Kang hurls the first delinquent at him, sending them both crashing together. With a fierce determination, Kang Se-hun shouts at the members of Bongjin Dong, challenging them all to come at him. Daewon hadn't expected much from Kang, especially after their last encounter where he had been defeated. However, he couldn't help but notice Kang's incredible strength now. The way he effortlessly halted the Falcon's descent made Daewon realize that, had it not been for a critical hit, he would have lost that previous fight. In that moment of reflection, he silently thanked Kang for bringing him to the dungeon, understanding that even someone like him, whom he once deemed worthless, had a purpose. Suddenly, the system alerted him to a special event mission: defeat 5 ordinary individuals. As the other members of the Bongshin gang rushed in recklessly, the protagonist materialized behind them, saber in hand. Reluctant to engage in battle yet unwilling to forfeit a golden key reward, he steeled himself and decided to strike. Harnessing his weapon master skill, he swiftly dispatched one of the men, successfully completing the first part of his mission. In retaliation, a friend of the man Daewon had just defeated charged at him, brandishing a metal pipe. With a swift move, our protagonist dodged the attack and trapped the pipe under his foot. He quipped that anyone wielding an iron pipe is usually just a weak extra in the story. Then, with a decisive swing of his saber, he struck the man square in the face. To everyone's surprise, a stream of what resembled strawberry jelly erupted from his nose. With a decisive strike, the protagonist drove his saber deep into the thug's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Just then, the system chimed in, announcing the defeat of the second normal monster, leaving 3 more to conquer. Our hero reveled in the thrill of using his weapon master skill, which had dramatically amplified his saber's power. Nearby, Kang Se-hun watched in astonishment, recognizing that Daewon truly knew how to fight. As he glanced at his comrade's feet, 2 other men rushed in to attack and surround Kang. He effortlessly dodged the first assailant, bending at the waist without shifting his feet. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a powerful uppercut that connected squarely with the enemy's chin. However, the second thug seized the opportunity, lunging at Kang from behind with a pipe raised high. Kang absorbed the blow with calm resolve, his body hardened by experience. In an instant, he retaliated, delivering a powerful punch to the thug's face. The man crumpled to the ground, badly injured, blood streaming from his wounds like a gruesome cascade of ketchup. Spotting another enemy ahead, Kang seized the moment to inquire, "Are you here for the Bongshin Assemblyman Jiba-chan?" Sipping his whiskey, the assemblyman of Bongjin Dong inquires if his vassals have already departed. His subordinate, Il Ziok, attempts to call them, but no one picks up. Reluctant to pursue his seasoned men himself, Ji leaves it to Il Ziok to investigate their whereabouts. Meanwhile, our protagonist triumphs over 2 more foes in his event mission. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he revels in the fact that he is finally nearing the completion of his task. Surrounded by the defeated members of a rival gang, the 2 fighters from Boromon Dong stand tall. Kang notices that the man he's holding is the last one left. As Kang boasts about having taken down 1 more enemy than Daomon, the captive suddenly produces a knife. Kang's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the danger unfolding before him. Damonha shouts that he must defeat his foe and hurls his saber with precision. The blade strikes true, sending the enemy flying from Kang's grasp and causing him to drop his knife. As the rival gang member collapses, the system alerts our protagonist that the mission is complete and a reward is on its way. After defeating 5 regular enemies, Domon finally obtains the golden key. Kang So-hoon glares at the blade lying on the ground, grumbling that he never asked for Domon's help. With his pride wounded, Soo-hoon turns away and begins to ascend the stairs. Noticing that Damon lingers behind, he taunts, asking if Damon is afraid to follow. Damon quickly denies it. As they climb several flights of stairs, our protagonist can't help but exclaim, "This is really exhausting." Suddenly, a voice from above breaks the silence, remarking on the unexpected sight below. Il-sok, the man speaking, admits he never anticipated the Sambos would come to their base in the royal castle. Damon recalls that Il-sok is one of the invaders who attacked their school alongside the others they fought. Kang speculates that if Il-sok is here, then Jibek Chang must be nearby as well. Meanwhile, Soo-hoon strides past the delinquent, his eyes set firmly on the Bang Shin-dong assemblyman. Annoyed, Il-sok confronts Kang, demanding to know how he dares to ignore him. Just as he raises his hand to strike, Domon-ha swiftly targets Sok's blind spot from behind. Realizing that the final boss is on the top floor, Damon decides to deal with his subordinate first. He instructs the vassal to grab a paint roller as a makeshift weapon, insisting that they fight fair. Meanwhile, Kang So-hoon approaches Ji-bike, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he remarks that it has been a while since they last met. The Bang Shin-dong assemblyman lights up at the sight of Kang So-hoon, eagerly mocking him for losing the class representative position to an unassuming nerd. In retaliation, Kang accuses Ji of being a coward, lurking in the shadows while his leader remains oblivious. This strikes a nerve with Baek, who expresses his disdain for those who only talk big. When Kang challenges him to find out if he's merely bluffing, tensions escalate, and the two launch into a fierce fight. Amidst the chaos, our protagonist drops his red saber. Pinned down by Sok, Damon realizes he's in deep trouble, having underestimated his opponent as just another enemy. Cho Il-sok reveals himself to be an elite monster, confidently boasting that he could defeat Daimon with just one hand. As Damon struggles to grasp the concept of an elite monster, Sok elaborates, emphasizing that he is unlike any foe Damon has faced before. Just as Damon prepared to eliminate his opponent, Sok landed a swift kick to his groin. Damon was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sok to block such a surprise attack. Quickly, he leaped back to create some distance, declaring that he was different from the other bullies. Meanwhile, a system message flashed before him, announcing that a reward awaited him once the dungeon was cleared. Engaged in fierce combat with Sayok, Damon resolved to see the fight through to the bitter end, declaring that this very place would become his opponent's grave. Sayok retorted fiercely, insisting it would be a grave for both of them. With a fierce battle cry, he charged at Damon, proclaiming that the Sunbai would not escape this encounter. In that moment, Damon recalled a crucial lesson. Rather than merely exploiting a blind spot for an attack, it was far more effective to use it to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. He understood that striking one blind spot would only create an even larger one due to the impact. With this technique, he landed a clean punch squarely on Sayok's face. Elated to see his strategy in action, he quickly employed the blind spot technique once more, delivering another solid blow to the delinquent's jaw. This created an even larger opening, allowing him to unleash a relentless barrage of punches that he referred to as a beating. Damon intended to maintain his assault, but out of nowhere, a lightning-fast punch from Sayok caught him off guard. The strike from the Bang Shin-dong delinquent landed squarely, leaving Damon momentarily stunned. Sayok then confessed, a hint of vulnerability in his voice, that he had felt a surge of fear when Damon labeled him an elite monster. Damon swiftly blocked the punch, surprised to find it lacked the power he had anticipated. The boost to his strength was evident. With a sense of satisfaction at having deflected the blow, he proclaimed that today, Sayok would be the one on the receiving end of a beating. Sayok, momentarily stunned, couldn't comprehend how Damon had managed to react so quickly. Sayok revealed that he had been closely observing his opponent and had gathered some intriguing information. He mentioned that his rival had a peculiar aversion to sunlight. Continuing, Sayok remarked that anyone familiar with delinquents understands they operate like a non-profit organization. He explained that their group exists solely to guide troublemakers toward a better path and offer them support. He then revealed that it was created by Hae-jin-oh, Damon Ha's father. Sayok cruelly corrected himself, adding that since his father was no longer alive, he should refer to him as a cold corpse. Infuriated, Damon rolled up his sleeves and warned Sayok not to speak about his father in such a disrespectful manner. The scene then shifted back to Ji-bek and Kang So-yoon, who were locked in a fierce struggle, each determined to overpower the other. Jibek Cheng revealed his plan to take down Barama that day and asked Kang how he had ended up there. Suyang casually replied that he was following their leader, Daoman. With this information, Jibek Cheng deduced that the Barama representative must be close by. Seizing what he felt was a stroke of luck, Jibek Cheng dropped to the ground, preparing to launch a kick. As soon as his back hit the floor, he drove his foot straight into Kang's solar plexus. With excitement, Ji exclaimed that the mountain had come to Muhammad in the desert. Just as Jibek Chang landed his kick, Kang Soyun seized his leg, leaving Jibek completely vulnerable. "I am the mountain," Kang declared, readying himself for a counterattack. Using his grip on Jibek's leg, he hurled him across the room, sending him crashing violently into the nearby furniture. Kang Soyun confidently declares that he has already dealt with all the underlings on the first floor, while Daoman is currently occupied with Shulk. Just then, Jibek Chang burst forth from the dust and smoke, landing a solid punch directly on Kang's face. Reacting swiftly, Kang retaliates, and they both exchange blows simultaneously. Seizing the moment, Jiba tries to drive his knee into Suyun's face, escalating the intensity of their confrontation. Jibek lands a knee strike and swiftly attempts to mount Kang for a takedown, but just before they hit the ground, Kang digs his feet in, preventing the fall. Having narrowly avoided a direct blow to his nose, Kang's irritation flares at Jibek for resorting to such underhanded tactics. With a smirk, Jibek taunts Kang, pointing out that leaving his representative behind was a grave mistake, one that has already cost him the fight. He emphasizes that Daoman is far from weak, contrary to Kang's belief. If Kang truly understood Siak, he would never have made such a claim. Meanwhile, in a different part of the building, Daoman lands another punch to Siok's stomach, taking advantage of his blind spot. He follows up with a punch to Siok's face, but a nagging feeling begins to creep in. Something isn't right. No matter how many times Daoman strikes Ilsok, whether with powerful kicks or his signature falcon drop, none of his strongest moves seem to faze him. It's as if Ilsok is a relentless zombie, rising again and again, undeterred by the punishment. Meanwhile, in the other room, Jibek boasts that he has never witnessed his bodyguard lose a single fight. As Daoman continues to battle, he can't help but wonder what makes Ilsok so impossibly resilient. Daoman is baffled by Shok's resilience. How has he not passed out or been defeated yet? With only enough mana points left for multi-hit attacks, Daoman resolves to finish the battle with one decisive blow. Just as he readies his strongest move, Siok interrupts with a swift punch to the face, canceling his attack. As Sayak gears up for another strike, he remarks with a smirk that Daoman appears to have already grown weary of the fight. At that precise moment, Daoman delivers an unexpected strike from Shok's blind spot. Siok deftly dodges the attack and taunts Daoman, declaring that he's far too slow. With a swift motion, Siok lands a punch to Daoman's stomach, smirking as he suggests that Daoman must have gotten a little too excited at the mention of his father. "Do you understand why I brought your dad into this?" Siok asks, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Before Daoman can respond, Siok delivers another powerful blow to his stomach, adding, "It's because I feel sorry for Ha Jin, your father." Siok asserts that Ha Jin must have died believing his mission was fulfilled, convinced he had transformed the lives of bullies. Yet, instead of honoring that legacy, his son Daoman chose to align himself with the Bully Council, betraying everything his father stood for. Siok then emphasizes that Daoman behaves differently from other delinquents and shouldn't be labeled as one. He continues, expressing that Ha Jin must be heartbroken in heaven, watching his son choose this path. Ilsok warns Daoman that if he looked closely, he would realize he was throwing his life away. As he speaks, Siok readies another punch. Confident in his strike, he lands what he believes to be a solid hit on Daoman's face, only to be stunned when Daoman barely flinches. With Siok's hand still pressed against his cheek, Daoman stood frozen in place, a surge of memories flooding his mind. He remembered the golden key he had obtained, a reward that had unlocked a unique skill class. Gripping his enemy's clothes tightly, Daoman's voice trembled with fury as he declared, "I will say this one last time. Never speak of my father like that again." Suddenly, a childhood memory washed over him, a time when he would play video games with his dad. He vividly recalled a special move from one of those games known as the stunning blow. In that cherished memory, a younger Daoman was filled with joy as he played alongside his father. The game's story revolved around a brave knight on a quest to rescue a princess captured by the Demon King's army. The knight fought valiantly, knocking out every enemy in his path with his stunning blow, determined to reach the top of the castle and rescue her. Yet, no matter how many times he struck the final boss, the Demon King refused to fall. Each defeat forced the knight to rise again. Undeterred, ready to try once more, little Daomon watched, tears in his eyes, asking his father if the game was truly impossible to win. But his father, embodying resilience, never wavered, pressing continue after each crushing defeat, steadfast in his quest. Back in the present, Daomon realized that by using his golden key, he had unlocked a powerful new skill. The stunning blow, which cost 90 points, was crafted to tightly grip Ilsok's clothes. With a sense of urgency, Daomon reiterated his earlier warning. He demanded Ilsok never speak of his father again. Then, with a swift motion, he threw Ilsok over his shoulder and activated the exclusive skill. With a stunning blow, Daomon slammed the man fiercely into the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Respect the boundaries, he warned. But when he turned to where the delinquent should have been, he found nothing. Before he could process the sudden emptiness, Ilsok lunged from the side, tackling him to the floor. The thug seized Daomon's leg, yanking it with brutal force and slamming him down hard. As Daomon's head struck the ground, he was taken aback to see Ilsok still on his feet, questioning what kind of resilience the man possessed. With an icy demeanor, Ilsok inquired if Daomon had finished speaking. Meanwhile, Kang stood his ground against Jibek Chang, who demanded to know Kang's intentions. Charging at the Boromai assemblyman, Kang boldly proclaimed that the representative was doomed. Kang Soo-hoon chimed in, affirming that there was nothing Chang could do to escape his fate. He charged at Jibek Chang with blinding speed, reminding himself that now was not the time to dwell on Daomon. He dismissed any concern for whether the representative was lying or would be eliminated in a duel. With a laugh, Jibek seized the moment, using his fall to his advantage. Planting his hands on the ground, he launched a powerful kick, declaring that he hated to spoil people like Sai-hoon. With that, he executed a two-footed kick from below, aiming to turn the tide of the battle. Jibek Chang taunted Kang, suggesting he should at least pretend to care, given that Daomon was his leader. In response, Kang shot back, questioning whether Jibek truly cared about his own leader. After effortlessly sweeping Sai-hoon off his feet, the Bonshin delinquent dismissed the idea, insisting he had no reason to care, as the Bonshin Dong representative was nothing like the leader of Boromai Dong. As Kang endured a flurry of powerful punches from his opponent, he felt the searing pain intensify. Jibek Chang confidently declared that the representative from Silim Dong stood no chance against the one from Bongjin Dong. Meanwhile, in another match, Ilsok skillfully dodged Daomon's relentless attacks, urging him to conserve his energy. With a swift kick, he sent the gamer nerd sprawling, remarking that the kid appeared to be out of shape. Daomon, undeterred, retorted, asking Ilsok if he truly believed he was the only one capable of rising to the challenge. He declared that he didn't care what happened, for he could always stand up and try again. Do-won charged forward, determined to strike the resilient opponent who refused to fall. However, his punch landed weakly against Ilsok's stomach, barely registering as a blow. Ilsok looked down at Do-won with disdain, sneering as he remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father." He asserts that, much like Ojinha, our hero's efforts are futile, and then delivers another devastating punch. With a chilling expression, Ilsok strikes Do-won squarely in the face, sending his nose bandage flying. The relentless barrage of blows leaves Do-won gasping and reeling. Despite his face being battered and bloodied, he stands resolute, refusing to surrender. He suddenly recalls the days of his childhood spent playing with his father, relentlessly striving to conquer the final boss. Overwhelmed by the challenge, he questions whether all his efforts have been in vain. In that vivid memory, his father firmly disagrees, insisting that there must be a way to defeat the Demon King lurking at the game's end. He turns to young Do-won, asking if he truly intends to give up now, prompting the boy to pause and reconsider. Inspired by his father's encouragement, he resolved to keep fighting until he finally defeated the boss. In the present, Ilsok scoffs at Do-won's efforts, declaring them futile, yet Do-won remains undeterred. Just as Ilsok is about to dismiss Do-won's punches as weak, he suddenly receives a devastating blow that sends him flying. In that instant, the game system chimes in, notifying Do-won that he has landed a critical hit. Impressed by the protagonist's overwhelming strength, the delinquent's eyes widen in disbelief. Desperately, he grips the ground with both hands, trying to anchor himself and prevent being thrown even farther. Do-won reflects that despite Sok's claims of invincibility, he is still just an ordinary human. Stunned by the nerd's unexpected power, Ilsok asks, "Did you save all your energy for that one last punch?" Rising to his feet once more, the delinquent scoffs, insisting that his efforts were futile. He still couldn't be defeated. With a smirk, he declares it impossible for Do-won to overcome him and delivers another brutal punch to his stomach. But in that moment, blue lightning crackles around the protagonist, illuminating his defiance. "I learned this in a game," he retorts, leaving the thug utterly bewildered. Do-won seizes Il-suk's face and hurls him backward, proclaiming that no enemy is invincible. With a fierce scream, he recalls the secret behind his skill. His mind drifts back to a childhood memory, sparked by a loud noise from the TV. Young Do-won, panting and exhausted, is filled with pure joy after conquering the final boss and rescuing the princess. His father had just returned from the bathroom to find that his son had finally beaten the game after countless hours of effort. With a triumphant grin, 10-year-old Do-won declared that defeating the demon had been easier than he expected. As he reminisced about how he had vanquished the creature in the game, he swiftly took down a thug in the present, mirroring his virtual victory with real-life courage. He had defeated the final boss with a stunning charge that sent it crashing headfirst into the ground. Now, he activates his exclusive stunning charge ability, slamming Suk's head into the floor. This move is an upgraded version of the stun attack, designed to trigger when the enemy is already down. As Do-won's plan unfolds, the ability activates perfectly with the thug's fall. The move lands with devastating effect, and a genuine look of pain flashes across Il-suk's face. In a vivid memory, Do-won-ha recalls his father, Oh-jin, praising him for his remarkable achievement. "Always remember this day," he had said, "the day you finally conquered the demon in the game after countless seemingly impossible attempts." His father had always assured him that no matter what the future held, his efforts would never be in vain. Back in the present, Do-won exhales with relief, wondering if it's finally over. A system notification chimes in, confirming his victory. The elite monster, Jo Il-suk, has been defeated. Exhausted from his toughest battle yet, Do-won realizes he can no longer move. Meanwhile, a masked worker stands just outside the royal castle. Jung Sik-young, the representative of Bongchin, arrives on the scene and inquires whether Do-won-ha infiltrated the base alone. As he approaches, his subordinate proudly declares that Young is far stronger than Do-won, asserting that even Han Yun-sung wouldn't stand a chance against him. Jung Sik-young climbs on top of Kang Soo-hoon, unleashing a relentless barrage of powerful punches. But just when it seems Kang is down for the count, he surprises everyone by grabbing Ji, one of the subordinates, by the neck. "You talk too much," he growls, tightening his grip with fierce intensity. Despite his injuries, Kang's sinister smile reveals his unyielding spirit as he declares that all the representatives can come at him. With unwavering determination, he vows to wipe them all out. Struggling to break free, Ji gasps for air, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness as he curses Kang Soo-hoon. With no strength left to escape the chokehold, he finally succumbs, muttering that sometimes you have to fight dirty. As Ji goes limp, Kang Soo-hoon quips that he should dress more appropriately before making such remarks. Meanwhile, Do-won is seen ascending the countless steps of a staircase, determinedly making his way to the top of the building. As he makes his way through the desolate building, Do-won encounters no henchmen, his only goal to reach the rooftop. The eerie silence suggests that Soo-hoon has triumphed over Baek. But when he finally arrives, his heart sinks at the sight of his companion slumped unconscious against a pillar. Nearby, Ji-beek stands menacingly, his hands stained with what appears to be tomato sauce, though it's far from a culinary mishap. It's the aftermath of the brutal beating he inflicted on Soo-hoon. In a frenzied state, Ji-beek shouts that he revels in the moment when fools let their guard down. With a mocking tone, he questions whether they truly believed he would succumb to a mere chokehold. As he readies to stomp on Kang Soo-hoon's face, Ji-beek sneers, reminding Soo-hoon that he should have eliminated him when he had the opportunity. Just as Ji-beek is about to deliver the final blow, Do-won suddenly appears and forcefully shoves him aside. He shouts at his companion, urging him to rise and calling him tough. Barely conscious, Soo-hoon realizes that Do-won is the one who got them into this mess. He tells him to run while he buys some time. Ji-beek Chang scoffs, finding their camaraderie laughable. With a mocking chuckle directed at Do-won, he taunts him, asking if he genuinely believed he had defeated Il-suk, before revealing that he himself is the true final boss. Do-won stands frozen, stunned by the shocking revelation. Ji-baek is not only the final boss of the dungeon, but also in peak condition. Meanwhile, Do-won finds himself low on health, with no energy points left for the impending battle. Ji-baek taunts him, urging him to come forward, and Do-won realizes that simply defeating him won't suffice, especially with Kang So-hoon unconscious. Aware that fleeing from this duel is an option, he steels himself as Baek suddenly lunges forward, delivering a powerful punch. Just as Ji-baek boldly declares his intention to crush Baramai, his boss unexpectedly appears, demanding to know what he's up to. The newcomer, an 18-year-old named Jung Sup-young, feigns ignorance about Ji-baek's plan. Clearly shaken, Baek stammers, questioning what his leader is doing there. Observing the tense exchange, Do-won Ha can't help but wonder who this young man is to instill such fear in Ji-ba. He can't say much beyond the fact that he's very short. Ji-baek hurriedly tries to defend himself, insisting that the people from Baramai Dong invaded their base first. Jung Sup-young shoots a venomous glare at his subordinate, countering the claim with a fierce assertion that he heard they attacked first. Terrified, Ji-baek quickly concedes. The boss then inquires if they also made off with any money. Nervously sweating in the presence of the representative, Ji-baek confirms their actions. Suddenly, the short man vanishes, declaring that Ji-baek has made a grave mistake. He reappears mid-air, delivering a devastating kick straight to Ji-baek Chang's face. The impact sends teeth and blood flying, propelling the thug across the room, where he crashes hard against a distant wall. Do-won Ha stands frozen, astonished at the sight of the short man who has just dispatched the final boss with a single blow. His thoughts spiral into confusion until the gang leader's piercing gaze snaps him back to reality, and he realizes he's now in a perilous predicament. Just as the short man prepares to issue a threat, Han Yun-sung suddenly appears on the stairs, commanding him to halt. Do-won can hardly believe his eyes. Han casually remarks that the short guy's threatening lines aren't even funny. When Do-won asks why he's there, Jung replies, "You really don't know." He explains that he was the one who invited Han, even providing him with the location. This comment sparks a memory for Do-won, and he recalls the day at school when he had invited Han Yun-sung to the dungeon. He had tried to persuade the leader of Seo Liang-dong to lend his support, but Han had outright rejected him. Do-won is taken aback, astonished that Han actually remembered the address and made the effort to come all this way. Han Yun-sung then inquires about Do-won's intentions, but the shorter man cuts him off, demanding they not overlook the recent school invasion. With a menacing glare, Jing threatens Han, asserting that if it weren't for the chaos of the invasion, he would have dealt with everything himself. He warns them to stay away from his people, leaving Do-won feeling an overwhelming sense of intimidation. In response, Han, the representative of Seo Liang-dong, strides past the short delinquent without uttering a word. Ju-won advises Yun-sung to take care, and the muscular delinquent leader expresses his gratitude for the concern. Meanwhile, Do-won remains stunned by the brutal condition Ji-baek was left in, pondering whether this chaotic ordeal has finally reached its conclusion. Later, as W1 carries Kang Seo-hoon on his back, he grumbles about the weight of the muscular guy. Unfazed, Kang insists he can walk on his own and then shifts the conversation to Han Yun-sung. Do-won responds that Han appears to be more of an ally than a friend. Kang shakes his head, arguing that Han wouldn't get close to Do-won without a motive, and something about the situation just doesn't sit right with him. He suspects that Han is exploiting his role as a representative, a concern that Do-won readily acknowledges. Shifting the topic, Do-won declares that, as promised, Seo-hoon is now the official representative of Baramai Dong. The news takes the delinquent by surprise, his eyes widening as memories of the mission flood back to him. Kang urged Do-won not to relinquish his position so easily, especially considering their role in the Bully Council and the looming threat from the guys in Bonshan-dong. With newfound determination, Seo-hoon declared he would take on the representative role. As he bid farewell, he told Do-won to stay alive, a comment that left Do-won feeling uneasy about his tone. Moments later, the system notified our protagonist that the Royal Castle dungeon had been cleared. As the system began calculating his contribution to the mission, Do-won wore a hopeful smile, eagerly anticipating the grand reward he had been promised. However, when the results came in, he discovered that his reward had been significantly reduced due to his lack of involvement in defeating the final boss. Do-won realized that taking down the boss was crucial, and he accepted that it was only fair to lose the bonus. His final reward for conquering the dungeon was 12 bronze keys, a considerable haul in his eyes. Stepping out, he was filled with happiness and excitement, already contemplating which attributes he should enhance with his newfound treasures. The next morning, our protagonist, now clad in a sharp suit, remarked on the delightful weather. He felt a sense of joy and satisfaction as he welcomed the arrival of spring. Standing before the mausoleum, he sighed, wishing the day could be brighter if it weren't for this somber occasion. As he stepped inside, he was met with photos of his father, lovingly surrounded by vibrant flowers. Do-won gazed sadly at a framed picture, his heart heavy as he began to speak to him. Memories flooded back to the day his father had passed away, a tragic accident caused by a brake failure that changed everything. His father had swerved to avoid hitting a pedestrian, but, unable to stop in time, crashed into a streetlight pole. Do-won recalled a doctor telling his mother that there was nothing more they could do and that they should prepare for the worst, all while a younger Do-won wept. Now, standing at his father's grave, he felt no tears at all. Noticing the fresh flowers resting above the framed photo, he couldn't help but wonder if someone had come before him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the mausoleum, remarking that Do-won's father was a good man who sacrificed his own life to save another. The protagonist felt a flicker of recognition toward the speaker. The mysterious figure then hinted that the incident might have been a deliberate act rather than a mere accident. Han Yung-sung pondered the unsettling possibility that the culprit might be someone close to him. He turned to Do-won and asked what he would do in such a situation. Taken aback, Do-won pressed for clarification, demanding to know what Han was implying. Before Han could respond, Do-won continued, questioning why he was there and if he had known his father. Instead of answering, Han Yung-sung fell silent, lost in memories of his childhood. In his memory, a man named Old Jin-ha approached him in a park, calling out to him with a firm voice. He scolded the young boy, warning that drinking too much soda wouldn't help him grow up healthy. Instead, he offered Han Yun-sun a refreshing strawberry juice. Sensing something off about the gesture, Han questioned the man's intentions. Jin-ha reassured him, explaining that he was there to ensure no one was smoking nearby. When the young boy asked why, Oh Jin-ha revealed that he was a bully hunter. This sparked a memory for Han, recalling a time when his son had called him unemployed, a claim he had vehemently denied. In the present, the representative of Se-yo-yong-dong interrupted, insisting that none of that mattered at the moment. Before the man could finish, Do-won interrupted, his confusion evident as he echoed Han Yun-sung's assertion that his father was the victim of a calculated crime. He attempted to reason that Yun-sung wouldn't have come all this way just to toy with him. But as he argued that the police had deemed it an accident, Han cut in, declaring he had proof. Han revealed that he possessed evidence that had never been disclosed before. This prompted a flashback to the previous night, where Yun-sung was contemplating whether to tell Do-won the truth in person. He was speaking with Jong Seok, the dwarf, who confirmed that Do-won was indeed the son of Ha Jin-ho, famously known as the Shelter from the Sun. Jong Seok then raised an eyebrow, noting Yun-sung's close relationship with the nerdy gamer boy, and questioned his true motives for spending time with Do-won. Suddenly, Jong Seok slammed his drink onto the table, exclaiming that he had stumbled upon something intriguing. He quickly grabbed his phone to show Han. The revelation about Do-won's father left Han Yun-sung utterly stunned. Bringing the conversation back to the present, Han disclosed to Do-won that Jong Seok had shared a video from the crime scene of Old Jin-ha's death 3 years ago, the very footage they had encountered on the day they infiltrated the building. The news left Do-won in shock. The representative from Seo-ryong-dong told him that whether he chose to believe it was a decision he had to make on his own. Alone in the stillness of the room, Do-won's eyes lingered on a framed photograph, his father's smiling face evoking a deep, quiet sadness within him. Later, he returned home and stepped into the shower, seeking solace in the cascading water. As he gazed out the window at the relentless downpour, the spring rain stirred memories of Han Yun-sung's words. He replayed the claim in his mind. Jong Seok possessed a video that contained evidence from the crime scene 3 years ago. Do-won found it hard to believe, gripping his towel tightly as he wrestled with the unsettling possibility that it might actually be true. Meanwhile, Han Yun-sung gazed out at the rain cascading down from the window of his high-rise apartment. He pulled his phone from his pocket and noticed several messages from Do-won. In them, they inquired about the representative of Bong Shin and asked for the current whereabouts of Jong Seok. Elsewhere on that same rainy day, a subordinate held an umbrella over Jong Seok as she glanced up, wondering if the rain was finally letting up. As his subordinate confirmed the news, Jong Seok's gaze was drawn to something unusual on the street. He was taken aback to see Do-won standing resolutely in the pouring rain, his expression grave. Recognizing that this encounter was no mere coincidence, Jong Seok approached him and asked what he was doing there. Without missing a beat, Do-won demanded to know about the evidence. In response, the gang leader swiftly pulled a flash drive from his pocket, asking if this was what Dawan sought. However, Jung Seok frowned, declaring he had no intention of simply handing over the evidence. He challenged Dawan, stating that if he wanted the item, he would have to take it from his hands. Without hesitation, Dawn showcased his skills, swiftly snatching the flash drive from Jung Seok's grasp. Just as Dawan was about to deliver a decisive blow, Jung Seok's subordinate intervened, sending him flying a considerable distance. Dawan managed to brace himself, planting his hands on the ground to slow his momentum. With heavy footsteps, Jung Seok's subordinate loomed before him like an immovable wall, warning that causing trouble in someone else's territory would have serious consequences. Just as he finishes speaking, he winds up to deliver a devastating punch at Daon Ha. But before the blow can connect, Dawan recalls the 12 bronze keys he earned from his recent mission. In a moment of clarity, he decides to invest them all into his attributes. Contemplating which would yield the greatest benefit, he unlocks his magic stats, boosting them by 100 each time 12 times in total. This upgrade elevates his mana points from 400 to an impressive 1600. With this newfound power, he effortlessly employs the blind spot technique to dodge the incoming punch, countering with a precise strike to the enemy's face. Almost immediately, he charges another punch, his fist enveloped in a surge of intense energy. He then unleashes the multiple strike destruction, delivering a relentless flurry of blows to the bodyguard. Furious at being bested by a gamer nerd, Jung's vassal is taken by surprise when our protagonist suddenly seizes his face and slams him into the ground, executing the stunning fall technique with perfect timing. Relieved to have taken down the formidable opponent, Dawan turns and fixes a serious gaze on Jung Seok-young. The Bongshin leader firmly declares that he made it clear last time no one should mess with him. Stating that Dawn has made a grave mistake, Jung leaps into the air, launching a flying kick with incredible speed as he announces his attack. But in an instant, he realizes his target has vanished, and his kick connects with nothing but empty space. As he looks up, he sees Dawan Ha descending from above, poised to deliver a kick of his own. Dawan unleashes the Falcon Drop, delivering a powerful kick to Jung Seok-young with all his might. The impact sends ripples through a nearby puddle, a testament to the force behind it. Yet, Young expertly blocks the attack with his arm, smoke rising from the point of contact. Locking eyes with Dawn, he confidently declares that one strike won't be enough to take him down. In that moment, Dawan understands that this battle is unlike any he has faced before. Determined to turn the tide, he resolves to use his keys to unlock his mana and unleash his full potential. Convinced that victory lies in his ability to repeat his skills without limitation, Dawn launches another kick at Young. He springs into a high jump, executing a powerful Falcon Drop. Jung Seok-young raises an eyebrow, questioning whether Dawan truly believes that the same kick will succeed a second time. After effortlessly dodging the attack, he dismisses Dawn's pattern as simple and readies a punch. However, he's suddenly caught off guard by a double-footed flying kick, leaving him no time to counter. Despite the surprise, Jung Seok-young skillfully blocks the kick with his forearm. Dawan realizes the truth. This opponent is unlike any he has faced before and won't be taken down easily. As his opponent lunges for another strike, the protagonist realizes he must give it his all until he can decipher Young's techniques. With a swift motion, he counters, throwing Young over his shoulder and sending him crashing toward the ground. Just as Young is about to hit the pavement, Dawoon unleashes his stunning strike technique, aiming to end the fight once and for all. He is taken aback to see that Jung Seok hasn't fallen. Instead, he stands firm, never having touched the ground. Turning to Dawn, Jung Seok comments with a hint of amusement. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Startled to see his opponent still standing, Dayon instinctively takes a step back, fear creeping into his expression. Young, undeterred, remarks on the surreal quality of Dayon's movements before declaring that he has made up his mind. With determination, he charges toward Dawan, announcing that he will only deliver 2 more strikes. He challenges Dawan to show him more before it all comes to an end. Young strikes with such blinding speed that our hero barely has time to react. The impact is devastating, causing Dawan's HP to plummet from 1500 to a mere 200 in an instant, nearly knocking him out from the shock. Towering over him, Young scoffs at the None's defense, declaring it woefully inadequate compared to his own formidable offense. In that moment, Dawan comes to a stark realization. Victory is beyond his reach, as Young's strength far surpasses his current abilities. When Young taunts him, expressing disappointment in his performance, Dawan's frustration ignites into anger, and he clenches his fist tightly. With no other options left, he decides to employ his blind spot technique, targeting Young's foot. Young clutches his foot, glaring at Dawn. What are you doing? Is this supposed to be an attack or just a pathetic attempt to trip me? Dawan smirks. Actually, I am trying to trip you. The floor is wet after all. With a surge of determination, Dawan channels all his strength, using the slick puddle to send the Bongshin representative tumbling to the ground in a spectacular crash. Seizing the opportunity as Young crashes to the ground, Dawan winds up a punch and shouts that his opponent is about to taste his own teeth. With Young finally down, he unleashes his devastating multi-punch ability. He follows up with another strike, chaining together a powerful combo, then a third time, releasing a torrent of crushing blows. Sweat pours from his brow as he exerts himself to the limit, each punch echoing with raw intensity. Completely exhausted, Dawan exhales heavily, his body feeling utterly drained from the relentless assault. To his horror, his opponent appears unscathed and simply asks if Dawn has finished attacking. Jungshok, observing Dawn's dazed expression, offers a piece of advice. He instructs Dawn to look at his own hand, now a gruesome sight, ruined and smeared with a bloody, jelly-like substance. Young scoffs, dismissing any expectations he might have had for someone like Dawan. You clearly have nothing new to offer, he remarks. Then, extending his hand, he offers Dawan the flash drive he's holding. Confused yet hopeful, Dawan reaches out with a trembling hand to accept the unexpected gift. However, it was a feint. Young deceives him, sending him hurtling across the room with an overwhelming force. The impact sends our protagonist crashing into a pile of crates. Young then raises the flash drive containing the evidence of his father's death, revealing that he never intended to hand it over. As Dawn lies there, severely injured, Jungshok coolly remarks that this was just the second strike. Jungshok taunts Dawan, suggesting that if he still wants the flash drive, he should pay another visit to the representatives. But he adds with a smirk that next time, he'll make sure to beat Dawan into complete submission. As our protagonist's eyelids grow heavy, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, Jungshok expresses his disappointment, stating he had hoped for a more thrilling fight. With a dismissive glance back, he declares it was far more tedious than he anticipated before turning and striding away. Moments later, rain begins to pour from the sky, splattering against the face of the unconscious hero. Suddenly, Dawan's eyes snap open in shock. Struggling to his feet, he feels the sting of his wounds as the downpour drenches him. In disbelief, he grapples with the reality that he has lost the duel to a thug like Jungshok. His mind races back to Ensung's chilling words about the flash drive containing evidence of his father's murder, and then to the moment Young deceived him by pretending to hand it over. Overcome with grief, he wraps his arms around himself in a futile attempt to find solace. Curling into a fetal position on the damp ground, Dawn begins to weep, whispering apologies to his father. He feels a deep sense of terror, convinced that if he encounters the delinquent again, he stands no chance of winning. As the cold rain mingles with his tears, he wonders what he's supposed to do now. The storm serves as a haunting reminder. It was on a rainy spring night, just like this one, that he lost his father. Just then, a new mission activates in the game system. Dawan reflects on how everything unfolded that day before he even grasped his own weaknesses. Suddenly, the system displays the rewards for his new mission, and he realizes he has already grown stronger. A message pops up asking if he wishes to accept this mission, promising great rewards. With a newfound determination to become more powerful, he eagerly accepts the challenge and immediately feels a surge of strength coursing through him. His thoughts drifted to the Sun Shelter, an institute dedicated to guiding young people onto the right path. His father, Oh Jin-ha, served as the representative of this charitable organization, earning admiration and praise from all its members for his commitment to social work. Yet Dawan never shared the same attachment to his father that everyone else seemed to feel. The scene shifts to a memory from years past, where a drowsy Dawan sleepily inquired if his father was heading out late into the night. Oh Jin-ha noticed that his son was still awake and explained that there was still much work to be done. Dawan recalled the boy from the shelter named Park Jung-soo, who had a habit of smoking during school breaks. His father had mentioned that he had already spoken with the boy, recognizing that quitting smoking is a challenging journey. Dayan then reported that Park Jung-soo was also stealing from others and had even used the shelter's funds to buy a motorcycle. Upon hearing this, his father felt a wave of self-blame wash over him, grappling with feelings of inadequacy. Young Dalan, sensing his father's turmoil, cynically questioned whether he truly believed the boys would change. "Is your real plan just to profit from donations?" he asked, skepticism lacing his words. Oh Jinhye left that day without a word, and now Dolan understands he unfairly blamed his father for merely trying to help troubled youths. His father had invited him to go camping that weekend and offered Dolan had immediately turned down, never imagining it would be the last day he would see him alive. Overwhelmed by deep sadness and resentment at the memory, Dolan lets out a heart-wrenching scream. He jolts awake in his bed, drenched in sweat and haunted by the nightmare of his father. The words of Jong-soo echo in his mind, the taunting invitation to visit him anytime igniting a fierce anger within Dolan. He had always believed Jong-soo was exceptionally strong, only weakened by the rain. Now, a troubling thought begins to take shape. Could the car accident that claimed his father's life 3 years ago have been a deliberate act? This left him questioning why Jong from Bangjan would possess a flash drive filled with such sensitive information. At first, he suspected Jung Suk-jung's involvement, particularly since he had been so reluctant to surrender the item containing the evidence. However, Dawen began to reconsider his theory. After all, Han had mentioned that Jung was someone close, yet Dawen had never encountered him before that day. He soon realized that if Jin were genuinely involved, he wouldn't have offered the evidence as a prize for winning their fight. The more he pondered these contradictions, the more confused and frustrated he became. Determined to see the evidence for himself, he resolved to defeat Jung Suk-jung first. To achieve that, he needed to complete a mission that required him to enhance his body in 5 crucial steps. By completing this mission, he would earn a wealth of attribute points, significantly boosting his strength. Internally, he vowed to retrieve the evidence from Jung Suk-jung without delay, assuring himself that no matter the challenge, he would rise to it. His first task, to navigate his way to school by mimicking the terrifying creature from The Exorcist. As he made his way to school, his body completely inverted. 2 girls began to mock him. Despite the embarrassment washing over him, he was resolute in his quest for self-improvement more than just hitting the gym. He brushed off their taunts, willing to do whatever it took to enhance his physique. With determination fueling his every step, he sprinted down the street, his upside-down form startling the girls along the way. For his second task, he was challenged to sit in an invisible chair for an extended period, and he managed to endure it. The third mission tested his agility as he attempted to catch a pigeon with his bare hands. After much struggle, he finally succeeded. In his fourth task, Dawan had to cling to the underside of a playground slide, a feat that required both strength and balance. As he approached the final challenge, he faced a ring exercise set to hard mode, pushing him to his limits. Despite the overwhelming challenges, he remained resolute. A week slipped by, and the weary protagonist found himself apologizing to his father. With only 2% progress to show for his efforts, doubt crept in. He feared he might never complete the task. Then, one late afternoon at an amusement park, his mind began to wander. It struck him that Jung Suk's evidence might be fabricated, as it had seemingly materialized out of thin air. The thought that Ian Sung might be deceiving him felt increasingly plausible, pushing him to complete the mission swiftly. Just as he was contemplating abandoning the ring mission, someone unexpectedly appeared and inquired about his hushed conversation. It was Dawan, who spotted Kang Sung-hoon and asked what he was doing there. The delinquent shrugged, casually replying that he was just in his own neighborhood. He then inquired why Dawan was hugging the slide. Dawan explained that it was part of his training routine. This prompted Sung-hoon to ask why he was training at the park instead of the gym. Kang Sung-hoon revealed that he had been obese in elementary school. Ashamed of his body, he avoided the gym and chose to train at night in the park instead. For 2 consecutive years, he trained relentlessly, transforming his body completely. He confessed that during that first year, as he grew stronger, the urge to give up loomed over him constantly, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Dawn. Kang Sung-hoon shared that he returns to this place to train, a way to reconnect with his past. This reflection prompts Dawan to compare himself to Kang, recalling the times he endured beatings at school in his youth. He decided to take up sports and asked his mother to enroll him in Taekwondo. However, his enthusiasm was short-lived. He would quickly abandon training for the allure of video games. Each time he faced defeat, he would plead with his mom to sign him up for another sport. Yet, the younger Dawan always gave in too easily, retreating back to gaming whenever martial arts proved too challenging. In the present, the delinquent taunts Dawan, questioning whether he plans to quit once more. Kang Sung-hoon interjects, reminding everyone that Dawan was just training moments ago. Lost in thought, Dawan gazes at his goals, drawing inspiration from relentless individuals like Kang. He silently apologizes to his father for his moment of weakness. Fueled by newfound determination, Dawan grips the playground slide once more, ready to give it another shot. Clenching his teeth and summoning every ounce of strength, he resolves not to give up this time. As Dawon dangles from the slide, he cries out in strain, only for Kang to curtly tell him to be quiet. Time slips away, and before they know it, 2 months have passed. In his office, Jung Soo-hul hears someone approaching and remarks, "I thought you had given up." As Jung Si-hyuk steps through the front door, his gaze locks onto Dawon Ha. Clutching the flash drive, Jung Si-hyuk acknowledges Dolan's desperation for it. He then recalls his earlier threat, emphasizing that he wasn't joking when he warned Dawon he would be beaten to the point of annihilation. With a firm resolve, Wong closes the office door and calmly tells Jung Si-hyuk that he can certainly try. The prodigy confidently declares that this time will be different. His stats are significantly higher, and he has even reached level 100. But before the battle commences, we flash back to 2 months earlier. Dripping with sweat, Dion triumphantly exclaims that he has finally caught a pigeon with his bare hands, marking a crucial step in his mission, though it has left him utterly exhausted. Despite their lack of fear towards humans, catching a pigeon by hand proved to be a daunting task. Undeterred, he was resolute in his mission. This time, he decided to hang from the bottom of a playground slide, a strategy that significantly improved his chances. However, even with this newfound advantage, the body enhancement mission was still only 9% complete. He found himself sitting in an invisible chair throughout all his classes, and at that pace, his progress in the task climbed to 21%. Next, he tackled the ring mission on its hardest difficulty, pushing his progress even further. He quickly realized he could complete the mission at a rapid pace, soon reaching the halfway mark. Completely exhausted, he finally managed to finish everything by completing the slide task. Dawon revels in the triumph of completing his body enhancement training, having met all the rigorous requirements. As a reward for his hard work, he experiences a significant boost in his attributes. One by one, he watches in awe as his stats rise before his eyes. Yet, despite this remarkable increase, Dawn feels no tangible difference and can't help but wonder if anything has truly changed within him. Determined to grasp the practical implications of his newfound abilities, he set out to test them, all while his mind remained fixated on uncovering the truth behind his father's death. Jung So-kyung scoffed at Dawon, taunting him for being oblivious to the gamer's activities over the past 2 months. "Did you really think you stood a chance?" he jeered, doubt dripping from his words. When Dawon fell silent, Jung assumed it was a reckless response to his grief over his father. The delinquent from Bangjin leaped over a desk, shouting that if Dom wanted to die so badly, he would gladly send him to join his father, Oh Jin-ha. He launched a kick at Dawon, but was taken aback when the hero, before the fight could even begin, simply wanted to ask a question. Dawon effortlessly blocked the strike and, with a calm demeanor, inquired where Jung had obtained the evidence. Stunned that the nerdy kid had deflected his attack, Jung So-kyung took a step back, realizing how close he had come to being countered. Intrigued by the unexpected turn of events, he charged forward, demanding to know why he should share anything with Dawn. He wound up and delivered a swift, powerful punch aimed straight at Dawn's face. But our hero caught it effortlessly, telling Jung that he didn't need to respond just yet. In a menacing tone, Dawon declared that he would force Jung So-kyung to hand over both the evidence and the answer. This unexpected confidence took Jung by surprise, stirring a memory of a recent conversation with Han Yun-sung. In the flashback, Jung presented a video to Yoon-sung, inquiring if the culprit was a particular individual. After Han confirmed the identity of the wrongdoer, the delinquent declared his intention to exploit the video. However, Han Yoon-sung proposed that they should simply hand the video over to Dawon. The representative of Bang Jin scoffed at the suggestion, asserting that he had no ties to Jin, and consequently, no interest in offering assistance. He told Yoon-sung that if he truly cared, he should confront Dawon directly. Han countered, explaining that without seeing the video, Dawon would never be convinced. He insisted that even after hearing the truth, Dawon would become fixated on finding proof. In that memory, Jung had no intention of sharing the video. He preferred to wait for Dawon to come to him. He had confidently proclaimed that Dawon would never be able to take the flash drive from him. Yet now, in the present, as he watched this same nerdy kid effortlessly block his punch, Jung was left bewildered. How could this be the same weakling he had dismissed just 2 months ago? It was hard to believe anyone could change so dramatically in such a short time. As Don effortlessly blocked another punch and defended against a flurry of strikes, Jung couldn't help but wonder if his opponent had somehow grown stronger. The representative of Bang Jin taunted Dawon, sneering, "How long do you think you can last?" It was becoming increasingly clear to Jung just how much more resilient Dawon had become, a fact underscored by a remarkable 200-point increase in his defense stat. After that, Seo-kyung aimed a kick at Dawn, but he swiftly dodged by ducking his torso. Frustrated, Jung shouted to distract him and launched a powerful stomp. Yet, Daewon evaded again, sending Jung's kick crashing into the wall instead. In that instant, Sol-kyung noticed something odd. The gamer nerd had a clear opening but had intentionally chosen not to strike. A notification flashes across the screen announcing that the protagonist's agility has surged by 200 points. Jung chuckles nervously, memories flooding back of a conversation he had with Han over drinks. He had casually mentioned hearing that Daewon had been active lately, only to scoff at the notion, dismissing the gamer as someone who only fought weak opponents. He then asked if Ansong truly believed Daewon was a match for him, to which Han agreed there was currently no real competition between them. However, he added that this was only true for the time being, leaving the Bongjin delinquent puzzled. Ham couldn't quite explain it, but he insisted that Daewon was, in some way, a special person. Back in the present, Jung Seo-kyung contemplates whether this newfound strength is what Ansong had mentioned. He realizes his initial instincts were spot on. Daewon's movements are nothing short of extraordinary. With a wild look in his eyes, Jung demands to know what's going on, questioning if this is some sort of inherited power, as it defies all logic. Daewon observes that, just like before, Jung's demeanor has taken a sudden turn. His enemy lunges forward, readying a punch while taunting Daewon to go join his father. Infuriated by the remark, the protagonist retaliates with a swift, precise punch to Jung Sok-young's chin. The moment the blow lands, Jeong is hit with a surge of pain, and strawberry jelly bursts from his mouth. Daewon, with a chilling calmness, observes that Jung seems to be enjoying himself and, still seething with anger, gears up for another strike. Seizing the opportunity presented by his opponent's weakened state, Daewon delivers a swift punch that sends Jung crashing to the ground. Peering down at him with a chilling gaze, Daewon declares that there will be no more reason to laugh. Yet, despite the brutal beating and the looming threat, Jung merely chuckles, asserting that his expectations have been exceeded. With a manic glint in his eyes, he exclaims that, at long last, he can finally take a fight seriously. From the rooftop of an abandoned building, Ji Baechan observes the unfolding chaos below. A subordinate approaches, addressing him as the Bongshin assemblyman. "Boss, the alarms are still blaring," he reports urgently. Baekhyun inquires if Sok-young is in his office, and the subordinate confirms, yes, but the alarm won't stop. When Ji Baekhyun inquires about the alarm blaring from Jung's office, his man quickly checks the system and reports that it's detecting loud impacts. Meanwhile, in the office, Jung Sok-young unleashes a kick against the wall, setting off the alarm. He then attempts to kick Daewon, who effortlessly ducks to avoid the strike. Jung can hardly believe how much his opponent has transformed in just 2 months. He unleashes a relentless barrage of high-speed attacks, but to his astonishment, the protagonist blocks every single one. As John attempts to comment on what he accomplished during that time, Dawn's back collides with the couch, causing him to stumble. Just as Dawn begins to fall, Jeong readies a strike, taunting that his opponent hasn't gained any real experience. However, with a surprising twist, Dawn harnesses the momentum of his fall to deliver a powerful kick to Jeong's face, thwarting the attack entirely. Daewon swiftly leaps onto the other couch, regaining his balance and seizing the upper hand. A wave of relief washes over him as he realizes just how perilous that last exchange was. Jung charges at Daewon, throwing a punch and remarking that his previous attack was quite impressive. This time, Yang's powerful strike lands squarely, sending Daewon crashing into the wall. Daewon quickly regained his composure and asked if Jung had always been such a big talker. Jung Sobyong replied, his excitement palpable that finally being able to fight seriously was thrilling him. Daewon raised an eyebrow, finding it odd. It was the first time he had heard such a declaration from someone who was about to throw a punch. In an instant, Daewon landed a solid punch, but as Jung stumbled, he retaliated with a swift kick. This time, Daewon didn't evade. He took the blow squarely to the face. The jolt of pain momentarily clouded his focus, and Jung seized the opportunity, landing a sharp punch to Dawn's ribs. It dawned on Daewon just how fast Jung truly was, as his opponent unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Daewon started to suspect that Jung had been holding back all along. In response, Jung declared defiantly that he would never hand over the flash drive. However, it soon became clear that Daewon hadn't been fighting seriously either. He effortlessly blocked Jeong Sop-young's knee strike. With a swift and powerful punch to Jung's face, Daewon proclaimed that he would take the flash drive by force. Even in the heat of battle, Dawan managed to remain calm and think clearly. He suspected this newfound clarity was a result of his spirit stat, which had skyrocketed from 1 to 201. With determination fueling him, he charged at the representative, demanding the item. His assessment of the situation was thorough, and he felt confident he could bring the fight to a swift conclusion as he landed several decisive blows. Zhong suddenly understood that Dawan Han had been concealing his true strength until now. Dawan boldly declared that any further effort would be a waste of time and unleashed a rapid series of attacks. Yet, the leader of Beng Shindong deftly dodged the onslaught and questioned whether it was truly a waste. With a fierce determination, he then delivered a powerful, crushing punch to Dawan's face, insisting that they were only just getting started. Summoning every ounce of strength, Dawan rejected Zhong's assertion. This fight ends now, he declared, channeling his energy as his arms swelled to an enormous size. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a devastating punch into Zhong Sopyong's stomach, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Blue lightning crackled from Dawan's fist, a vivid sign that he had struck a critical blow. The force of the blow sent Zhong Sok hurtling through the air, lightning crackling from the point of impact. He soared several meters before crashing to the ground, shattering office furniture in his wake. Even Dawan was taken aback by the sheer power of his critical hit. He had intended to inquire about the source of the evidence, but it dawned on him that he had utterly overwhelmed his opponent. Setting aside his concerns for the moment, he snatched the flash drive from Zhong and walked away with it. Meanwhile, the Beng Shin deputy began to feel a sense of unease as Zhong failed to answer his calls. Anxious, he rallied a few gang members and made his way to Zhong's office. He commanded one of his subordinates to investigate the situation, and the man promptly complied. In the dimly lit alleyway, the subordinate spotted the unmistakable white-haired figure of Han Yun-sung. Seated on the stairs, Han appeared to be waiting for them, prompting the underling to call out for his boss. Ji Beichong, sensing something was off, questioned Han's presence. With a calm demeanor, Han simply stated that he was there to prevent anyone from ascending the stairs. Ji Beichang quickly deduced that something was amiss in Zhong's office, which explained why the alarm had been silenced. He figured his boss must be out, leaving Han Yun-sung to guard the stairs. With a menacing tone, Ji Beichang warned Han, no matter what unfolds, everyone from Borum Hwadong is in deep trouble. He warns that he brought the entire Beng Shindong gang with him, just in case anything goes awry. Han glares back, filled with hatred, and simply asks once more why Ji Beichang is there. The white-haired man calmly reiterates that he is there to prevent anyone from climbing. In response, Ji Beichang snaps his fingers, confidently declaring that he will uncover the intruder's identity after he takes Han down. Rising to his feet, Han looks directly at Ji Beichang and states that while he's welcome to try and pass, he should be absolutely certain about his choice. Standing face to face, Han's voice takes on a menacing tone as he declares that he will now have to stop him. In a flashback, Dawan Hai recalls a conversation where he expressed his surprise at Han's connection to his father. With determination in his voice, Dawan Hai declared his intention to recover the flash drive and defeat Zhong, convinced that it wouldn't be long before he could confront him. He was eager to see the evidence for himself. Just before leaving, Dawan Hai had called Han to inform him he was on his way and to request the address of the Beng Shindong headquarters. Now, in the present moment, Han Yun-sung stands before the gang, presenting them with two options: retreat or charge at him. He quickly reconsiders, inviting the entire Beng Shindong gang to come at him all at once, declaring that he despises dragging things out. Ji Beichang begins to sweat nervously. He knows Han isn't an ordinary person, yet the idea that a single individual could overpower a gang of over 40 members seems absurd. Still, an unsettling hesitation grips him, fueled by the powerful malicious intent radiating from Han's eyes and posture. Just then, Dawan Hai descends the stairs and is taken aback by the unusual scene before him. Before he can even question Han about his presence, he spots the massive crowd of gang members gathered outside, and his shock deepens at their sheer numbers. Ji Beichang, visibly furious, demands to know what Dawan Hai is doing at their headquarters. As the tension escalates, Han Yun-sung leans in and whispers to Ji Baek, expressing his disdain for the delay. Upon hearing this, Ji Baek's composure shatters, his fist trembling with barely contained rage. He finally barks an order for all his men to step back, clearing a path for Dawan Hai and Han to pass. Seething, Ji Baek storms toward his boss's office, vowing that the members of Borum Hwadong will pay dearly once this situation is resolved. As Ji Bei-chang steps into the office, he is taken aback to find his boss, Zhong, already there. The sight of Zhong injured and the office in ruins leaves him speechless. What happened? Ji Bei-chang asks, concern etched on his face. Zhong casually reveals that Du Wanhai is to blame, but then adds, almost dismissively, that Ji Bei-chang is being too loud and insists it's not a big deal. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, Zhong can't shake the feeling that Du Wanhai is hiding something. Zhong instructs the gang to tidy up the office, silently vowing to uncover the nerd's secret next time. With an almost manic expression, he wipes strawberry jelly from his mouth, determined to get to the bottom of things. Meanwhile, in a serene park, Han Yun-sheng and Du-wan sit together. Du-wan curiously asks why his classmate sought him out. In response, Yun-sheng gestures for the gamer's servant to watch a video first, suggesting they can discuss it further afterward. Plugging the flash drive into his phone, Du-wan feels a surge of anticipation as he prepares to uncover the truth behind his father's accident. He clicks play, and the video begins. Instantly, he recognizes the sleek black car as his father's. The recording is brief, but his heart races as he spots an unknown masked man lurking ominously behind Oh Jinhai's vehicle. Du-wan observes a man, clad in a hat and mask, as he sabotages his father's vehicle. Instinctively, he senses that this man is up to no good, and a chilling realization dawns on him. The brake failure that led to the accident was no accident at all. Though he can't identify the figure, the deliberate tampering of the brakes becomes painfully clear. He recalls Yen-sung's words about the perpetrator being someone close to him, sending a shiver down his spine. Du-wan turns to Yun-sung, asking if he recognizes the man. Yun-sung urges him to examine the man's clothing more closely. At first, Du-wan sees nothing unusual about the outfit. However, as he scrutinizes it further, he suddenly notices a jacket emblazoned with the Sun Shelter logo. This revelation sends a jolt of shock through him, and his eyes widen in disbelief. He suddenly recalls his father presenting him with the Sun Shelter uniform, seeking his opinion on its design. Back then, Du-wan had found the uniform rather unattractive, leaving his father visibly disappointed by his response. He had argued that delinquents would never don such a uniform, questioning the purpose of providing them with something they would never appreciate. Oh Jinha responded that it would make the children feel welcomed, explaining that there were homeless kids at the shelter. His father believed that something as simple as a uniform could foster a sense of acceptance, helping them to trust one another and inspire positive change. Despite its unappealing design, he asked his son if he still thought the jacket was cool. This memory leads Du-wan to a startling revelation. The person responsible for the accident was a former member of the Sun Shelter. Han Yun-sung warns that they can't draw conclusions solely from the jacket, but he concedes that it's a plausible theory that holds weight. Anger surges within Du-wan as he clenches his fist, recalling the moment he told his father that delinquents never truly change. In the end, it appeared that his father's attempts to protect them had ultimately led to his demise. Lost in these thoughts, our protagonist bows his head in sorrow. Young-sung interjects, reminding him that even if they uncover the identity of the culprit, reporting it to the police would be futile. An investigation might ensue, but they would likely remain unable to pinpoint the perpetrator. The source of the evidence remains shrouded in mystery, as Jung Seo-kyung received the video through an anonymous message. Han then inquires if our hero has any suspicions about the culprit. Du-wan shakes his head, admitting he has none. He explains that after his father's death, the shelter fell apart, leaving him with little to no information from that time. Suddenly, a realization struck Du-wan. The building still stood, potentially harboring crucial evidence. He turned to Han, expressing his gratitude for their conversation, which had sparked a new idea. When Han inquired about his next steps after identifying the culprit, Du-wan's thoughts drifted to his father. In that moment of reflection, he silently vowed that, though it might take time, he would ultimately bring the responsible party to justice. With a determined voice, he vowed to make them all pay for their crimes. The next day in class, a classmate casually mentioned that test week was upon them, leaving Du-wan utterly stunned. Their teacher then chimed in, announcing that the upcoming exam would feature several challenging questions, urging everyone to study diligently. Panic surged through Du-wan as he realized he hadn't prepared at all, his focus consumed by missions instead of textbooks. Noticing Du-wan's distress, his classmate Ji-han asked if something was wrong. Du-wan confessed that he hadn't studied at all, and Ji-han, ever understanding, offered his support. He kindly invited Du-wan to study at his house after school. As classes wrapped up for the day, Du-wan experienced a sudden realization. He had been so caught up in other matters that he hadn't recognized just how much time he had spent with Ji-han. They were classmates who always shared lunch together. It suddenly struck him that Jihan was his friend, a realization that left him feeling oddly perplexed. Thrilled by the invitation, Do-won eagerly inquired about Jihan's address. Just then, a system notification chimed in, announcing an active mission. Jihan looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What did you just say?" The mission was clear. He was tasked with protecting Jihan Yu during test week. Do-won couldn't shake the feeling that this strange and sudden mission was a sign of trouble. Jihan was likely in danger. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley, two delinquents were making lewd comments about women. One of them draped his arm around a visibly uncomfortable girl, insisting she was the only one for him. Nearby, another girl confronted someone named Gu-min, asking what he was staring at. He casually replied that he had spotted someone familiar on the street. Du-min gazed at Jihan Yu, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "It's odd seeing you here," he remarked, recalling their days as best friends, part of a tight-knit group of four. They stood together in the dim alley, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. The system mission had just activated, promising a secret item as a reward, and only 4 days remained before the tests began. Meanwhile, Do-won stood in awe before an enormous mansion, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this really Jihan's house?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Jihan confirmed the invitation and welcomed Do-won inside. A woman greeted Jihan upon his arrival, inquiring if Do-won was his friend. Do-won introduced himself, mistakenly assuming she was Jihan's mother. She quickly clarified that she was, in fact, his maid. With a polite smile, she offered to fetch them some fruit, leaving Do-won momentarily stunned by the revelation that his friend had a maid. As they ascended the spiral staircase toward the bedroom, Do-won remarked that he had only ever seen houses like this in movies. Upon arriving at Jihan's room, Do-won was taken aback by its impressive size and striking appearance. He realized that simply visiting Jihan's house made him feel much closer to his new friend. It struck him how long it had been since he had last been invited over anywhere. The maid remarked that it had been ages since Yan had brought a friend home, assuring them not to worry about her and to call if they needed anything. As she left, Do-won couldn't help but reflect that the only time he had seen Jihan with others was that one day at karaoke. Jihan then asked if they could begin studying, and Do-won eagerly agreed. Later that afternoon, Do-won expressed his gratitude and proposed that they continue studying together throughout the week. As he bid farewell, telling Jihan he would see him at school the next day, he couldn't help but notice how swiftly the day had flown by. With Jihan safely at home, Do-won felt reassured that nothing dangerous was likely to occur. He continued reading the school mission that mandated he protect his friend, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the secret item could be, especially since all the rewards up to this point had only been keys. Do-won imagined that a secret item must be something extraordinary, and the thought filled him with excitement. A day passed, leaving just 3 days until the tests began. Jihan was taken aback to find that Do-won had already completed all the practice questions. Just then, he was startled as his friend suddenly collapsed onto the floor, his eyes rolling back. Do-won explained that his brain was overwhelmed with information and would shut down if he attempted to learn anything more. With a kind smile, Jihan suggested they take a break for a while. Jihan guided Do-won into a strange and unfamiliar room, prompting Do-won to inquire about its purpose. With a casual tone, Jihan explained that it was merely a game room, albeit an exceptionally lavish one, brimming with high-end equipment. A wave of jealousy washed over Do-won. A setup like this had always been his dream. To his astonishment, Jihan revealed that he didn't even enjoy playing games. The room was simply a gift from his parents. He mentioned that the entire second floor of the house belonged to him, which left Do-won feeling a bit disheartened. Realizing his friend was on a completely different level, his gaze drifted to a white door nearby, piquing his curiosity. "What's behind that door?" he asked. Jihan smiled and replied, "Oh, it's just a storage room." Do-won pretended to accept that answer, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his mind. His gaze was suddenly captured by a nearby virtual reality headset, sparking his suspicion that the door concealed something significant. Another day slipped by, leaving just 2 days until the exams were set to begin. Do-won hesitated, questioning whether he was taking up too much of his friend's time. Jihan reassured him, stating that he still needed to review regardless. As Do-won reflected on the mission that had yielded no results, he realized he had worried for nothing and began to genuinely enjoy his time with Jihan. He then asked Jihan if he had ever attended special classes or had a tutor. Jihan's friend replied that he had indeed had tutors in the past. When Jihan mentioned he had gone through 20 tutors, Dawan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jihan clarified that it wasn't solely for studying. They covered a wide range of subjects, allowing him to learn a little bit of everything. Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, a man approached Jihan, breaking the moment with a familiar greeting, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The man revealed that this was their first encounter since elementary school, and Jihan appeared to recognize him. The tattooed figure perched on a motorcycle was none other than Lee Gyu-min. Before Jihan could inquire how he had tracked him down, Gyu-min casually explained that he had spotted him walking down the street. With nothing better to do, he decided to drop by, adding with a grin that it was nice to reconnect with an old classmate. When Jiu-min revealed that he had discovered Jihan's move to Gwanaggu, Dawan noticed his friend begin to tremble. Sensing Jihan's fear, Jiu-min casually asked, "Is this guy your friend?" Dawan, summoning his courage, inquired about the man's identity, but Jihan quickly interjected, pleading with Dawan not to escalate the situation. Turning to the delinquent, Jihan dryly remarked that he hadn't missed him and certainly didn't want any visits. Feeling a wave of sadness, he turned away and motioned for Dawan to follow him as they left the area. Yu-min remained silent, his thoughts heavy. As they walked, Dawan broke the silence, asking who that guy was, noting that they clearly didn't seem like friends. Jihan offered a simple apology, explaining that they wouldn't be able to study together that day. Dawan shrugged it off, declaring that he would just study alone. After Jihan announced he would head out first, Dawan bid him farewell, urging him to be careful. Alone now, Dawan pondered the peculiar encounter, trying to unravel the mystery of who the man truly was. He questioned whether it was connected to his mission and resolved to check his system screen for answers. Meanwhile, as Jihan made his way home, a haunting memory from his past began to resurface, threatening to disrupt his thoughts. He recalled a moment when Jiu-min had asked him if he licked yogurt lids. Naively, young Jihan had replied yes, prompting the bully to remove the lid from a spoiled yogurt and attempt to make him eat the rotten contents. With a wicked grin, Jiu-min taunted him, demanding to know if he wasn't going to lick it. As the unfortunate boy was coerced into licking the moldy yogurt, the entire class, Jiu-min included, erupted into laughter at his expense. Lost in his somber thoughts, Jihan made his way home. From a distance, Dawan noticed his friend's distress and decided to let him go alone, respecting Jihan's earlier request not to follow. He watched until Jihan reached his house safely, reassuring himself that everything would be all right for now. As soon as the weary Jihan stepped inside, his maid inquired about Dawan. She mentioned that another friend had dropped by earlier and had since left, adding that the rest were upstairs waiting for him. When the maid clarified that they were his childhood friends from elementary school, Jihan's face drained of color. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed up the stairs. Bursting through the door to his game room, he was met with the sight of his old classmates gathered inside. A girl admired the beauty of his room, remarking that he must be living quite well. Meanwhile, a group of boys lounged around, lazily urging him to hand over his video game. Taken aback, Jihan asked why they were all there, but they simply shrugged and questioned why he had taken so long to return. Another girl chimed in, explaining that since he was absent, they had sent Lee Ju-min to fetch him. Jihan felt a chill run down his spine as Gyu-min advanced, his voice sharp with accusation. "How could you keep us waiting like this?" he demanded, a threatening edge in his tone. Gyu-min reminded him that their friends had come to visit after such a long time, insisting that they were going to have a blast today, just like in their carefree elementary school days. As the sun began to set, Dawan made his way to Jihan's house, eager to join the gathering. Disregarding Jihan's plea, Dawan resolves that he cannot let the situation persist. He approaches Jihan's house and, feeling a sense of foreboding, rings the doorbell. When Jihan's maid answers the intercom and inquires about his identity, Dawan introduces himself. Her surprise at his visit is palpable, and before he can articulate his purpose, she interjects, revealing she has something important to share. The maid informs Dawan that Jihan isn't home, leaving him momentarily stunned. She explains that Jihan just left with some old elementary school classmates, but she doesn't know their destination. Offering to call Jihan on his behalf, she tries to help. Dawan, puzzled by why Jihan would leave so early, reasons that his friend must have had plans. Accepting this, he turns to leave, a hint of disappointment lingering in the air. Suddenly, the game system alerts him that he has lost track of the target he was meant to escort. A red warning flashes on the screen, signaling an unprecedented increase in mission difficulty. In an instant, the objective shifts from escorting to rescuing his friend, Jihan Yu. Dawan is taken aback by this abrupt transition from protection to a full-blown rescue mission. This new objective signals one undeniable truth. Jihan didn't venture out with his friends of his own accord. He was compelled. The scene shifts to a dimly lit hall where a group of delinquents plays pool. After a girl misses her shot and is playfully mocked by her friend, the camera pans to Lee Jam-in, who observes the unfolding drama from a distance. He remarks that it's been ages since they've all gathered at this particular hideout, reminiscing about the carefree days they spent here during elementary school. Another bully chimes in, pointing out that Jihan hasn't changed a bit, claiming that losers never really do. Two other thugs, unfamiliar with Jihan, exchange glances and ask, "Who's the naive-looking kid?" Jumin explains that it's been 2 years since their last visit, so it's understandable that Jihan wouldn't recognize the new faces. As Jihan trembles slightly, the delinquents urge him to relax. They then notice that he isn't drinking, which seems to irritate them. With a hint of disdain, they question why Jiumin even brought Jihan along if he wasn't going to join in the festivities. Finding this equally frustrating, Lee Gu-min decides to put Jihan to the test. When the bewildered boy asks for clarification, Lee explains that they're going to conduct a friendship test. He boldly announces to everyone around that he plans to slap Jihan across the face. If anyone intervenes to take the slap for him, Jihan will pass the test. With a firm grip on Jihan's collar, Lee assures him not to worry, confident that someone will surely step in to help. As he readied himself to deliver a powerful blow, a sharp slap echoed through the room. A girl's mocking voice broke the tension, asking if anyone was going to intervene. One of the bullies shrugged it off, dismissively stating it was just a slap, and Lee Gu-min nodded in agreement. Jihan crumpled to the ground in pain, and Lee seized the moment to remind him that he should have treated his friends better. The girl then interjected, questioning what would happen if Jihan reported them to the police, highlighting just how hard they had struck him. The arrogant thug sneered, explaining that nothing would come of this situation because Jihan would never dare to report them. He went on to say that the police were already aware of how Jihan was typically treated, and that his mother would find out too. With a mocking tone, Lee Gu-min turned to Jihan and asked if he remembered how surprised he had been on a particular day, adding that, had he known Jihan was nearby, he would have made more frequent visits. Overwhelmed with sadness and anger, Jihan Yu confronted the delinquent, demanding to know the reason behind this torment. Just then, another bully chimed in, informing Gu-min that they were running low on drinks. He tossed Lee a credit card, instructing him to fetch more booze and cigarettes. Lee seized the interruption as an opportunity to taunt Jihan even more, questioning why he hadn't accepted the drinks his so-called friends had offered. Towering over the defenseless boy, Lee growled, his frustration bubbling to the surface once more. Meanwhile, on the bustling city streets, our protagonist raced through the crowd, desperately searching for his friend. He ducked into an internet cafe and other likely spots, searching desperately for Jihan Yu, but found no trace of him. As worry gnawed at him, he pressed on through dark alleys and back streets. He tried calling Jihan's phone, but it went unanswered until, suddenly, someone picked up. The protagonist immediately demanded to know Jihan's whereabouts, and the voice on the other end recognized him as Jihan's friend. In that moment, he recalled a man waiting for Jihan outside the school that afternoon. Was he the same person from the school gate? Anger surged within the protagonist as he demanded to know their location. On the other end of the line, Lee Gu-min's voice dripped with mockery as he taunted, "Are you coming to save Jihan?" He added a chilling warning. If the protagonist didn't arrive soon, his friend would be in grave danger. I promised to send the address and urged Jihan to arrive as soon as possible, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he added that the friendship test had just begun. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Turning his gaze back to Jihan, Lee questioned whether he and Duwan were truly friends. Weak and desperate, Jihan clutched Gu-min's arm, pleading with him not to lay a finger on Duwan. The other delinquents wasted no time in mocking their friendship, their laughter echoing through the air as Jihan pleaded for mercy. In a fit of rage, Lee slammed Jihan's face into the floor, his voice cold as he declared that Jihan's hypocritical behavior was infuriating. "Stay quiet and watch," he sneered, "as your friend Duwan pays the price for your weakness." Meanwhile, the other bullies reveled in the moment, reminiscing about the perks of having a wealthy friend like Gu-min, who allowed them to indulge in all their desires. They speculated about the nerd approaching them, guessing he must have been a friend of Lee's once, though it was clear that friendship had soured. Confusion hung in the air as they pondered how two people, who had once been so close, could now be at odds. The bullies noted that the defenseless nerd was surprisingly wealthy, and they gleefully plotted to beat him up while Do-won was left powerless to intervene. Soon after, the delinquents grew increasingly irritated by how long the twin brothers were taking to bring their drinks. As the door swung open, they erupted in shouts, demanding to know what was taking so long. The questions were abruptly answered when the injured body of one of the twins was suddenly hurled into the room. The bullies stood frozen, their eyes glued to the doorway, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. In walked Do-won, cradling the body of one of their own. Lee Gu-min couldn't help but comment on the unexpected drama of Do-won's entrance. As he stepped inside, Do-won quickly turned to Ji-han-yu, offering an apology for his delay. He admitted he was confused about the situation, but asked if all he needed to do was beat everyone up before preparing to fight. Suddenly, a memory surged through Ji-han's mind, taking him to a VIP room in a hospital. There, his mother praised his school uniform and inquired if he had made any friends. He replied that it was only the first day back after vacation. She playfully teased him, asking if he had found a girlfriend yet, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over him. Ji-han's mother smiled warmly, expressing her desire to see her son surrounded by good friends. She added that he needed a strong companion to protect him, just as he had cared for her during her vulnerable moments. Once he stepped out of her room, a boy approached him, recognizing his school uniform and inquiring if he was a first-year student. It was on that day that Ji-han first met Lee Gu-min. The following day, Gu-min asked if Ji-han was planning to visit the hospital, and Ji-han suggested they go together. As he reflected on this moment, Ji-han found it remarkable how quickly they had grown close. It made sense, considering they were in the same class and both of their mothers were in the hospital. Their shared experiences forged a bond, and they quickly became good friends, enjoying countless hours of play together. Ji-han recalled how Gu-min had expressed a wish for both their mothers to be discharged, soon a sentiment that had forged a deep connection between them. Ji-han had wholeheartedly agreed, believing that this shared hope would bind their friendship for eternity. However, that bond began to unravel the day a doctor delivered the devastating news about Gu-min's mother's condition. With a heavy heart, the doctor informed them that she had less than a month to live, marking the beginning of their relationship's decline. In the present, Do-won boldly asked if he should simply take on all the delinquents in the room. The bullies, plotting to take him down, found his attitude infuriatingly arrogant. Meanwhile, a taken-aback Lee Gu-min remarked, dripping with sarcasm, that it was truly touching that Do-won had gone to such lengths just to save him. In that tense moment, Ji-han-yu shouted for Do-ha to escape, but the delinquent sneered, declaring it was too late as they charged at him. Without hesitation, Do-won delivered a swift punch to the furious blonde bully, landing a powerful blow right in his blind spot. The bully crumpled to the ground, and as Do-won surveyed the scene, he quickly realized he was up against more adversaries than he had anticipated. The other delinquents were taken aback, their eyes wide as they stared at their friend, knocked out cold by a single punch. The sight sent a chill through Do-won. He understood that he couldn't afford to be reckless. He needed to conserve his energy and strike with precision. Without hesitation, Do-won charged toward another thug, catching the rest of the group off guard. A chubby man swung a punch, but his movements were sluggish, allowing our hero to reach him first. Do-won delivered a swift strike to the chin, sending the second enemy crashing to the floor. As his opponent fell, Do-won recognized the power of a well-placed hit and began scanning for his next target. Behind him, an enraged delinquent charged forward, shouting that he would smash a glass bottle over Do-ha's skull. With impeccable timing, Do-won executed a blind spot strike, targeting the thug's chin. The bottle shattered, and the man crumpled to the ground with a single blow. As the thug lay there, Do-won remarked dryly that the situation had been perilous due to the glass. A nearby girl asked how he managed to take down the man so easily. The chubby guy, noticing Do-won's focus on the chin, leaped off the couch and charged at him, demanding to know where he intended to strike someone so large. With a calm demeanor, our protagonist replied that it would be on the face, just before delivering a swift punch to the man's cheek. However, the quick strike had little effect on the chubby guy, who proved to be far more resilient than expected. He seized on by the collar, boasting that his resilience was the reason he never lost weight before tossing him aside. Our hero skillfully halted his momentum, avoiding a fall. The chubby guy groaned, claiming the sudden movement was making him dizzy, and turned to Lee, asking for food. When Lee inquired about his preference, the man replied he would ponder it while he continued to pummel Do-won. In that instant, Dawn seized the big guy by his shirt. The thug, fists clenched, sneered and asked if Dawn thought he could imitate him. With a defiant glare, Dawn shot back, questioning whether the thug really believed he could be tossed around so easily. Then, in a blur of motion, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, landing 3 consecutive punches to the thug's blind spots. The force of his blows shattered teeth and left the brute battered and reeling. Moments later, the thug crumpled to the ground, completely unconscious. As everyone watched in stunned silence, Dawan quipped that he would order a big bowl of rice for the guy. Yu-min stayed silent, but his underlings chimed in, noting that this was precisely why important tasks shouldn't be entrusted to others. Rising to their feet, they declared they should have launched their attack from the start, given how weak their opponents appeared. The one with the bowl cut turned to Dawan, smirking as he proclaimed that the real fight was just beginning. Dawn confronted them directly, and in an instant, both opponents lay defeated on the ground. The nearby girls, frightened by the display, urged Dawn to keep his distance. Yet, he paid no mind to the fallen delinquents, leaving Lee Gyu-min both confused and frustrated. Instead, Dawan approached Jae-han Yu, helping him to his feet and checking to see if he was all right. He then turned to face Gyu-min directly and asked if he was the one who had hurt Jae-han. Lee smiled, saying that Jae-han was fortunate to have a friend like Dawan-ha. He added that he too had a truly great friend by his side. Just as he spoke, a strange, hairy figure rose from behind Dawan. Startled, Dawan turned around, bracing himself for yet another potential enemy to confront. The man flung a cloak into the air, grumbling loudly about the incessant noise. Using the cloak as a diversion, he lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches at Dawan, while shouting that all he wanted was to sleep in peace. Seizing the opportunity, Dawan aimed for the man's blind spot, yet his powerful punch was swiftly intercepted, and the man, intrigued by the counterattack, couldn't help but smirk. Dawan stands in shock, not just because his punch was effortlessly blocked, but also by the overwhelming power behind the man's counterattack. It's clear to him now, Kim Gang-jae is on an entirely different level. The undisputed #1 in combat. With a fierce determination, Dawan vows to annihilate his opponent, deciding that it's time to unleash a special technique against him. In response, Kim smirks, confidently declaring that it will be Dawan who faces annihilation. With the stakes raised, Dayan steels himself, ready to summon his strongest skills for the impending clash. Meanwhile, at Jae-han Yu's house, his maid spots the vaporizer and decides to store it away for now. As she approaches the white door, she notices the room is dark and assumes Jihan has gone out to eat. A smile crosses her face at the thought of him enjoying time with friends during exam week, knowing his mother would be pleased as well. This thought sparks her curiosity about what they might be doing at that very moment. Back in the heat of battle, Kim grumbles about his teammates dozing off. Just as he shakes off the grogginess, he launches a relentless flurry of punches at Dawan. Though Dawan manages to block the blows, he can feel the impact building up. Each strike is more powerful than the last, and he quickly realizes that Kim's strength is no mere muscle. It's a force to be reckoned with. A direct exchange of punches is clearly not in his favor. Aware that Kim can easily counter his attacks, Dawn knows he must unleash his most formidable skills without a moment's hesitation. Kim is baffled by how Dawan has managed to defeat everyone with such seemingly weak attacks. Curiosity piqued, he asks if Dawan possesses some kind of secret. In a swift motion, he grabs Dawan's hand, attempting to halt his assault, declaring that he will take him out before he can do any real damage. Yet, even while trapped, Dawan twists his body with surprising agility, delivering a powerful kick. With a technique known as the Falcon's Fall, he strikes Kim squarely in the head, breaking free from his grip. With renewed energy, he strikes the enemy once more. The force of his blows rips through Kim Gang-jae's clothes, leaving him badly injured. Yet, Dawan feels a pang of disappointment. He had aimed for the head, hoping to finish the fight in one decisive blow. The girls watch in fear, anxious that Dawn might actually defeat Kim. They whisper to one another, noting that Kim hasn't fully awakened yet. Irritated by their chatter, Kim charges at Dawan, ready to retaliate. Dawan rushes to Kim's side, declaring that he's going to wake him up with a crushing blow. But as he looks down at his opponent sprawled on the ground, he starts to wonder if the situation isn't reversed after all. It seems like he's the one on the verge of being knocked out. Nearby, a battered Jae-han Yu observes the scene, impressed by his friend Dahan's strength. Meanwhile, Lee Gyu-min, visibly frustrated, can't help but question what on earth his reckless friend is doing in this fight. He glances to the side and spots some throwing darts, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. But after receiving a crushing slap that leaves him reeling, Kim Gang-jae is left feeling both confused and hurt. Dawn remarks that being overly strong can actually be a disadvantage, but his opponent fails to grasp the meaning behind his words. With a flurry of devastating strikes, Dawn advises Kim that it would be wiser for him to just stay down. Just as he prepares to deliver the final blow, a voice cuts through the tension. Lee Guman has taken Jae-han hostage, a sharp dart poised at his throat. He warns Da-won to stand down, threatening to eliminate his friend if he dares to make a move. Panic surges through Da-won as he calls out his friend's name, while Guman mutters in disappointment, feeling as though he wasted his money on Kim. Guman threatened his subordinate, warning him to do his job properly or risk getting beaten up. This infuriated our protagonist, but before he could respond, Kim Gang swiftly landed a punch squarely on his face. Kim then taunted Da-won, asking if he didn't realize that everything happening was meant to completely crush him. In retaliation, Da-won began to block a flurry of Kim's punches, determined not to go down without a fight. Kim taunted him, urging him to continue if he truly didn't care about his friend. Jae-han's heart raced as he yelled out in horror, helplessly watching Da-won take a punch straight to the stomach. Anger surged within him, directed at Guman, who merely raised the dart and warned him not to attempt anything foolish. With a sinister grin, Guman revealed he had video footage of the crime they had committed against Jae-han, pondering how his mother would react to such a revelation. He pointed out that she was already unwell and would likely collapse if she witnessed it. On top of that, Guman urged Jae-han to start focusing on his own well-being. He then commanded Kim Gang-jae to stop fooling around and finish the fight. With both of his massive hands, Kim seized our protagonist by the throat, defiantly telling Guman he was going to do it anyway. Da-won was left stunned by the sudden chokehold. Da-won could feel the darkness creeping in, a familiar sensation that signaled he would soon lose consciousness. He understood that if he launched an attack, Jae-han would be at risk, so his priority had to be Guman. After all, Guman was armed, making him the most pressing threat. Da-won desperately wished he could tap into his weapon master skill. Just then, Kim Gang-jae tightened his grip, and the world around Da-won began to fade away. Witnessing this, Jae-han unleashed a desperate, pained cry, pouring all his willpower into the sound. It echoed in his mind, triggering a memory from school. He recalled a day when he had seen Guman packing up and asked if he was heading to the hospital. With a sad and discouraged expression, Guman confirmed he was, but then shared that something was weighing heavily on him. He looked at Jae-han and said, "It must be nice to still have a mom." He went on to explain how much he had changed since losing his own. That day, Lee Guman turned his back on his friend, slowly drifting away. Before long, he found himself in the company of delinquents, spiraling down a dark path. Jae-han, desperate to save his friend, pleaded with him, insisting that he was better than this. But his words only drove Guman further away. With a cruel smirk, Guman dismissed Jae-han's concerns, claiming he only felt pity for him, before issuing a chilling threat. Following their confrontation, Jae-han fled, prompting Guman to set his sights on him for harassment. In the present, Guman tightened his grip on his hostage, announcing that Jae-han would be his next target once he was done with Da-won. With a sinister laugh, he taunted Jae-han, questioning whether he thought he could escape again as he had before. Jae-han, with a hint of resignation, admitted that he had indeed run away. He confessed that, despite witnessing Guman heading down the wrong path, he had been too afraid to intervene. Now, he believed that Guman wouldn't have ended up this way if he hadn't given up on him back then. In that moment, Jae-han tightened his grip on Guman's arm, declaring that he wouldn't run away this time. Meanwhile, back at Down's house, the maid began to cough in the storage room. Noticing the thick layer of dust, she mentally noted that cleaning would have to wait. As the maid exited the room, she accidentally knocked something over but swiftly caught it just before it hit the ground. It was the first trophy Jae-han had ever received from his martial arts masters. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she remembered how he never missed a single class, even during his mother's illness. As the maid gazed at the collection of trophies, she couldn't help but ponder how different he might be today if he had continued his training. Meanwhile, at Lee's hideout, the girls and Kim Gang-jae stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. They watched in awe as Jae-han Yu demonstrated his martial arts prowess, effortlessly bringing down Lee Guman. Despite the bully's height and strength, Jae-han's skill proved to be the decisive factor as he slammed him to the ground with precision. Witnessing this, Don Hai was taken aback by his friend's unexpected prowess. Jae-han had turned the tables, now aiming a sharp dart directly at Lee's throat. To everyone's surprise, he then offered an apology to the delinquent, which only served to further infuriate Guman. After breaking free, Jae-han reassured our protagonist that he was fine, igniting Kim's anger towards his boss. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, leaving Kim Gon-jae momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Jae-han urged Daewon to launch his attack, prompting Daewon to ready his multi-punch technique. This moment sparked a memory from the past. A concerned Jae-han anxiously wondered whether Lee would return to school, and if the funeral had gone smoothly. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a classmate inquired if he had ever boxed, to which Jae-han nodded in affirmation. The other boys were in awe of Jae-han's dedication to both jujitsu and boxing. As they showered him with praise, Lee Gumin stood outside the classroom, watching silently. Jae-han, ever humble, brushed off the compliments, calling it merely a hobby. His modesty seemed to inspire the others, but for Gumin, it only deepened his sadness. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy for all the things Jae-han had that he yearned for. As he watched Jae-han Yu laughing with his friends, a wave of envy washed over him. While they shared smiles, he sat alone, tears streaming down his face. Their friendship had soured over trivial matters. Jae-han questioning why Lee hadn't organized his school supplies, or Lee asking if Jae-han was planning to visit the hospital. Lee often remarked how nice it must be to have a living mother, and with each bitter thought, he found himself spiraling deeper into a path of resentment. In the present, a stunned Lee Gumin glared at his underlings sprawled on the ground. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, radiated intense hatred as he took in the scene. "What are you doing just lying there?" he roared, his voice laced with fury. He unleashed a torrent of curses at the delinquents, including Kim Gang-jae, demanding they get back on their feet. His rage boiled over as he lamented the money he had poured into them, only to watch them fall so easily. He berated them for their inability to defeat a single man. Enraged, he shifted his focus to the girls, demanding to know what they were doing. Charging toward them, he yanked their hair, barking orders for them to fight while hurling insults. The girls cried out for him to stop, but their pleas only fueled his fury. Our protagonist then challenged Lee, questioning why he wasn't fighting himself, suggesting it seemed like he didn't even know how. In response, Lee Gumin forcefully threw the girls to the ground and demanded to know how much Jae-han had paid him to intervene. Then, with a smirk, he offered to pay triple that amount for Daewon to join his side. However, Daewon merely looked disappointed. "Why would I ever want or accept money from a bully like you?" he retorted. Frustrated by Jae-han Yu's treatment of him, Lee threatened to send videos to his mother, taunting Daewon. "Are you really okay with reliving what happened today?" he sneered. In that moment, Jae-han's mind drifted back to the day they parted ways, a day that would haunt him as his greatest regret. He recalled telling Lee Gumin that he hadn't always been a delinquent, but Gumin had reacted with anger, accusing Jae-han of pitying him. Desperate to calm his friend, Jae-han insisted that wasn't the case. He tried to warn Gumin that the people he was surrounding himself with were merely after his money and weren't true friends at all. Jae-han acknowledged that he understood what had happened to Gumin's mother, but the bully retorted that he had no idea at all. Gumin insisted that Jae-han had never experienced such pain and demanded he leave, rejecting any hollow words of comfort. In that moment, Gumin resolved to make Jae-han truly grasp the depth of his anger. He unleashed a torrent of cruel words about Jae-han's mother so despicable that even now, Jae-han struggles to forget them. Upon hearing this, Jae-han completely lost control, unleashing a brutal beating on Gumin that nearly left him for dead. Later, in the principal's office, Lee Gumin's furious father stormed in, demanding to know how Jae-han could strike his son, and believed that a mere apology would suffice. The principal attempted to explain the situation, mentioning that Jae-han's parents were unavailable and that his mother was ill. The news that her son had hurt someone came as a tremendous shock to Jae-han's mother. She hurried to the principal's office apologizing for her delay. The principal attempted to address her frail physical condition, but she firmly insisted on being present. She started to explain to Lee Gumin's father that her son had made a grave mistake. Just as she was about to apologize, however, her strength gave out and she collapsed, leaving everyone in the room in stunned silence. Later, Jae-han discovered that his mother had been in dire condition that day, and to his dismay, this tragic incident turned into a golden opportunity for Lee Gumin. Days later, Gumin cornered Jae-han in front of the entire class, forcing him to eat spoiled yogurt while recording the humiliating scene. With a sinister grin, he orchestrated a campaign to systematically isolate Jae-han from his peers. Towering over the kneeling boy, Gumin mockingly inquired if he had given up on his extracurriculars, taunting him about whether witnessing his mother faint had frightened him. Another delinquent chimed in, cruelly suggesting that Jae-han's mother would be devastated to know how her son was being treated. Fearing for his mother's safety, Jae-han chose to stop resisting the bullying. In no time, he found himself utterly alone. Fast forward to the present, Gumin presented a video to Jae-han, questioning his silence and threatening to send it to his mother. Just as Gumin was about to escalate his blackmail, Da-won swiftly grabbed the phone from his grasp, casually commenting that the video appeared rather tame. Frustrated by his inability to delete the files individually, Da-won resolved to wipe the entire phone and erase its data from the cloud. Lee Gumin sneered, dismissing Da-won's efforts. Deleting it from the phone won't matter, he taunted. The video could be stored elsewhere. With newfound determination, Da-won declared, I may not know what happened before, but I stand with Jae-han now. He then leveled a fierce warning at Gumin, stating that if he or anyone else dared to trouble Jae-han again, he would take them all down without hesitation. With a surge of intense anger, Da-won grabbed Gumin's shirt and threatened to take action right then and there, before forcefully dropping him to the floor. Turning to his friend, he questioned what they should do with Gumin, given the countless times he had hurt Jae-han. As Jae-han Yu assessed Lee Gumin from head to toe, a realization struck him. His former friend had been utterly alone during their time apart. As Jae-han reflected on the situation, he realized that Lee was also alone. Lee offered to delete the videos, and while Jae-han felt a pang of guilt for abandoning a friend, Gumin simply vowed to never cross paths with him again. He offered one last apology, but as he spoke, he discreetly picked up a shard of a broken glass bottle. In a sudden outburst, he shouted at both of them, cursing their interference, as he brandished a jagged weapon at dawn. Believing he was to blame for everything, Yu Jae-han decided to take action and delivered a swift kick to Lee's face. Da-won-ha had been gearing up for a fight, but Gumin hit the ground before he could even react. Concerned, Jae-han asked if Da-won was hurt, to which he replied no. Instead, Da-won curiously inquired how Jae-han had become so skilled in combat. With Lee unconscious on the ground, the situation had finally come to a close. On the way home, Dawn listened intently as he learned the full story of how Lee had changed after his mother's passing. It became clear to him why Jae-han had stayed silent during the bullying at the karaoke bar. Though he longed to escape, he was too traumatized to confront anyone. A wave of realization washed over Jae-han as he turned to Dawn, questioning, am I really just pathetic? He felt a pang of guilt, believing that Da-won had nearly landed in serious trouble because of him. However, Da-won quickly dismissed the notion, insisting that Jae-han was dependable, especially when Lee confronted him with the bottle. Da-won acknowledged that, without Jae-han's intervention, he would have been in deep trouble. In that moment, Jae-han recalled his mother's words, expressing her desire for him to have a good friend, someone to look after him, just as he had cared for her. Jae-han often told her that he wasn't strong, but his mother believed otherwise. As she opened the window to let in the sunlight, she explained how friends could support one another, and that was a beautiful thing. She reassured him that no matter how difficult life became, he could summon the courage to face it rather than run away. Jae-han found her perspective a bit odd, but she simply smiled and said it was just the wisdom of an old lady. In the present, Da-won posed the question, what if Lee sent the videos to Jae-han's mother out of spite? Jae-han responded thoughtfully, admitting he wasn't sure how long it would take, but he intended to reveal the truth to his mother, piece by piece. He acknowledged that he couldn't keep fleeing from his past forever, and with Da-won by his side, he felt a newfound courage to face it. Upon hearing this, Don felt a surge of happiness and smiled, though he couldn't help but remark that it was a bit of a cringe moment. Just then, the system chimed in, notifying him that he had successfully completed his mission to rescue Jae-han. Eager to discover what awaited him, he decided to claim the secret reward immediately, curiosity bubbling within him. His eyes widened as he received the item, black smoke immediately beginning to rise from it. Da-won held the mysterious, energy-radiating object in his hands, pondering its ominous nature. As the smoke dissipated, confusion deepened within him. Was this some sort of black lock? He had first received keys and now a lock. Curiosity piqued, he decided to check the item's information. The description confirmed that the black lock was a secret item, prompting Da-won to ponder its effects and functions. He couldn't shake the feeling that this could pose a significant problem in real life. If it truly was as powerful as it seemed, it might be far too dangerous. This unsettling realization weighed heavily on his mind. Exhausted, Da-won collapsed onto the table, finally allowing himself to celebrate the end of the exams. Dawn expressed his gratitude to Jaehan, acknowledging that everything his friend had taught him had appeared on the test. With a humble smile, Jaehan replied that it was Daewon's hard work that truly made the difference, inspiring Daewon to commit to studying earlier next time. Curious, Daewon asked if Jaehan was heading to the hospital, to which Jaehan confirmed he was, explaining that he had several appointments lined up. He mentioned he would be staying in the hospital over the weekend, and then inquired about Daewon's plans. Daewon replied that he too had somewhere to be. He recalled his earlier conversation with Yoon Sung, where he had insisted he didn't suspect anyone. Then, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Evidence from the Sunshine Shelter had been left behind, but now that place lay in ruins. However, the shelter building itself still stood. Determined to uncover useful clues, he resolved to search it, knowing that researching online would be nearly impossible after all this time. With a city map spread out before him, Da-hoon navigated the streets, noting that the Sunshine Shelter had been closed for 3 years. The building still stood, and he hoped to uncover some useful clues within its walls. Planning to use the weekend for his search, he arrived only to be taken aback by an unexpected sight. A construction site occupied the space where the shelter once stood, and a wave of shock washed over him as he realized it was slated for demolition. An elderly man on the street overheard the conversation and interjected, warning that discussing demolition was bad luck. Annoyed, the man clarified that it was merely a renovation, not a demolition. The old man then shared that the building had been unwanted for 3 years, causing the owner considerable distress. Curious, Daewon asked if this was the former headquarters of the Sunshine Shelter, but the old man shook his head, admitting he had no idea. Daewon introduced himself as the son of the shelter's owner, Oh Jin-ha. The old man paused, taking a moment to absorb this revelation. When he inquired about Dawn's visit, Dawn explained that he was hoping to retrieve any items from the shelter before they disappeared for good. The man shook his head, revealing that after the shelter closed, everything had already been cleared out. Dawn was incredulous. How could there be no clues left? He pressed the old man, asking if there was truly nothing remaining. With a nod, the old man decided to investigate further, instructing Dawn to wait. Moments later, he returned, holding an item wrapped in cloth. He handed it to Dawn, explaining that nothing from the shelter had survived and that no other residents had returned since then. While inspecting the interior of the building before renovations began, he discovered a peculiar item on the floor. The man mentioned it was found precisely where Dawn's father's office once stood. At first, he considered tossing it aside, but its unusual presence intrigued him, prompting him to keep it instead. As Daewon carefully unwrapped the cloth, the old man remarked on the oddity of its presence, pointing out that no one typically stores broken glasses in a box without a purpose. Upon seeing the item, Daewon felt a strong conviction that it had been placed there intentionally. Although he knew his father didn't wear glasses, he chose to keep the item, uncertain of its connection to the shelter. As Dawn prepared to leave, the old man inquired about his search for clues. Hesitant to reveal his true intentions, Dawn kept his motives to himself and simply replied that he missed his father. The old man found the answer overly sentimental, and just as Dawn stepped out of the building, tears welled in the old man's eyes. He lamented softly, saying the boy had stirred a deep sadness within him. Meanwhile, in the office of the delinquent counsel in Gwanak, an assistant named Jae-jin-ho inquired about the reason for his client's visit. In a fit of rage, Lee Jae-min slammed his hand on the table, demanding that they take down Yoo Jae-hoon and Daewon. Che, maintaining his composure, reminded Lee that just 2 days prior, he had sought their assistance in managing his own subordinates. Without hesitation, Lee tossed a hefty sum of money onto the table, promising a generous bonus while insisting that the assistant simply accept the cash and follow his orders. Che Jin-ho paused to contemplate the offer, glancing around the bar before asking Lee if he truly believed that money could solve all problems. After a moment, he scooped up the cash and answered his own question with a smirk, affirming that, indeed, it could and agreed to handle the situation. He asked Lee to repeat the names of the school and the targets. Lee confirmed they were Jihoon and Daewon from Shinin. At the mention of Dawn's name, the assistant's expression shifted, as if a light had gone on. He assured Lee there was no issue, but pointed out that their system flagged Daewon with a specific warning. The notes indicated that he had defeated the former representative of Borum. Lee Jae-min quickly emphasized that both of his targets were formidable opponents, not easily defeated by just anyone. Kay appreciated the warning, reassuring him not to worry too much. She confidently explained that they had the perfect professionals for this Jabba duo, whose strength spoke for itself. Fresh out of juvenile detention, they were brimming with energy, a fact made evident as they effortlessly took down an entire crowd. One of the brothers, Ohayosiap, turned to his twin, Otasiap, and asked how things were going with their leader. Taesup, with a hint of pride, replied that he had already taken care of a small fry and insisted his younger brother show some respect. Hayosiap scoffed, questioning whoever showed respect between twins. In response, Taesiap threatened to eliminate him. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Che assured Lee Jomin with confidence that he no longer needed to worry. They had the situation under control. Elsewhere, Daeun pondered how swiftly time was passing by. As the second-year school trip approached, his classmates buzzed with excitement, but he couldn't share in their joy. School trips had never been his thing. He'd much rather stay home gaming. His gloomy mood lingered until Ah-ren and Ju appeared, brightening his day. The moment he spotted Ah-ren, the girl he liked, his spirits lifted, and he greeted her back with genuine enthusiasm. When she expressed her excitement for the trip, Dawn immediately proclaimed it would be the best adventure of their lives. His spirits soared even higher when Jaehan arrived, thrilled to have both friends by his side. With their camaraderie, Da-ween began to view the trip in a much brighter light. Just then, Che's voice crackled through an earpiece, inquiring if the brothers had received the client's information for their mission. Kai reassures the brothers, urging them not to feel pressured just because they're far from home. She instructs them to stick to their usual tactics and leave the target unable to use his leg. Meanwhile, the two brothers, consumed by their maniacal intentions, have already infiltrated the bus and exchanged sinister glances. Unbeknownst to our protagonist, who is blissfully unaware of their presence, he expresses his excitement for the upcoming school trip as the brothers lie in wait, ready to strike. Moments later, the bus driver calls out that they've arrived, urging everyone to disembark. Ah-ren stands up and nudges her sleepy friend, who is still blissfully unaware of her surroundings. "Wake up! We're here," she says. Ah-ren chimes in, reminding her that this is their last trip as students, as they pull into Jeonju. Later, during their pottery class, Daeun ponders aloud. Is it really okay to start our final trip with something like this? Jaehan, however, lights up at the thought of taking a sculpture home, while Daeun initially dismisses the idea as too childish. But after a moment of reflection, Daeun begins to warm to it, realizing that the sculpture would serve as a lasting reminder of their trip. Just as his newfound appreciation blossoms, a figure suddenly emerges and shatters the sculpture, obliterating it in an instant. The man, a pottery master named Choi Taek-shin, proclaims that the rubbish Jaehan created has no place on sacred soil. Someone attempts to remind Choi that he cannot disrupt class time, but the master firmly asserts that he is there to find his disciple. However, his demeanor shifts when he spots another of Jaehan's creations. Master Taek-shin inquires if Jaehan crafted the piece himself, recognizing it as a flawless replica of National Treasure number. The horse-shaped vase, number 91, catches everyone's attention. The master praises Jaehan for his flawless recreation and then inquires about the boy's background. Jaehan humbly admits he only took a few classes as a child. To his astonishment, the master immediately proposes that Jaehan become his successor, leaving our protagonist utterly speechless. Later, as lunchtime arrives on the first day of the trip, the hungry students brace themselves for what they expect to be a disappointing meal. When the teacher inquires about their destination, the students eagerly respond that it's time for a meal. Their guide then reveals that they'll be dining at the pottery workshop, leaving the students puzzled. The guide clarifies that the basil pizza is baked in the hottest kiln in Kiln, crafted by none other than Master Choi himself. The teacher nods in appreciation, remarking that the master is just as skilled at making pizza as he is at pottery. Daeun fumed, grumbling that the pizza resembled a sculpture that had melted into the dough. Meanwhile, Jaehan Yu savored a slice, declaring it delicious. Seizing the moment, Choi chimed in, promising to share all the pizza recipes he learned in Italy if Jaehan agreed to become his successor. Later that day, the students ventured to a museum after their meal. Jaehan and Daeun exchanged glances, both agreeing that visiting right after lunch had left them feeling drowsy and a bit bored. While ignoring his friend discussing the schedule, Jaehan catches snippets of conversation from a group of girls nearby, praising Ah-ren's beauty. Curiosity piqued, he glances over and notices her wearing an extravagant crown that sparkles in the light. "How does it look?" Ah-ren asks her friend, her eyes shining with anticipation. However, her friend, feeling embarrassed, quickly averts her gaze, leaving Ah-ren hanging. In her heart, Ah-ren believes the crown is stunning, even if her friend wonders who would ever buy something so flashy. Rin playfully chased her friend, attempting to place the Kayamachian crown atop her head. Nearby, Daeyoon watched in awe, captivated by how stunning her friend looked in the crown. Their joyful moment was interrupted when the teacher inquired if everyone was enjoying the museum. The students responded with an enthusiastic chorus of yes. The teacher announced that they had free time to explore until dinner, but cautioned that anyone caught behaving suspiciously would be sent straight back to school. Seizing the opportunity, Daeyoon invited his friend for a walk, and Jaehan eagerly agreed. As the two strolled through the streets, enjoying their freedom, they remained blissfully unaware that someone was following them. The maniac brothers lurked in the shadows, contemplating whether this was their moment to strike at Daeyoon and Jaehan. The younger brother, Oh Hyosiap, licked his ice cream while casting a fierce gaze at Daeyoon, clearly itching for a confrontation. His older brother, Oh Tae-siep, urged him to hold back, insisting that the timing was all wrong. With a hint of exasperation, he noted that among his brother's many flaws, impatience was the most troublesome of all. Just as Tae-siep was about to lament how his brother ruins everything, an attendant nearby accidentally spilled ice cream all over his clothes. The attendant quickly apologized, offering to clean it up immediately, but Hyosiap interjected, warning him that the shirt was their brother's favorite. Moments later, the attendant found himself knocked out on the ground. As the older brother brushed off his clothes, the younger one couldn't resist a smirk, teasingly asking if it was he who was lacking patience. Meanwhile, far from the unfolding incident, Daeyoon savored a local sweet, utterly amazed by its delightful flavor. Jaehan chimed in, noting that he still had room for more after the pizza, to which Daeyoon enthusiastically agreed, relishing every moment of their trip. This was a significant transformation for him. Past excursions had been far from enjoyable. He would often find himself sitting next to the teacher on the bus, aimlessly fiddling with his phone throughout the ride. At the lodging, he was even compelled to switch rooms to escape the bullies. He had endured their torment, remembering how they would draw obscene images on his face and smear toothpaste on him. It had been a trip filled with suffering that he had no choice but to endure. But now he was finally ready to say goodbye to that painful past. Shaking off the memories, Jaehan turned to Daeyoon and asked if he wanted to visit a place that everyone tries to see at least once in Jeonju. They soon arrived at an ATV course, and Daeyoon couldn't help but wonder if they were even allowed to drive without a license. Jaehan quickly reassured him that it was perfectly fine. Just then, Daeyoon's attention was captured by a girl driving recklessly, much to the irritation of the guide. The elderly guide muttered under his breath, questioning whether she had ever driven before and lamenting the dangerous antics unfolding before him. Ren drove with such reckless abandon that even her friend in the passenger seat felt a twinge of fear at the breakneck speed. When her ATV finally came to a halt, the Yoon approached, concern etched on her face, as she asked if Ren was all right. Observing their interaction, the old guide raised an eyebrow. Curious if the two were acquainted, he then suggested that the Yoon might want to take a turn behind the wheel as well. With a hint of annoyance, the guide remarked that splitting into two groups of two would be a waste of money, clearly eager to keep things efficient. However, Arwen's friend had reached her limit and willingly gave up her spot. The old man quickly suggested that a boy and girl could ride together instead. When the guide asked if Jaehan knew how to drive, Daeyoon was taken aback by the revelation. Embarrassment washed over him as he realized what this meant, and he glanced over at Rin. He found her leaning against the vehicle, her voice breaking through his thoughts as she asked if he was okay with sharing the ride. Rin then formally invited Daeyoon to ride the ATV with her. Moments later, he found himself driving with her perched closely behind him, her body heat radiating against his back. With her so near, his heart raced, practically threatening to burst from his chest. Rin, noticing his flustered state, remarked that Daeyoon was burning hot. He was so overwhelmed by her proximity that he couldn't muster a single response. As Rin reveled in the refreshing breeze, a group of thugs from the city school caught sight of her from the street. One of them commented on her beauty, and the others quickly chimed in, expressing their desire to claim her for themselves, despite her being from a different school. Spotting Daeyoon by her side, they jealously concluded he must be her boyfriend and made a reckless decision. They would take her from him no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Rin casually remarked that, much like their encounter at the internet cafe, fate had brought them together once more. Daeyoon winced at the memory of hitting her on the head with a toy hammer, a moment that had certainly not showcased his best side. Yet here they were, riding in ATVs side by side. Just then, he noticed a candy truck parked on the street and seized the opportunity to impress her. He approached the truck, ready to deliver what he believed was a super romantic pickup line. However, his confidence shattered when he noticed her expression. She looked absolutely terrified. Dae-yoon quickly apologized, but Ah-rin explained that she simply despised loudspeaker trucks. Embarrassed, he drove away. After stopping at another location, he turned to her and asked if she was feeling better. She nodded, confirming that she was. He couldn't help but wonder how she coped during school breaks with all the loudspeakers blaring around them. But she simply smiled and said she was leaving. She announced her plans for a walk near the observatory, adding that it was a shame they were all departing the next day. Ah-rin suggested they could join her, but before anyone could respond, Jae-han suddenly appeared, effortlessly carrying Ah-rin's friend in his arms. When they inquired about the incident, he recounted that it had been an accident. The injured girl gazed up at Jae-han, utterly captivated by him. The story unfolded earlier on the ATV, where she had remarked that not only was he handsome, but he was also an exceptional driver. Jae-han had casually mentioned that he honed his skills in his leisure and sports class. As they navigated through the water, droplets splashed onto her, prompting Jae-han to pull the vehicle back, concerned it might get stuck. However, the ATV's wheel began to sink, revealing that the water was deeper than it appeared. When Jae-han accelerated to escape, the sudden jolt caused the girl to tumble off, landing hard on the rocky ground. She was hurt, and without hesitation, Jae-han rushed to her side, his voice filled with concern as he asked if she was okay. He apologized for not paying more attention and quickly assessed her injuries, relieved to find they weren't too serious. Gently cradling her in his arms, he asked if she was in pain. She met his gaze with love shining in her eyes. With the ATV still tilted in the water, she reassured him that she was mostly unharmed. Once Jae-han finished recounting the story to their friends, the group made their way back to the lodge as night began to settle in. He mentioned that he had to assist her in walking afterward because her legs were unsteady. Dae-yoon teased him, calling him brave for carrying her like a princess. Jae-han sheepishly admitted it was his first time doing something like that. Dae-yoon then jokingly proclaimed he had acquired a new skill and dubbed Jae-han his master, leaving him flustered. Don chimed in, noting that even though they didn't make it to Jeju Island, they still found a fantastic guest house. Both he and Jae-han agreed that the room was spacious and tidy. Exhausted from the day's events, Dawn collapsed onto the bed, while Jae-han cheerfully remarked that it had been a fun day. Their protagonist nodded in agreement, pondering whether tomorrow would bring just as much enjoyment. On the second day of their trip, the students explored the city's historical sites, where their guide revealed that the tombs of the Silla kings were scattered throughout the area. Afterward, they visited the beautiful Buksa Temple, capturing memories with photos, while Don and Jae-han enjoyed some lighthearted antics. Their next destination was the Hanok village, where Ah-rin embraced the moment by donning traditional attire for the occasion. As Ah-rin posed for pictures with her friend, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She felt as though someone was watching. Her friend, noticing her unease, casually remarked on how many guys were checking her out, and suddenly, everything clicked for Ah-rin. Later that day, the class embarked on a trip to the Silla History Museum. However, Don-ha and Jae-han-yu quickly found themselves growing bored and restless, their excitement fading as the hours dragged on. Meanwhile, Ot Seop spoke to his younger brother about their plan, urging him to be patient. The younger brother, frustrated, expressed that he had been holding back for far too long and questioned how much longer they would have to wait. Otai reassured him that they would take action that very night. As the midday break approached, excitement filled the air with a dance club performance set to begin in the auditorium. A host stood on stage, energizing the crowd with promises of boxes of chocolates for those who screamed the loudest. He gestured towards some seats, teasingly asking who the lucky ones would be to enjoy a close-up view of the show. A wave of eager hands shot up from a mix of nerds and sleazy guys, but their excitement quickly soured when the host revealed that the seats were reserved for couples. As Da-won started calling up the couples, he couldn't help but find the angry single guys rather pathetic. Turning to Jae-han-yu for his thoughts, he was surprised to find his friend had vanished from his seat. Confused, Da-won wondered where Jae-han had gone. Meanwhile, Jae-han was with Ah-rin's friend Choi Min-hee, who was apologizing for asking him for a favor. She explained that she needed someone to accompany her on stage since she didn't have a boyfriend. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jae-han asked if all he needed to do was sit in the chair. Meanwhile, Da-won-ha watched his friend reveling in the trip, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. Determined to create his own special memory, he recalled Ah-rin mentioning her dislike for loudspeakers and how she often wandered around the observatory when things got too noisy. Dawan realized he had to make the journey to Chimcheongdae in Jeonju alone. As he walked through the eerie night, the presence of tombs along the path sent a chill down his spine, and he couldn't shake the worry for Rin's safety. Suddenly, he stepped on a blue wire, and a system message echoed in the air. He had entered the king's tomb. Fear gripped him as he instinctively assumed this was the start of a dungeon mission. The objective is clear: defeat the enemies. Yet, Dawan can't shake the feeling of unease in the desolate surroundings. Just as he glances to the side, his older brother, Tae Seop, launches a sudden punch. Dawan instinctively blocks the blow. With a smirk, Tae Seop remarks, "Good of you to come here alone. You saved us the trouble of luring you out." Dawan Ha asks who he is, but before he can get an answer, the younger brother suddenly appears from behind and delivers a powerful punch to his ribs. "Looks like you studied the area well," he taunts, laughing. "Oh, Ha." Seop adds, "You really picked a great place to die surrounded by tombs and all." Confused and reeling from the blow, Dawan is left questioning who these attackers are and why they've targeted him so unexpectedly. Tae Seop turns to his brother, a menacing grin on his face. "In just a moment, we'll rip off Dawan's limbs," he declares. But instead of reacting with fear, Dawan simply looks around, leaving the brothers bewildered. With a sigh of relief, he finally speaks up. "I'm just glad it's only you two. I thought zombies were going to crawl out of the tombs." Just as he finishes his sentence, the younger brother sneaks up behind him and delivers another punch. This time, however, our protagonist takes the initiative, landing a precise blind spot punch squarely on Hyo-Soop's face before he can deliver his surprise attack. Don wonders if this clean hit will earn him bonus points for the mission, and he resolves to finish off these opponents swiftly to claim his event reward. With one enemy dispatched, he inquires if there's only one left before setting off to find Rin. These two are infamous as the Maniac Brothers, notorious for taking on missions from an agency and executing them with ruthless brutality. Their reputation for violence has earned them their chilling name among those who have witnessed their bloody rampages. The brothers harbor no remorse, regardless of their targets, be it women, mothers, or anyone else. They never lose when they're together, even when confronted by a towering man who, having lost his family, seeks to annihilate them. As the younger brother falls, Daeon casually remarks on the dungeon's fancy name. Tae Seop is taken aback, shocked to witness his sibling go down from a single blow. But Dawn, ever the strategist, knows this is just the beginning. He finally recognizes their resemblance and asks if they're twins before sprinting toward Tae Seop, who can't fathom why brothers would bicker like this. Down, focused on finding someone, throws a powerful punch at his older brother's face, insisting he should go lie down next to his little brother. Yet Tae Seop effortlessly blocks the blow, smirking as he remarks, "Nice hit." In response, our protagonist confidently declares that he has an even better move up his sleeve and begins to prepare a devastating multi-hit attack. Just then, Hyo-Seop springs back to his feet and delivers a swift kick to Dawn's hand, interrupting the strike. Furious, Hyo-Seop shouts that Daeon was mistaken to think they resembled each other, insisting that he is clearly the more attractive one. Dawn, taken aback by Hyo-Seop's rapid recovery, quickly finds himself under attack once more. In response, Daeon once again employs his blind spot technique, delivering a powerful kick to Hyo-Seop's chest. Tae Seop warns his brother not to be so arrogant, or he might just find himself on the receiving end of another blow. He acknowledges that the strike was strategic, but it still stings enough to make him worry about breaking a tooth. Shaking it off, he vows that Daeon Ha is about to endure far worse. As the two brothers prepare to charge at him again, our protagonist steadies his guard. Seop surges forward, boldly declaring that he'll take a more direct approach this time. However, he's swiftly met with a lightning-fast punch to the face, landing squarely in his blind spot. In retaliation, the older brother delivers a powerful blow to Daeon's head, quickly following it up with a flurry of punches. Annoyed by the sudden pain, Daeon realizes he's been struck from behind once more. Seop mockingly praises Don's impressive punches, urging him to deliver more. As Daeon processes this, he realizes that this fight is unlike any he's faced before. It's not just a chaotic brawl. These two are attacking with flawless synchronization. It's evident they are seasoned fighters, accustomed to working together seamlessly. Just as Dawn prepares to strike the opponent in front of him, he's blindsided by the one lurking behind. It's a straightforward tactic, but their speed is astonishing, making it nearly impossible for Daeon to land a clean hit. Meanwhile, Tae Seop brags about rescuing his brother, only for Seop to brush it off as insignificant. The older brother expresses his disappointment in Dan Ha, stating he expected more from him. Dan quickly retorts that the feeling is mutual. He reflects that, compared to a monster like Jeong Suk Jong, their techniques seem insignificant. Ultimately, he concludes that what will truly matter in this fight is who can deliver the strongest blows. When Daeon questions if they feel any shame, they dismiss it, labeling such feelings as the excuses of a loser. Our protagonist sets his sights on his first target, the annoyingly persistent little brother, Oh Ha-sia. He knows that as soon as he strikes the one in front, the other will inevitably come from behind. Anticipating this, he prepares a clever maneuver to exploit the blind spot. Instead of landing a blow on the younger brother, he twists his torso and delivers a swift strike to Tae-seop, who has crept up behind him. Just as he attempts to strike the older brother, Tae-seop deftly dodges, sending our protagonist crashing to the ground. With a mocking grin, he taunts him, revealing that he wasn't the first to catch on to their strategy. As Daeon lies defeated, the older brother turns to Ha-seet, commanding him to finish the job. Daeon swiftly regains his footing, readying himself for the Falcon's fall, aware that a single powerful strike could turn the tide of the battle. But in a sudden burst of energy, the younger brother leaps forward, yanking on Daeon's jacket and interrupting his move. Seizing the moment, Ha-seop delivers a solid punch to Daewon's face, sending him sprawling back to the ground. "We need to wrap this up quickly," Tae-seop urges, his voice steady. "We've got our next target to take down." The brothers seize the protagonist, yanking his arm back as they threaten to shatter every bone in his body. Oh Ha-seop leans in, a twisted grin spreading across his face, and taunts him about the promise of suffering even greater pain. With a gleam of madness in his eyes, he begins to count down from 3, declaring that the torment begins now. Straining with all his might, Don challenges them to unleash their dirty tricks. Gripping both of their collars, he declares that the strongest hit will determine the victor. As lightning crackles around him, he shouts defiantly that their cheap tactics won't faze him. With a powerful roar, he unleashes his stunning blow technique, sending one brother crashing directly into the other. The two maniacs are sent flying backward from the tremendous impact, crashing to the ground with a thud. Down, seething with anger, demands to know how they dared to grab his arm like that. Clutching the limb they nearly broke, he furiously labels the brothers as maniacs. As he glares at Tae-seop, it dawns on him that he must be the older one. But before Down can utter another word, the roar of an approaching motorcycle slices through the air. He glances up at the top of the king's tomb and spots a motorcycle parked there, wondering who this new maniac could be, and if the bike had been there all along. Meanwhile, the younger brother groans in pain, muttering that if the hit had landed properly, his skull would have been shattered. As the brothers struggle to their feet, Down threatens to truly make them regret their actions this time. However, his attention is suddenly captured by the newcomer. Tae-seop, despite his injuries, quips that the person should have arrived sooner. He adds with a hint of pride that they've been waiting a long time for him, boasting that when the brothers unite, victory is assured. The younger brother had been eager for a fight, but the older one had urged him to be patient, promising that their backup would arrive that night. The newcomer finally arrives, sharing a tale of his near mugging on the way over. But with a triumphant twist, he managed to take down the muggers. With his entrance, the trio of maniac brothers is now complete. The third brother, Kwang-seop, seizes Down's arm and proclaims that they are ready to fight as a united trio. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, the crowd erupts with applause and cheers as Choi Min-hai delivers an extraordinary performance. Her impressive moves leave the men in the audience utterly captivated. Watching from the sidelines, Jae-han-yu can't help but wonder if the excitement is truly all about the dancing. His face flushes as Choi Min-hai dances tantalizingly close, and his heart races to the point of bursting when she suddenly wraps her arms around him from behind. Meanwhile, back at the tomb, the brothers are embroiled in a heated argument. The youngest grumbles that Kwang-seop has been aimlessly wandering, while Kwang-seop retorts that he's simply tired and needs a break. Tae-seop steps in, scolding him to act like the older brother he is and not to show up late. As Dahl observes the scene, he can't shake the thought of how strikingly similar these fools look. He briefly questions their sudden appearance during the school trip, but quickly dismisses it as irrelevant. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, delivering a solid punch to Kwang-seop's face. He had already braced himself to take on 2 opponents, but now he would face all 3. Kwang grumbled that if he hadn't blocked the last attack, he would have lost a tooth. Noticing Down Ha's impatience, he charged forward, declaring that the gamer servant's days were numbered. The 3 brothers launched their assault in perfect harmony, with the younger ones flanking from behind. In response, Daeon Ha turned and bolted, sprinting straight ahead to escape the trio of maniacs. The brothers quickly spotted him fleeing, and the youngest commented on his sharp instincts. To corner down Ha, Oh-hai Sop veered left, while Oh-tai Sop moved right. Tae-seop muttered to himself, convinced that while Daeon-ha might evade one of them, escaping all three was out of the question. Just then, the protagonist appeared right in front of him, asking with a hint of amusement why he was talking to himself. He delivered a powerful punch to Tae-seop and mockingly asked if he felt lonely being separated from the others. In that moment, the blue-haired brother suddenly realized that Daeon hadn't been fleeing at all. He had intentionally forced them to split up, just as he noticed Oh-hai Seop closing in behind him, ready to strike. Dan-ha declared their efforts futile. He then caught Hai Seop off guard with a surprise attack from his blind spot, landing a kick squarely on his face. The youngest brother staggered back, injured, and spat out a mouthful of blackberry jelly. The protagonist remarked that he had skillfully utilized the element of surprise with his attacks from behind. In response, the older brother questioned what Daeon-ha would do about an attack from above, then unleashed a powerful kick that struck him hard. Although Daeon managed to block the blow, the sheer force sent him hurtling through the air. He quickly regained control, pausing mid-flight and pondering if Kwang had leaped from the top of a nearby tomb to execute such a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Hai Seop bit his tongue in frustration. Kwang was convinced his ambush was brilliant, especially since Dan-ha was managing to fight all three of them simultaneously. Tae-seop cautioned Kwang to be careful not to get caught, but Kwang, brimming with confidence, assured him that he had everything under control. Drawing from his earlier observations, Kwang knew precisely how to tackle Daeon-ha and instructed his brothers to fall back into their usual formation. As the protagonist fended off Kwang Seop's relentless blows, he couldn't help but notice how similar he was to the others. The youngest brother, despite their injuries, displayed an unexpected speed that caught Daeon off guard as he blocked a strike with his hand. Just then, a punch from behind, delivered by Tae-seop, landed squarely, leaving Daeon questioning why they suddenly appeared even stronger than before. As our protagonist endured blow after blow, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of trick was at play. Kwang, seemingly reading his thoughts, clarified that they weren't actually growing stronger. In fact, it was the nerdy boy who was growing weaker as the fight wore on. Dan-ha reflected on the analogy of 3 hunting wolves being more than enough to take down a single tiger. He remembered an old saying, wolves would encircle a tiger, taking turns to strike. The brothers were doing just that, launching repeated attacks as they circled him with precision. With each relentless bite, they slowly sapped the tiger's strength. In time, the mighty beast would find itself kneeling before the relentless pack. Kwang confirmed this, noting that while Daeon fought them single-handedly, he was rapidly exhausting his energy. He concluded that, although the brothers were individually weaker than Daeon, their teamwork would ultimately lead to his defeat since he stood alone. Daeon, however, found it ironic to hear such words from a villain. The youngest brother bristled at the accusation, prompting Tae-seop to suggest they shift their focus to their next target. As Kwang Seop gears up to end the fight, Dan suddenly proclaims that he is not alone, leaving Kwang utterly bewildered. Just as he questions who else is present, an unseen assailant executes a flawless judo sweep, sending him crashing to the ground. The attacker seizes Kwang's head and foot, twisting his body before slamming his face into the earth with brutal force. The 2 remaining brothers stand in stunned silence, grappling with the identity of this enigmatic newcomer. Suddenly, the attacker is revealed to be Ji-han-yu, who casually remarks that he struck the man with considerable force, hoping he was truly a villain. Hai Seop and Tae-seop exchange glances, instantly recognizing him as their next target. This moment triggers a vivid memory of when the 3 brothers first fell into formation, and Daeon took off running. At the time, they believed he was fleeing from the fight. In truth, he had recognized that he couldn't face them alone. In a hurry, he pulled out his phone and sent his location to Ji-han, warning him that he was about to be eliminated and urgently needed help. In the present, Dan expresses his gratitude to his friend for showing up. Ji-han, curious, asks why Daeon was fighting them in the first place. Rather than explain, Ji-han simply inquires if he needs to take on the brothers. Dan nods in affirmation, calling the brothers total jerks. With that, the 2 friends charge into battle side by side. Tae-seop orders Hai Seop to deal with Ji-han. Enraged by Ji-han's attack on Kwang Seop, the younger brother unleashes a furious punch. Ji-han swiftly ducks under the incoming attack, seizing his opponent's waist. With a quick apology, he presses his fingers against Oh-hai Seop's chest, delivering a precise 1-inch punch. The impact sends Oh-hai Seop hurtling backward, completely knocked out. Ji-han, taken aback by the outcome, speculates that his opponent must have been injured in an earlier fight. Meanwhile, Daeon charges toward Otai Psyop, and the two collide with sheer force. Jihan glances over, concerned, and asks if Dan will be alright fighting solo, admitting that he isn't at his best. Dan reassures him not to worry. However, his true concern lies with Tai Psyop, the older brother, who is now gearing up to unleash his signature technique. Down smirks, noting that Tai Seal will be left all alone once his brothers are taken out of the fight. With a fierce determination, he unleashes a flurry of devastating blows. Tai Sop endures several massive punches, each one eliciting a scream of pain. Finally, a crushing blow to the chin sends him soaring off the ground, leaving him dazed as he catches a glimpse of the damage on Daeon's face. For a moment, Down wonders if he might have gone a bit too far. Feeling invigorated by his recent victory, Dan shifts his focus to the stirring Kwang. "It's time we address a few questions," he declares, recalling their earlier discussion about targets. With a determined gaze, Daeon Ha demands to know who sent them. Meanwhile, a distant group notices the activated motorbike and realizes that someone is taking care of their rookies. One of the delinquents spots a bike that belongs to the guide who recently stirred up trouble in the city. A flicker of suspicion crosses their minds. Could this be a trap? But it hardly matters. They're eager for a fight. They mention that they have guests who traveled from far and wide just for this showdown. With a sense of anticipation, they decide to give their visitors a proper welcome, advancing forward to reveal a massive horde of monsters from Silagil High. Meanwhile, the two brothers lie defeated on the ground. Kwang Sop, unaware of the events that transpired, feels a deep sadness about their situation. Dan Ha informs them that their next step is to answer his questions. He reveals that he overheard their conversation about a target, and it dawns on him that the first target was himself, while the second was Jihan Yu. Our protagonist asserts that there's no reason for them to be involved, especially since they barely know each other. With a menacing tone, he demands the older brother reveal who sent them. The scene then shifts to a past conversation between Lee Gyu-min and Chio. In that moment, Chio had confidently assured Lee that he could rely on the brothers. Lee, however, had questioned what would happen if the individuals he sent were to be defeated. Chio dismissed the idea, labeling them as specialists in group fighting. He added, however, that if they were somehow defeated, they wouldn't say a word. Lee expressed his skepticism, but Chio assured him that the brothers had been warned to remain silent. And with that, our story comes to an end. For now, if you enjoyed the recap, please leave a like and subscribe to support the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next recap.